not try anything you are about to see at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too exciting.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's scientific!
Testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This one hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. In this episode, the MythBusters go loco for motion as they explore strange new ways of repurposing vehicles. Then they take a deeper dive into the physics of motion.
Hey!
First up, a hovercraft is heading into dangerous terrain.
So, landmines.
Yep. The myth is if you want to cross a minefield and you want to do it safely, which I assume you do, the vehicle of choice is a hovercraft.
You know, I don't think I've ever driven a hovercraft.
Especially over a minefield.
Supposedly, a hovercraft is perfect for safely traversing a minefield. Because it evenly distributes its weight on a cushion of air.
He's having way too much fun.
Yep, and they're also starting to get a feel for how 600 pounds of man and machine could possibly power through a minefield without mishap.
As far as operating this thing in a minefield, I think this is going to be kind of like operating a boat in a marina. Yeah! I think it can be done, but you have to plan ahead, and that's going to be the key.
That, my friends, is the sound of Jamie Hyneman being enthusiastic.
I don't know about you, but I feel ready to drive this across a minefield.
Let's go make a minefield.
Let's do it.
Creating a test with one of the world's deadliest military devices is not something you step onto, lightly.
We obviously need mines to conduct our test. And out of this, I will produce a set of artificial mines. A mine is really effectively a scale. It will register a certain amount of pressure in order to tell it to blow up. A scale that says blow up when a person steps on it, like 150 pounds. Look at that! Or a truck, like 700 pounds. And the soul of our fake mines will be this little metal button. This is, in fact, a pressure transducer, and it will allow my fake mines to behave just like the real thing in every way, except for explosives.
While Adam makes the housing for a programmable pressure trigger, Jamie replaces the C4 with an air-powered mortar, designed to give off a safe, movie effect blast.
That right there is the tank, and we'll have a funnel on the end of it filled with stuff that's going to get shot up in the air. It's pretty simple and straightforward.
That's great.
Looks pretty good to me.
Meanwhile, Adam has a prototype pressure pad ready for demo.
So here is the function of our mine. We've got the body that is the casing, and we've got our pressure rod here. And down at the bottom is that little pressure transducer screwed into the bottom of our ABS pipe cap. And that will work just like a real thing.
And that means it's time for a montage to mass-produce 20 accurate and programmable landmines. With time suitably lapsed, they hit the bomb range, their home away from home, to lay out their landmines in a deadly $sign design to ensure that when the hovercraft crosses, it'll hit most of the mines.
Now, you may be wondering why we're doing all of this digging. That is a beautiful machine. Our mines are not autonomous mines, right? Because we actually have to wire them up to a system, allowing them to be switches for our air mortars. So, allow me to introduce you to our mines. Now it's got a paint job and a title and a wiring bus so that we can wire these mines to our central system, which will allow us to adjust the pressures they go off at and set off our mortars.
And laying their high-tech minefield is a mammoth undertaking.
I have to tell you, this is one of the more complicated builds we have ever embarked upon. We've spent a couple of days now digging, pressurizing, mining, mortaring, wiring, and testing, all to what end? To build a functional yet non-lethal minefield we can test with.
With the mines laid out and wired in, a test run without the designated locomotion machine. Cue the dead man walking.
Now, I could just walk out there and step on one, but where's the fun in that? I'm gonna walk this minefield blindfolded while being guided to doom by Mr. Heineman.
Don't worry, I'll watch your step.
Okay, arm the system.
System is armed.
From the control center, each mine is calibrated to go boom at 35 pounds of pressure. One light step, and Adam will feel the full force of a movie effect explosion.
Now bear to your right a little bit.
Oh! Oh!
It's okay. It's just a flesh wound.
The minefield is scarily accurate and completely safe.
Oh! Oh! Huh. There goes the leg.
Oh, you still got another one. Oh, you big baby.
I think I'm dead.
That's a successful systems test. Next, the team recalibrate the mines to an anti-vehicle setting. Before the hovercraft is sent into battle, Adam's Jeep, with fake plastic minigun, will be used as a comparative control.
This is where the rubber meets the road.
The Jeep weighs in at just over 3,000 pounds.
There goes one.
And 1/4 of its weight, 750 pounds, is focused through the relatively small contact area of each tire, easily setting off
Get my car dusty.
any of the mines they cross.
Now, in the case of the hovercraft, not all of its weight is concentrated into one small area. Well, that worked quite well, didn't it?
I guess now it's time for the hovercraft.
So the question here is that weight or that down pressure that it's exerting on the ground enough to set off one of these mines?
We're about to find out. With Jamie in the hot seat and a high-tech minefield rigged and ready to blow, can a hovercraft really float through an anti-vehicle minefield?
Oh, yeah. Here it comes. Oh, yeah! Yeah! You didn't set up a thing. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was smooth, explosion-free sailing.
Oh, yeah!
The S-curve layout ensured Jamie crossed a majority of the mines. But not a single one went boom.
Yeah!
The hovercraft is distributing its weight across its entire footprint, across the entire cushion of air that it's riding on. That's why it can't set off our mines. That's why it is the perfect craft for making its way across a minefield.
It's time to ramp it up by taking the pressure setting down.
Our minefield is set to an anti-personnel pressure that is 35 pounds to trigger our mines.
Here we go.
Same thing, no mine action.
Yeah! That is awesome!
The mines, set to go off at the lightest footstep, are once again unmoved. Adam then does his best to linger with several 360s.
Yeah. Can you hold it in one spot?
But the hovercraft and its cushion of air defies death from below.
Woo! Come on. You know us. You know We're gonna take it to the most extreme place we can.
So we've set this to go off at 5 pounds. The Easter Bunny could set this off.
It's the ultimate test for this myth. The Heinemann and Hovercraft are 120 times heavier than each mine's threshold. But they once again float serenely across unharmed.
Yeah, that is beautiful. I love it.
So how does this work? Well, the answer's in the numbers. If you divide the weight of the hovercraft by the contact area, you get about 0.06 pounds per square inch of downward pressure. So there's not nearly enough pressure per square inch.
Well, I gotta say, I think this is about as easy a myth to call as we've ever encountered.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
Totally confirmed. The hovercraft is the absolute vehicle of choice for traversing a minefield.
Sure is.
I gotta figure out how to get myself one of these.
What? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you.
How am I supposed to get out of this minefield?
Next up, an extreme rowing machine.
Are you having fun?
I am, but there is a point to it.
Which is?
Well, we've been gathering videos over the past few months of people purportedly doing incredible things using an excavator.
Like?
Well, we've got one in which a guy seems to be rowing a barge with one.
I can dig it.
I thought so.
The myth parameters are set. Can you generate momentum and maintain directional control of a barge using an excavator to row?
This is our barge. These are excavators, and behind me, the open water of the San Francisco Bay. Soon, we're gonna be dragged out into that water, and we're gonna have to get back using only these as our oars. Shall we put these guys in place?
I think so.
All right.
Basically, what we're going to be doing is rowing a boat, except that instead of wooden oars, we're going to be using these buckets. And instead of human power, we're going to be using diesels and hydraulics. Otherwise, it's the same. We lower them into the water, and we push, and hopefully we go forward. There are a number of problems that we're going to have to overcome, and the first and foremost one is current. If we have a lot of current or even a lot of wind, it's going to make our job really hard. Secondly, we've got to get our act together. I mean, Adam and I have to coordinate so that we're working in tandem to keep the barge on track.
I think we're ready.
It all comes down to technique. This is swing. This is up and down. This tapping your head and rubbing your belly kind of operation that we're not going to have a lot of time to figure out. We got to get out there, get stranded in the bay, and get in the zone.
In addition to the tricky logistics required to coordinate their giant mechanical oars, there's also a very real danger of going overboard.
We're not taking any chances. We're going to actually weld these excavators to the deck of the barge, because once we start swinging back and forth, we could swing ourselves right off the barge.
Even welded down, disaster is just one mistimed oar stroke away. Catch the barge with a bucket, and the excavator's weight and powerful hydraulics will easily snap those cables.
Hey, Adam, you want to do a little fist bump?
It's a nerve-wracking operation.
I'll be honest with you. When I swing my arm out over the water, I get that whingy feeling in my legs. But I swear, I think this is gonna work.
With no time to practice, it's time to put that prediction to the test.
Well, the tug's left. Are you ready?
All right, this is rowing with an excavator. Back towards shore. Here we go.
Adam and Jamie, positioned at the front of the barge, go to work. And initially, things look great. They successfully recreate a rowing action. The bucket is lowered, pulled back through the water, lifted out, and reset. However, simply going through the motions is not enough. They need forward momentum and control of the barge.
You might want to slow down a little bit so I can keep the bow pointed towards shore more.
Despite the difficulties of communicating from their awkward vantage points,
Copy that.
teamwork enables them to orient the barge in the correct direction.
I'm going to start to reverse.
Copy.
But crucially, forward momentum eludes them.
Well, so far, the current is turning out to be a bit of a problem. I'm encouraged by the fact that we are able to control the direction of the barge, but we need more speed. We need more power.
I'm wondering if we don't need some kind of alignment like...
The myth looks to be set adrift, but Adam and Jamie aren't giving up.
Well, our first attempt was a little bit of a bust. It's a flood tide here in the San Francisco Bay, which means the current's pushing us south into the bay, and it was too strong for us to overcome.
This time, their starting position is just outside the bay's central riptide. Cue test 2.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Once again, Adam and Jamie swing their giant diesel-powered oars into action.
Okay, and now you can come in.
Away from the grip of the rip, the teamwork and watertight communication pays off.
Copy.
Incredibly, incrementally, they begin to make progress.
I think we're getting it.
And a few minutes later, there's no doubt, they're rowing a barge with excavators.
It took us a little bit of time to get up to speed, to get our practice, to get our sea legs with the excavators, as it were. But once we did, we had actually a pretty fair measure of control over this barge, and it's not small.
Let's try one more shove towards the dock a little bit and then just let it drift.
Even from our really disadvantaged vantage points, we were able to see what the other was doing and intuit what was necessary, and that made this successful.
Hey, Jamie, I think we made it, baby.
Well, it wasn't a picture-perfect landing at the dock, but we got within a few feet of it, which is not bad.
Nice work there, partner.
Yeah, so I guess that means you can, in fact, row with these things.
In a pinch? Yes, you can.
Next, an aquatic two-wheeled tall tale. And this myth is more than a little loco.
Now, the myth here is that you can't ride a bike underwater. And on the face of it, I can see there might be some problems, mainly surrounding the fact that water is so much more dense than air is.
That was a satisfying thud.
Now, this is going to mean that it's a lot harder to move through it, and relatively speaking, your weight underwater is a lot less than it is above water, and so you may have stability or traction problems. That's what we're here to find out.
It's a classic physics class conundrum.
Now, one of the things that makes riding a bicycle above the water possible is that the forward momentum of the bicycle helps keep you upright. Now, forward momentum is going to come at quite a premium underwater, where I don't expect to ever be able to even go this fast. What is that going to do to my balance? I'm not exactly sure, but I expect it's going to make things a lot more difficult.
There's only one way to find out. The guys dive in the deep end for science.
You ready?
Go for it. Now, to ride a bike underwater, the wheels are going to have to contact the ground. So if he's floating, that's not riding a bike.
So far, so good.
Yeah, you're propelling yourself, aren't you?
I am propelling myself, and the wheels aren't spinning.
It's so far so good. But riding a bike half underwater is only half riding a bike underwater. To test the myth, Adam's got to submerge.
And there he goes.
And there he doesn't.
His front wheel's no longer rolling. He's wheeling, actually.
For that test, riding a bike halfway submerged in the water, a lot easier than I thought it would be. But once I got fully underwater, it was, well, just as impossible as the myth would suggest. But we've got a couple of other things to try before we call it just yet.
What do you need?
Well, I think I need more weight.
Adam's theory on his failure is his buoyancy. To counteract that, he needs more mass. Enough so that he can keep in contact with the ground.
That's about 50 extra pounds.
And this time he's buying more time below the surface with a scuba tank.
You ready?
You bet.
All right, here we go. Riding a bike, underwater.
So, can Adam do a lap of the pool on a bicycle underwater? That's the benchmark the guys have set themselves for a myth-busting result. Going downhill, it all seems to be working.
Moving along like a charm.
But it's deceptive. After he turns to come back, his problems become apparent. A lack of traction means the back wheel freewheels, and that means Adam's going down.
So while I was sort of moving myself forward, it really couldn't be called riding a bike. It was more like semi-controlled floating. Second of all, while I was able to go downhill, there was no way I was able to get back up. Well, we've yet to achieve anything that I would call riding a bike underwater.
But Jamie has a weighty theory and thinks he can fix the physics.
The big problem here is traction. And to me, that means that we need more weight. A lot more weight. It might even be a couple 100 pounds.
Let's say we have a little underwater challenge, see who can officially ride a bike underwater.
A little race.
A little race.
Works for me.
Let's do it.
Back at the shop, Adam and Jamie went head-to-head and embarked on a top-secret bike build-off.
Don't tell Jamie. In order to get more traction, I'm gonna make my bike really heavy, but I've also filled the tires with corn syrup. I have no idea if this is gonna work, but it's funny.
Funny, and a solid scientific theory. The syrupy filling will spread the tires, providing more surface contact and more traction. He's also added 50 extra pounds of weight.
I think it's perfect.
But Jamie
A couple of lead training wheels.
took a more heavy-handed approach.
I've added 120 pounds of training wheels to the back of this bike and another 20 or so on the front. I think it's going to give me all the traction I need. I'm ready.
So they each have a mechanical solution they believe will give this myth its best shot.
The race starts here at the top of the ramp. As soon as I start the timer going, Jamie dives straight into the water. The moment he crosses the finish line, I wave the checkered flag and tell him it's time. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Then it'll be my turn.
So they're all set for the Tour de Pool,
Go.
a uniquely MythBuster-ish event.
Most peculiar start to any race ever. I like watching the top of his bald head disappear into the water. He's coasting downhill. 165 pounds of bike, 180 pounds of Heinemann. This is where we ran into trouble last time we were in this pool. Going back up. The whole design of his bike is about getting him back up the hill, giving him enough traction.
But all the extra mass
Oh.
doesn't seem to be aiding Jamie's cause. In fact, it seems to be more of a 160-pound hindrance than help.
It may just be too much weight for him to get up that slope.
Jamie was hoping the downforce from the additional weight would help maintain contact with the ground. It's a marginal improvement, but not enough to escape the deep end. And in the end, he has to use his feet to get to the top.
It's a little Heinemann that could. Inch by inch.
And in a burst of slow, Jamie finishes and delivers his verdict.
That was absurd. This was far worse than the unmodified bike. You know, more weight is harder to pull uphill. It still didn't have perfect traction.
In conclusion, more mass counteracts the buoyancy, but the drag is a drag.
2, 1, go.
Question is, can Adam complete his lap?
There he goes. So far, so good. Well, I can tell already he looks like he's doing a lot better than I was. And here comes the hard part.
King of the mountain, he's not.
And he's having the same problems.
Maybe if he could hear Jamie's encouragement, he might do better.
Oh, down he goes. Boy, that makes me feel a lot better.
The good news is, the mods I made on this bike are a radical improvement over the unmodified bike. The soft tires and more weight made this bike have much better traction. However, I was not able, even with those improvements, to get out of the deep end under any circumstances.
In other words, we've both failed.
But the good news is we have this idiomatic phrase that we can now answer: is riding a bicycle underwater impossible?
No, it's not.
No, I think on a flat with a very shallow grade, it's totally feasible, and both of us were able to do it.
And that means the myth is busted.
Totally busted. But so is our ability to ride uphill underwater.
And we ruined a couple of perfectly good bikes.
It's all in the name of science. Let's get out of here.
From one preposterous premise to a slightly more plausible one. Next, Adam and Jamie are pondering the physics of driving a car into the back of a moving truck.
I want to know if that's really possible, or if when your 60-mile-an-hour drive wheel hits that ramp, boo, launches you right into the container.
Well, wear your seatbelt.
I will.
The idea, popularized by a 1980s TV show, is that a moving car can drive up a ramp into a moving truck. But in real life, once you hit the ramp, wouldn't you suddenly accelerate and catapult yourself through the cabin? Before going big, they'll go small to test the physics.
Yeah, look at that.
Jamie vandalizes a treadmill to replicate the rolling surface of the highway. Ingenious.
The treadmill here represents the road surface. We have a miniature representation of a truck. We have a miniature car. So the main thing that we're looking for here is what happens when the car makes a transition fully from the road surface onto the truck.
Their main worry? That the moment of transition will create a velocity differential that will cause the car to career out of control.
There you go.
No need for practice. In a break with MythBuster tradition, there was first-time success with a small-scale test.
We've been thinking that the moment those back wheels traveling at this speed hit this ramp, that car goes fa-ching.
The high-speed camera confirms there's no fra-ching factor. The RC car slid into the trailer as smooth as you like. And even without brakes, its entry was slow enough to prevent a serious fender bender with the back wall of the big rig.
So, I don't know about you, but the small-scale experiment really gave me a lot of confidence that this might actually be possible.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you know, the car's got a lot of inertia, and for this to crash into the back of the semi, it'd have to all of a sudden be going, you know, twice as fast as it was. It's got to really accelerate.
Time to ramp it up to full scale. They've got a big rig, a 1980s car, and they've made their own ramp.
And not an inch to spare. The ramp seems like it's perfect. It seems to be just long enough to do the job and not really hit much on the car. So I think we're good to go.
But they won't be sending it from the get-go. The first run will be a little bit driving Miss Daisy.
We're hoping to get up to highway speeds, but we're going to start slow. 30, 35 miles an hour is what the first test is going to be at. And if that works, then we go to 55.
So Adam, the human guinea pig, suits up for the 35-mile-an-hour run. And with just one successful bench test and a 1980s TV show to go on, they're taking no chances with safety.
There's still a lot that can go wrong, which is why we've done a bunch of safety procedures to make this as safe as possible. One, we've added a roll cage into this car. Two, we've added a 5-point safety harness so that if I roll, I'm not going anywhere. And finally, I'm wearing a helmet.
This is it, test time.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
But just as they get underway, it starts raining, making the road and ramp slick. And the challenge, just that little bit tougher. Adam goes anyway, approaching his target speed.
We're at 35 miles an hour.
He takes his time getting in line. And with everyone holding their breath,
Okay, let's go for it.
Look at that.
Well done, well done.
the high-speed camera captures the crucial moment. As the wheels hit the ramp, they slow significantly, which is where the clever science bit comes in. Any object in motion has a tendency to maintain a constant velocity. This law of inertia acts against the acceleration of the car as it hits the stationary ramp, slowing the car to a crawl and giving Adam plenty of time to stop.
I feel like I'm ready to go to 60.
Let's make it 55. That's the legal speed limit, I think, on these things.
Perfect. Let's do it.
All right.
Making it safely up that 6-foot gap at 55 miles per hour is a tougher proposition than 35, and the rain is coming down harder.
Let's do it.
Adam guns the engine and hits the speed ceiling quickly.
We're at 55 right now.
Holding steady at 55. Adam, bring it on. Be careful, brother. It's slick.
Look at that! Good job!
Once again, Adam made it look easy. The increased velocity didn't change a thing. The wheels hit the ramp, the car's inertia prevents any crazy acceleration, and Adam parks it.
Nice, Jen. Great job. Great. Awesome. Dude, that was scary.
Yeah, that was pretty, I was a little nervous there watching you do that.
With the myth confirmed, there's only one thing left to do. It's Jamie's turn.
This is Jamie. I'm good to go. Over.
And he's going to prove that whatever Adam can do,
Holding.
he can do backwards.
Nice work, Heineman.
It always pays to have an exit strategy.
I don't know when I'm going to have a chance to use it next, but it's nice to know how to do.
Exactly. And the Knight Rider ramp drive up, totally confirmed.
It worked, confirmed.
In our next myth, Grant, Tori, and Carrie are pondering a different physics dilemma.
Let's say you're driving along in a car at X miles an hour. You throw something out the back in the opposite direction at the same speed. Does it just fall straight down?
Basically, what you're saying, does the forward momentum and the backward momentum cancel each other out completely?
Exactly. Or is there some other factor like air resistance that makes it impossible?
It makes sense that an object subjected to equal and opposite forces, forwards and backwards, would drop like a stone. But unless we can prove it in real life, this simple equation's no more than a theory.
So how are we going to test this one?
How about a pickup truck with a treadmill on the back? Pickup truck drives forward at 10 miles an hour, treadmill goes back at 10 miles an hour, and then one of us jumps on it.
By one of us, you mean Tori?
What? So this is to see if I just fall straight down or get flung off the back.
That's the idea.
Yeah, great idea.
They've got the treadmill, they've got the Tori. But Tori's not going to risk his skin until they've tested the method. See, Grant's got a hunch when a large weight is dropped on a treadmill, it'll slow down before regaining its speed. They turn the treadmill to 10 miles an hour, and the hunch proves true.
And it gets back up to 5.45 miles per hour. All right.
So to balance the forces, the truck on which the treadmill will be mounted should also move forward at 5.5 miles per hour. Okay, while they mount it to the car, let's use one of those four-way split screens so we can get to the fun part quicker. Ah, the smell of fresh country air and of sweaty, well-used padding.
Feel like a gladiator ready to be slaughtered.
For our control test, our truck is going to be stationary. Tori's going to drop onto the treadmill and then project off the end of the truck in a gentle arc.
Okay, so this is our control test. You ready?
I'm ready as I'm ever gonna be.
Okay.
Famous last words, as a telephone call disrupts the filming.
Insurance company said.
This is Brian. He's our director.
What's going on?
Okay, so this is unusual. We're just about to go for it, and our producer gets a phone call from the insurers. Apparently, this is way too dangerous for Tori to attempt, this uncontrollable fall. So, I think we're gonna have to go for the next best thing, which is...
A blow-up doll wearing overalls weighted with sand.
not bad for a stand-in Tori.
And because the stand-in weighs only a fraction of what Tori weighs, they can go at 10 miles per hour after all.
All right, here we go. 10 miles an hour. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh!
I am so glad that that wasn't you, man. So in our control test, stand-in Tori was thrown 6 feet away from the treadmill from a height of 3.5 feet. What this means is he didn't fall straight down, but that's not a surprise. Now it's time to move on.
Okay, this is the main test. I'm going to drive the pickup at 10 miles an hour while Tori throws his stand-in onto the treadmill right in front of the high-speed cameras.
All right, ready?
In 3, 2, 1.
It's a rare case when the team gets excited by a lack of spectacle.
So watch that point right there.
Oh, nice timing on the drop.
It pretty much drops straight down.
I mean, compared to our control test, it would have been out there.
Yeah.
Here, straight down.
That is really cool.
So there might be some merit to this myth.
Absolutely.
The morning's testing was a total success.
But this is MythBusters, and we just can't stop there.
No, we can't. The team needs to see if it also works at higher speeds. So they're building an air cannon designed to fire a soccer ball.
Oh, no!
Look at the ladder.
Yeah, we wrecked a ladder, and I think we killed the soccer ball.
340 miles per hour is good for wrecking ladders and soccer balls, but a little too fast for their test. So Grant winds the dial back a bit.
Ooh.
Yep, that looked like 60 miles an hour to me.
It's now back to the country to see if they can nail the myth. First, the control test with vehicle stationary.
That just doesn't get old, does it?
Flew off the scale before it even landed on the ground.
That's fantastic.
The ball clocked 60 miles an hour, so it's time for phase 2.
I'll be driving the pickup truck 60 miles per hour in that direction, while Grant is firing the cannon at 60 miles per hour in the other direction. We're ready on your go, Tori.
Hit it.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60.
And fire. Hey! That was a pretty good shot.
But the high speed reveals a problem.
It's not perfect. It's not the same results as the other one.
That's what I'm saying. This should drop straight down, not fly backwards.
It's agreed that either the car was too slow or the cannon too fast.
Just note to yourself, the speedometer was wrong. I was perfect.
Absolutely.
25 attempts later, they haven't come close to seeing the soccer ball drop like a stone. It could be the car, the cannon, or the myth that's at fault.
Okay, well, there's more than one way to fling a ball. Let's look into some other propulsion systems and figure out which one's the most reliable.
They'll set up 3 machines, including the air cannon, to see which is the most consistent shooter.
We have our official goal right here. Back here, we have the contenders. First off, we have the ball chucker. You're already familiar with the air cannon. And finally, we have our robot kicker. Consistency was a huge problem when we did our last test. So that's what we're testing now. Which one of these contraptions will be the most consistent at 60 miles an hour?
Let the best machine win.
First, Grant's robot ball kicker.
Wow.
That was a good kick. How fast did it go?
58 miles an hour.
Boom!
Nice.
We're in the ballpark.
And a series of kicks shows a deviation of just 3 miles an hour,
Now, moving on to the ball chucker.
which is also bang on target.
God, 59.
It's an impressive display, but there's still the air cannon to go.
Fire away.
The shootout is finished, and the result is a shock to everyone.
You know what? Out of all the machines, this one looks like it's the most consistent. Oh my gosh, after all that, we have to go back to the air cannon.
Yes.
Perhaps it was the speedometer that was faulty. To be sure, Carrie swaps it out with an incredibly accurate tachyometer.
This is it. We have eliminated all the variables. We have the cannon shooting at 60 miles an hour, the car driving at 60 miles an hour, just to show that this ball will drop straight down. It's go time.
With the forward and backward momentum matched as close as they're going to get it, the pressure's on Grant for a perfect release.
I don't know about you guys, but that looked pretty good to me. Let's check the high speed.
Oh my God, it's like a cartoon. It's just in the air, it stops and it just falls.
Look at that.
Fantastic.
I mean, look, it doesn't move at all. It's going straight down.
Dude.
Woo! We did it! We did it! Yeah! Vector edition! Yeah! We canceled out velocity. And we got a perfect straight down drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, the laws of physics are still hard at work.
Meaning the myth is 100% confirmed. Our final story mixes physics with a flight of fancy.
Here's the story. A guy's driving behind a big truck, and every time the big truck gets to a bridge, it stops, the driver of the truck gets out, bangs on the side, and then proceeds across the bridge. He runs into the truck driver at a gas station and says, "Why are you banging on the truck?" And the truck driver says, "Well, I got a load of birds, and they're over the weight limit of most of these local bridges. So whenever I get to one, I bang on the truck, they fly around, and my truck is lighter."
Clever.
So the myth for us is, if you're driving around with a truckload of birds and they take flight, is your truck lighter?
It's a question that has them pondering one of Newton's core physics laws. But how exactly are they going to test it? Well, first, our dynamic duo have to land some pigeons. When whistling doesn't work, Adam and Jamie try snares, nets, and snacks.
The birds will be too fat to fly.
But their pigeon stalking comes to zero, and they realize they need to call in a pigeon keeper.
Got you some pigeons.
Look at that.
So with the birds in hand, Adam's ready to begin small-scale testing.
I've got my bird flying chamber here. It's got a closed top. The bottom is a screen, which I can vibrate by plugging it into this battery. The whole thing is standing on top of a very sensitive scale. First thing I'm gonna do is turn on the scale, which will zero it out. Then I'm gonna put the birds in. I'm gonna see the birds weigh a certain amount. Then I'm gonna turn on the platform, which will vibrate. Hopefully they'll fly around, and we'll see if there's any difference.
So if the myth is true, when the pigeon gets some air, the combined weight of the chamber and bird will come down. Sounds simple.
Fly, fly, that's it, come on, fly.
Now, there's your problem. The bird just ain't flying.
I don't blame him. I mean, because it's not
He can
like...
barely get a full wingspan in there.
Yeah, you know, he's running into the sides.
Maybe we need to build a bigger chamber.
So plan B is a bigger chamber and better motivation to fly than a vibrating floor. What have you got, Jamie?
My current favorite is thinking about setting up a weed whacker like affair, and we could put like a half a dozen motors so that there's just it's just kind of whizzing around. I mean, I can't imagine this would hurt them. I mean, it doesn't hurt you, right?
No.
For our animal-loving viewers, let's be clear. Adam's pain threshold is way below the pigeon's. So if Adam's okay, the bird will be too.
Freak me out, but it's not doing anything to him.
Come on, come on, come on, Max, come on, come on, come on.
That's pigeon for fly. But no matter what they do, this pigeon won't get airborne. Maybe we need a closer look at the physics. For a bird to fly, it needs to push the air beneath it hard enough to lift its own weight. And because that principle doesn't only apply to birds, Jamie and Adam have an idea. One that could give the pigeons a break.
Pigeons are what the myth is about, but pigeons sometimes don't do exactly what you want them to do. So we figure that a similar sort of a thing that might show the same phenomenon, if there is one, would be a little helicopter that we can control.
But it's not as simple as that. Flying a chopper in an enclosed space creates turbulence, making it hard to hover. So to run the bench test, Adam's built this rig, which will allow it to lift, but keep it centrally tethered at the same time.
Excellent, 52.0.
Adam has measured the weight difference of the container with and without the chopper. When the helicopter takes off, will the chamber get lighter?
Hey, we got lift off! Look at that! The scale is not changing.
I know that my helicopter weighs 0.6 of a pound. So if the myth was true, I should have seen that meter go from 52.5 or 6 to 52 flat.
Interesting. But until they prove it with real live birds, not a mechanical toy chopper, this myth isn't proven one way or the other.
We gotta try it in a truck or something close to it with the birds.
So it's full scale ahead. And after a MythBuster makeover, this trailer, standing in for the truck and the myth, will be full of flying birds for the final test weigh-in.
That's cool. You look like a little animal in a circus.
Final prep on the big rig begins, and the flight motivators go in first. These rotating foam tubes are supposed to keep the pigeons in the air.
There we go.
We have liftoff. They now need to catch a flock more birds, letting them loose in the trailer and accurately weigh them. Good luck with that.
We're not defeated by the task of catching pigeons. Even though it's not critical to this myth, it's a point of pride. We're gonna catch some pigeons with MythBusters invention.
It's the motto MythBusters live by. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
I think we're going to build something similar to a potato cannon of plumbing parts made into an air chamber with an electrically operated valve and manifold that spreads 4 tennis balls with this net between them around our unsuspecting pigeons.
3, 2, 1.
It works on Adam, but as we've seen, the pigeons around here are a lot smarter than the TV hosts. Shh, Jamie's hunting pigeon. All that flapping means the pigeon cannon is a flop. So the pigeon keeper gets another call, and once again, comes up trumps.
How many is that?
I think we got 36.
That ought to do it.
With the birds taken care of, Adam and Jamie can concentrate on setting up the final test.
This is a load cell. We're gonna put one under each corner, and as the trailer sits on this piece of metal will bend a little bit. That bend will be registered by a crystal on the side here, which will output a change in voltage through this wire that will be read by our computer and output as points on a graph over time.
And with the pigeons in position and not flying, the team have their starting weight.
Okay, so that's a difference of 11 pounds with the birds in place. I'll zero everything out to that, and that'll be our starting point, right?
So if the weight drops while the birds are flying, the myth is confirmed.
In 3, 2, 1, go. They're all flying.
It's beautiful. Most of them are flying. That's great.
All right, we're done.
Okay.
And stopping.
That worked better than I thought it would. They all flew for like a good maybe 15 seconds.
That's great.
And the high-speed camera captures the moment.
All the work we did is to get this shot that you could see them all flying and be weighing it all at the same time. It's just stunning.
Good job, you guys.
Awesome.
But getting a truckload of birds to fly isn't the point. The question is, does the trailer get lighter?
So there's no difference when they were in the air.
No, but you can see minor fluctuations happening very quick.
Well, what I see is the fluctuations have about the exact same amplitude both above and below the 0 point. I mean, it's a noisy signal, but here it's clear there's no difference.
Yeah, that's great.
Dude, that is beautiful.
The MythBusters have proven that when the pigeons take flight, their weight on the floor is exactly replaced by the force of their wings pushing air downwards.
This is the final word because nobody else has ever gotten 20 birds flying simultaneously in a truck while weighing it every 10th of a second in your face. It's busted.
It's busted.
Please, don't try what you're about to see at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too exciting.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's scientific!
Testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This won't hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh, my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. This episode, the MythBusters take the plunge into 3 water-based myths, including if a ninja could really fire a blow dart while underwater.
That's without cheating.
Then they head to the surface to take on some truly extreme weather events, like could hail sink a boat?
It's coming down in buckets.
And could you build a portable tornado shield?
Okay, everyone be quiet. It's Jamie's nap time now.
Our first story is a frothy one.
Well, there's a myth going around that it is impossible to swim in bubbly water.
Sounds like we're going for a swim.
I think so.
According to the myth, the bubbles make water less dense, meaning if it's extra fizzy, you sink like a stone. To test the theory out, they need to make an underwater bubble generator.
So all we've done here is welded together a couple of heavy steel frames, and we've sandwiched inside the frames a pillowcase. We're pumping air into that pillowcase, and as it pressurizes, it comes through the weave of the fabric.
That's great.
It makes little bubbles.
But we need just a little more water.
So we've come back out here to this 10,000-gallon tank that we installed a few years ago, and we're gonna put a larger bubbler in it, and Adam's gonna go for a swim. Or not.
The water tower is set to become a fizzing cauldron of scientific discovery, if only they can figure out how to get the bubble maker into it. Oh yeah, they'll just use that crane.
So our bubbler is just about ready to be put in place. That's a tight fit. Okay, stop. What happens next is that we hook up the air supply. And then we slowly lower it to the bottom of this tank, which is full of reasonably clear but quite cold water. Then I will put on some scuba gear, and then we're pretty much ready to do this test, which I hope happens quickly because this water right now is about 50, 51 degrees.
50 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a spine-chilling 10 degrees Celsius.
Bon voyage.
All right, here we go.
How's the water?
The water is so cold, I got an instant headache. But you know what's really cool in here?
What?
Looking out the portholes.
As the rig roars into life, a perfect hubbub of bubbles bursts forth.
It's a gorgeous stream of bubbles.
With Adam weighted so he's neutrally buoyant, once the bubbles are turned on, he should start to sink.
Oh, here they come! Whoa! Whoa!
Adam does go under, but not quite as planned. He first gets pushed to the side, and only then does he sink.
I'll tell you, it's not making me sink like a stone, but it is creating this really strong current that's throwing me to the side, and I feel like it's dragging me down a little bit.
The bubbles are creating an upwelling, pushing Adam off the side into the wall. And without bursting the boy's bubble...
It's like riding a Bronco.
Methinks it's time for a rethink.
Well, I don't feel like we can call it on the basis of this tank. I think it's actually too small. This current being everything, it sort of overwhelms the original story, which is about bubbles. So I feel like we need to create more bubbles in a much bigger space.
It's go big or go bust. To attempt to negate the effect of the pool edge, they're going to upgrade to a full-sized swimming pool with a supersized bubbler. Jamie welds the massive steel frame, while Adam sews the giant canvas bubbler bag.
You know what it looks like? It looks like the world's largest whoopee cushion. We've built a bubbler that will give us a swath of bubbles 4 feet wide and 16 feet long.
We've got I-beams on it to hold it down against the flotation. We've got a massive steel frame, the big bladder, and not one, but 2 air pumps to supply all the air we need. We drop it in the pool, and you got yourself a big-ass bubbler.
It is big, but will it be big enough to eliminate those supposed edge effects? To find out, Adam, designated to do the wet work, goes under to guide it into position and make sure it's level. But there's a problem.
Cut the air.
Luckily, Adam was clear of the rig when it made an unexpected and dangerous break for the surface.
Not enough weight. The whole thing started to float.
Well, that's why we brought the barbells. I'll start to break them out.
With an additional 100 pounds in each corner, totaling 2,000 pounds.
Stop. Cut the air.
Again, the bubbler rears from the bottom like a leviathan hell-bent on destruction. Time to quit? Not quite.
This is just a minor setback. All we need are heavier I-beams or bars of steel of some sort to put on this thing. We'll be able to weight it down. We'll fix it.
They add 4,200 pounds of weight holding down the bubbler.
That's perfect. Nothing's budging. It looks gorgeous.
Excellent.
They've tamed the bubbling beast. Now it's time for the real test. First, Adam will do a no bubbles lap.
Our first test is the control. Without turning the bubbler on, I'm going to swim from here across the pool and back.
And I'll take a reading on the stopwatch.
Once we've got that timing, we're going to turn the bubbler on. I'm going to do the same thing again and see if there's any difference. Have I mentioned this pool is not heated?
Okay, swimming without bubbles. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Adam sets off. It's safe to say he's not going to break any Olympic records, but the time he sets on this lap will be compared to the time he does when the bubbles are on. And by the way, yes, it is a little weird that he kept his glasses on. But let's not go there.
I got 29.84 seconds. Let's call it an even 30 seconds.
Which means it's time to fire up the generator, blow some bubbles, and see if Adam's swim will be affected by those millions of pockets of air.
Okay, swimming with bubbles. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Glasses firmly in place again. On the first lap, Adam powers through the bubbles. But on the way back, it's not so easy. Just like the previous test, the upwelling current pushes him to the side.
Okay.
32.5 seconds.
That's a lot. That's like 8%.
It does seem to be more difficult to swim in bubbly water, and the timings we've been taking from my testing seem to bear that out. So given that there might be a grain of truth to this story, that it might be more difficult, but not impossible to swim in bubbly water, we're gonna ramp it up as far as we can go.
That's more like it. And that means we're gonna go full power with those compressors. We'll see what happens.
Wow, that's a lot of bubbles.
Full-scale bubble test. In 3, 2, 1, go!
With the dial turned to 11, the forces Adam has to deal with are obvious. Despite looking quite serene below, there's nothing cruisy about this jacuzzi. And the current's too strong to swim across.
Ah! Swim harder! You're just not trying hard enough. Stop screwing around.
We started out with a myth about it being impossible to swim in bubbly water, the conventional wisdom being that bubbles make the water less dense and thus you would sink, when in fact it turns out that the bubbles create this churning upwelling of current as they rise to the surface, and it is the current and not the bubbles that makes it, in fact, impossible to swim in bubbly water. I love being surprised by results like that.
Well, that's pretty neat. We had a build that was more difficult than we thought, a surprise ending, and a myth that is, I gotta say, plausible, but not for the reasons we originally thought.
In our second story, Carrie, Tori, and Grant are diving into a very different water-based myth.
This is a classic ninja myth that's all about assassination.
But this is specifically an underwater ambush.
So imagine you have a target. The only time he's unprotected is when he takes his morning walk by the lake.
Okay.
So you grab some poison darts and a blowgun, you hang out underneath the water, and when your target walks by, you attack.
According to ninja lore, a shadow warrior could slip into a pond, stay hidden for hours, breathing through a blow tube. When the target finally turns up, the ninja fires a poison dart with deadly accuracy.
Okay, this is gonna be tough.
Well, if it was easy being a ninja, anybody could do it.
First step, we need to find out if Tori can withstand one of water's especially dangerous characteristics.
Stop right there, that's good.
Its ability to chill the human body.
Today, we're gonna test exposure to cold water. And to do that, Tori has kindly volunteered to jump into our tank of 66-degree temperature water.
That's 19 degrees Celsius. If that was an air temperature, it wouldn't feel cold.
Here you go, buddy.
Ew, it smells too.
But because water is a better conductor than air, it draws heat away from the body more efficiently.
Well, apparently, ninjas used to rub animal fat all over their bodies and then put a leather suit on before they got into cold water to act as like a wetsuit. Great, not only am I uncomfortable, I look like a complete idiot.
This is the ninja hood. This
Do I
part
really
goes...
have to wear this?
Well, this
Yeah.
is...
I mean, really.
Yes, you do, Tori. You lose up to 50% of your body heat through your head.
All right, you're gonna write on this board how you feel. 1 is you're okay, you're good to go, all the way up to 10, which is I think I've got hypothermia, get me out of here now.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
So well does water extract heat from our bodies, just 2 hours in water this cold could prove fatal. And just 10 minutes in, Tori's already struggling.
Let's ask him what number he's at.
5. He's colder.
In water this cold, Tori's losing body heat 32 times faster than he would normally. Paramedics are on standby.
His breathing's really getting ragged.
And the shaking's getting worse.
Oh, he's coming up. He's coming up. Okay.
Okay.
After an hour, this ninja's had enough.
Oh, that's it.
All right. Now, given that Tori's just a regular guy of average health, that is a very good performance.
It was harder than I thought it was going to be. The longer I was in there, the harder it was to breathe.
So it seems a ninja could tolerate cold water long enough to become an underwater assassin. But how feasible is their supposed weapon of choice?
I think as far as making blow darts goes, I'm totally going to kick ass.
The team has vowed to use only authentic natural materials, so it's not easy.
Bamboo grows in sections with joints, so you have to remove the bumps and notches to make sure the dart won't catch in the barrel or lose air around the sides.
Tori and Grant are done. But Carrie's decided to bend the rules a little.
You may have noticed I put a metal tube inside of my bamboo blowgun, and that might be considered cheating. I mean, metal is natural. It does come from this earth, so not entirely cheating. Okay, and whoever gets the closest gets to be the master ninja.
All right, here's dart number 1.
Tori gets 3 darts close, but no hits.
You're really accurate if you're aiming for the background.
Now, Grant's natural material blowgun has had a last-minute alteration.
Well, if you want accuracy, you should try the laser sight. Grant's got a laser sight on his.
Wait a minute.
I know!
Did ninjas have lasers?
Hey, no. Modern ninjas do.
Laser sights have some advantages and some drawbacks.
Oh, don't look out in the barrel! Don't look down the barrel! Oh!
It's a self-sabotaging blow dart gun.
With Grant down and out, all hopes rest on Carrie.
Oh! In the face! Oh!
That is in the exact center.
She's like a ninja.
Ah!
The boys are mystified until...
I totally cheated. I've got a tube in there.
What?
What?
Oh, you cheated!
Coming from the man with the laser sight!
See that? That's without cheating.
With the blowguns finished, next they'll head out to the pool, where they'll have to battle more of water's troublesome effects.
This is where it gets really hard, because underwater, refraction's gonna distort your aim.
And even if you could overcome the refraction, you still have to load the dart in the blowgun while breathing.
All right, get in the water.
The problem for our assassin will be that the Emperor she's aiming at isn't where he appears to be. That's because light travels at different speeds through water and air, getting bent as it passes from one to the other, a process called refraction. Although she's still a dead-eye shot above water,
That's right where I was going for!
under the water, Carrie is guessing where to fire.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry!
She's missed by a mile.
It's really blurry.
Whoa! You hit the pole.
It was high.
Yeah, lower your aim a little
Oh,
bit.
wow. I thought I was way lower than that.
All right, refraction aim test, take 3.
So will it be third time lucky?
Whoa!
Oh, that's a great shot.
A really good shot, and that was only your 3rd try.
Ah, the sweet smell of success.
The refraction test went so much better than I expected. I thought that maybe I could hit the target, but I didn't think I could sit underwater, see the target, and really aim for it.
In 3, 2, 1. Well, now we've tested all the elements. Now the final test is to see if we can load our dart underneath the water and then fire and hit our target.
Trouble is, once you take your mouth away, pressure makes the water rush in. And your blowgun becomes a water pistol.
I shot mine first, so I got to see what happened with both of yours. All the darts went really low, and yours didn't even make it out of the pool.
It's a blow to the myth. But Carrie could have the solution.
I was thinking of this. You've only got poison at the tip, right? So what if you have the end in your mouth and you kind of hold on to it like this with your teeth, and then you breathe through your teeth, and then you load it. That way there's never a water transition.
Sure, whatever works.
You want to try that?
We need to assassinate this guy. Okay.
So let's pucker up and see if breathing through clenched teeth is the ninja way to liquidate.
Oh, yeah! He did it! Yeah! Ninja! Yeah!
And it's not long before everyone starts hitting their groove.
Woo!
He's assassinated!
Oh, I hit him in the face!
We got him!
Yeah!
This is totally plausible. We covered all the elements.
You can survive the exposure to the cold.
And you can overcome refraction.
And you can breathe underwater while firing a blowgun.
The blow dart experiment was phenomenal. This is actually a plausible ninja myth. I'm completely surprised.
While water may be a ninja's best friend, it can be a bridge worker's worst enemy. For our third story, the MythBusters are at an old Navy shipyard with a giant crane.
Wow. Snug as a bug in a rug up here.
To test the myth that if a bridge worker falls from a huge height into water, they might be able to survive by dropping a hammer in to break their fall.
I guess this is based on the idea that if you fall from a really large height, hitting water is pretty much like hitting concrete. I mean, it doesn't move out of the way like we expect it to. It actually resists impact at that speed.
Yeah, and so by throwing a weight in front of you,
You're going to break the surface tension or possibly simply aerate the water to where it slows your deceleration down. You don't stop so quickly because that stop is what kills you.
So we'll take the dummy to the top of this crane and drop him into the water a bunch of times?
That's it. Dummy's going to go swimming.
Adam is about to fit the crash test dummy Buster with a device that measures the energy generated by sudden stops.
We've got to put this in his head or in his torso, wherever it will fit. This is an accelerometer. This will measure the G-force when he hits the water. Do you want to get hit in the head? You're going to anyway.
Poor Buster. The torture for him begins with Adam carving out extra room inside him to fit the accelerometer.
I like this. I'm quite pleased with this. I just tested all the systems of the accelerometer, and they're all a go. So it's now recording events. It's probably recorded more than a few jostles on the way out here.
Although not as dense as the ground, water is still dense enough to create a fatal impact. They're going to drop Buster from 180 feet.
He looks good. Take him all the way up.
First, they're going to drop him without the hammer. A guide wire will keep Buster on target. And if Buster's having second thoughts, it's officially too late.
Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, no. Poor guy. Oh, no, no, no.
The force of the impact blows Buster's leg off. And if you've ever questioned Adam's dedication, I ask you, what other TV host would strip down to his underwear and jump into murky cold water to search for a crash test dummy's limb?
Oh, God.
I had absolutely no success finding the leg. I'm really disappointed about that. I really wanted to come up holding the leg. That would have been beautiful. I did a good effort, but it's gone.
And Buster's bad day is about to get worse.
3, 2, 1, go.
When, on the next drop, his remaining leg abandons ship.
Whoa! He's completely trashed. The cast aluminum of his thigh bone right here absolutely just shattered in contact with the water. It's pretty obvious that from that height, you're completely screwed.
But for a consistent experiment, they need a consistent weight. So they decide to start the whole thing over, this time with a legless Buster.
We'll do a control without legs and without a hammer, and then we'll do another one with the hammer. All cameras are rolling. It's a go.
3, 2, 1, go.
That's so radically hardcore.
Now it's hammer time. Will the froth it creates reduce the water density enough to prove the myth?
We're ready on your count.
3, 2, 1, go.
Even with the hammer falling first, Buster still registered 239 Gs. The average car crash is just 70 Gs.
3, 2, 1, go.
The Gs increase on the next drop.
You know, if I was a crash test dummy, I think that would have hurt more than any of the other falls.
Go.
And an almost identical result for the final hammer drop.
Go.
To get a full data set, they take the hammer off and drop Buster twice more. It's not looking good for Buster or the myth.
We got a good control of 3 drops without the hammer and 3 drops with the hammer. That's a reasonable data set to make an assessment. Yeah, there's effectively no difference in the length of that curve, just between 200 and 300 Gs. Even if the hammer helped a little bit, when he hits the water, he's going 60 miles per hour plus, which is like twice the speed that they test auto crashes at.
And the bottom line, our data doesn't show any effect of the hammer at all.
No, it doesn't. I would say that this myth is busted.
I'd agree.
While water can definitely make an impact,
that would have been beautiful.
For a true disaster, you need meteorological mayhem. Cue the first of our weather-related myths.
What do we got?
All right. So the myth is that during a tornado, glass can get sucked out of a window and travel so fast that if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time,
Let me translate. Could glass whipped up by a tornado really cut off a person's head? Don't worry, they won't be using a real human neck. Instead, they get a pork neck and sew on a fake head. Meet Neckman.
So our plan is pretty simple. We're gonna take turns flinging panes of glass at Neckman. And this is the glass. It measures 12 inches by 12 inches by 1/8 inch thick. But most importantly, it conforms to the residential building code of houses that are actually in Tornado Alley.
The only thing cruder than this test is Carrie's aim.
That was not anywhere close to the net.
Holy crap! Are we gonna need to order some more glass?
The problem here is not just accuracy, it's speed. Maxing out at a disappointing 30 miles an hour means Carrie's not even reaching a 4-0 tornado. Next up to the plate, it's Grant's turn.
I guess you can have a worse shot.
You guys okay? Everybody okay?
Grant's faster, but no better at aiming. If he can just get focused.
Whoa, nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Still not enough to cut the head off.
It may indeed have been a giant pain in the neck, but a decapitation at 50 miles an hour, it wasn't. Tori is this test's last shot.
Here we go.
Oh, nice.
Good shot.
Correct shot.
That was great.
Tori nails the perfect shot, but the high speed reveals a very imperfect result.
Look at that, you got 68 miles an hour.
And it hit right on the neck. But look at it, the glass just completely shatters. I mean, it was going fast, and we hit it, but it didn't cut the head off.
The Force 1 tornado pane hits dead center, but it's the glass that gives way and not the neck, meaning with this glass and this method, decapitation is impossible.
I mean, throwing a piece of glass accurately, even at low speeds, is very difficult, and the pieces of glass keep shattering.
All right, well, what if we try this? What if we take our head and neck, put it on the runway, and then we attach a sheet of glass to a vehicle horizontally, drive at the neck, and then release the glass before it hits the neck?
Yes.
I love it, let's do it.
Out at the runway, Grant's figured out they won't have to drive as fast as a tornado to run a decent test.
What we can do is simulate the kinetic energy of a smaller piece of glass flying at those speeds using this giant piece of glass. This has a lot more mass. Now this piece, traveling at only 80 miles per hour, has the same kinetic energy as our smaller piece, traveling at over 300 miles per hour. I call that extreme tornado speed.
Grant's right, and it's over to Carrie to explain why.
Tori's 450-gram pane of glass flung at 70 miles an hour had a kinetic energy of around 220 joules. If that glass had been traveling at an F5 tornado speed of 300 miles an hour, it would have had the energy of over 4,000 joules. Now, because the truck can only drive 80 miles an hour, to get a 4,000 joule hit, you need a heavier piece of glass. So how heavy? 6.5 kilograms. But will that cause a decapitation?
That's one big piece of Tornado Alley code glass. And to put it to work, Tori's built a rig that looks lethal.
So this is the Super Tornado Decapitation Rig. So I built this steel structure that we've attached to the truck. On the end of it is a piece of glass being held oh so gently by these foam blocks. When we hit the neck, the styrofoam will break and the glass will act as if it's flying through the air.
With Neckman's neck on the line,
Holy mackerel! Look at that tornado!
it's all systems go.
Yeah!
You ready?
Ready?
Okay, This is Neckman versus the large piece of glass in 3, 2, 1.
Not wanting the glass to slip loose, Tori gently accelerates up to 80 miles an hour.
Here comes. That's what I was gonna say.
Now is the time I feel compelled to yell, duck!
No! Whoa! Wow, that was almost no hesitation whatsoever.
That was gruesome. I mean, there was no resistance. The head just came off.
All right, let's check it out.
But after looking at the high speed, they're worried that even with the hair trigger on the clasp, the momentum of the car is having an effect. So it's back to the shop to devise a new method of accelerating glass to tornado speed.
So how exactly are we going to accelerate a piece of glass very quickly? Well, the first step is to take a bunch of these caster wheels and flip them upside down like this, so that we have a low-friction surface to slide our glass on. It's like a little conveyor belt for potentially deadly glass. At the end of this line, these two tires go on an axle, which is connected to an electric motor. Yeah, that ought to do it. That's gonna spin at really high speed. Now, a second set of wheels is going to go on top, and that's gonna form a sandwich. You're gonna love this. So that when the sheet of glass comes in, the wheels are gonna catch it and whoosh, send it out at tornado speed.
Now, we're hoping that this machine is going to actually help us with our speed and accuracy. But like most of Grant's truly intimidating-looking rigs, we don't know what it's going to do until we do a few tests.
And that glass is going to be twice as thick and twice as heavy as the glass the guys first threw.
All right, calibration test, full power.
And go!
Woohoo!
Yes.
Maybe too much power.
Instead of throwing the glass, the machine smashed it to smithereens.
Shoot.
That was awesome.
But a quick nip and tuck, and it's good for take 2.
3, 2, 1.
The machine worked like a charm, flinging the window wannabe at 70 miles an hour. And that means it's Neckman's curtain call.
Chin up, buddy. It's very important. Keep your chin up for this one.
You ready to get your head cut off?
All right, fire it up. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. I think we've got decapitation.
That is unquestionable.
We did it. We confirmed this myth. We got decapitation. It's incredible to think that a small piece of glass with hardly any mass at all, going only 70 miles an hour, which is a mild tornado, is enough to cut your head off.
Now, we know one of the ways strong winds can kill you. But next, Adam and Jamie are going to investigate how to survive a tornado.
So our question is, how are you going to keep yourself from getting blown away in a strong wind?
Storm chasers usually opt for an armored vehicle. But if you're outside with nowhere to run or hide, then surely you're toast. Well, not if the MythBusters can somehow build a personal tornado protection device. Their device will need to be portable, protect from flying debris, and handle winds of at least F3 intensity, or 135 miles per hour. If they don't get this right, it'll be quite a blow to the MythBusters' egos.
The plan is this. I'm going to be making what amounts to a low-slung, it's my baby, streamlined and very heavily armored tent. Oh, yeah. Now it's starting to look serious. It's got armored panels, it's got aluminum tent poles.
Okay, everyone be quiet. It's Jamie's nap time now.
It's got a heavy-duty fabric. You crawl inside, and you're safe.
That is awesome.
And with the addition of a spike base that will secure it into the ground,
That is what says I'm not going anywhere in a few hundred miles an hour wind.
That works.
it's ready for some testing. Well, not quite now.
Before we test our tornado shield, we need something to compare it to. That's called a control, and that control is called
Adam Savage. I'm going to stand here directly in the wind stream until I can't stand no more, and that will be the point at which we test the tornado shield.
But with no tornado in the forecast, Adam has an intimidating alternative.
It's not every day you stand behind a freaking jet! However, I can step out of the wind stream of the jet's engine at any time, and they can cut it in a moment's notice or a second's notice, so I guess there's nothing to do but proceed.
Okay, fire that puppy up.
For safety, the pilot starts the thrust at just 20%, which allows Adam to heave himself to his start point. Once there, the pilot ramps up the thrust. 30% is 100 miles per hour for our fearless Mythbuster. 40%, 110. 50%, 120, and he's still holding. But when the wind hits 130, he gets a knockdown blow. Like a feather in front of a fan, Adam stood no chance.
How you doing?
I'm good. That was awesome.
Without any protection, Adam lost control at about 130 miles an hour. Now it's time to test the tornado shield.
And just like that, Jamie unpacks his tent and gets ready for the wildest camping trip imaginable.
All right, here's the first test of the human tornado shield. Go ahead and start the engines.
I can hear the engines going up. We're all good.
Like last time, the pilot ups the thrust in increments.
There comes the wind.
Yeah, now he feels it.
One design flaw of the shield is that Jamie can't see out of it. We can only imagine how terrifying it must be as the pilot ups the ante.
The tail end of this thing is whipping around a little bit, but feels okay.
The shield holds up well as the wind creeps beyond 130, but suddenly, things take a turn for the worse. The suit tears away, and Jamie is left vulnerably exposed. The pilot cuts the engine almost immediately, but like some sort of cyborg, Jamie survives intact.
I was fine. The tornado shield wasn't. They just like all the...
As the wind hit 135, the suit went AWOL, but the pilot cut the engines before any real harm was done.
Problem comes when things start to flap a lot. And at that point, it started to kind of move around to where it actually moved away from me.
But once Jamie collects the shield from the other side of the airport,
It's still all there. Looks like a pin fell out.
it seems all is not lost.
Jamie's gonna make some modifications. He's gonna get right back on that horse and get in front of that jet. That's the spirit.
This was the problem. These things right here, I made pivots so that the whole thing could fold up neatly. They're what actually holds the whole thing to the ground. Because they pivoted, they were allowed to move and they let go of the actual shield. So we're gonna actually bolt them in place and bolt them to the shield. They won't let go this time, and I think I'll stay in place.
So Jamie's going to repitch his tent, and he's more optimistic than ever that his design will use the wind pressure itself to keep him from flying away.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back by popular demand, it's Jamie Heineman in Tornado Shield 2, the Back to the Drawing Board Tour. Jamie, take it away. All right, start those engines. Jamie sounds really impatient in there. He's like, I'm still standing by, as if we've, like, forgotten about him.
I can smell the exhaust. Here we go. It's getting scary.
At 110 miles per hour, Jamie's finding it a breeze.
It's all good. Snug as a bug.
So the wind speeds increased to 130.
Okay, now it's picking up a little bit. Still good.
He's now experiencing 130.
I'm still fine. It's getting like hell in here, though.
With With the suit holding up, the pilot puts the pedal to the metal, increasing the speed to 180. Jamie and the suit are clinging on for dear life, but that seems to be working.
That's 180 miles per hour! I'm cutting it! All right, cut it!
Incredibly, Jamie and his suit successfully survived an F4 tornado. It's absolutely mission accomplished.
That was 180 miles an hour.
Yeah, baby! 180! It's like... It's just flat out terrifying. There's absolutely nothing you could do with that kind of power, except hold on and hope that the rig holds, and by golly, it held.
It held.
It held. I was waiting for the claw to let what's going to let go, but nothing did. It just, I was getting beaten by the surface of this thing.
Wow.
Like being spanked.
The high speed shows just how intense that was. With ice chunks hitting and a 180-mile-an-hour wind, the prototype stood strong.
Nothing prepared me for how devastating that wind was, and our tornado shield, with only one modification, held its ground in 180-mile-per-hour winds with nothing holding it down except some spikes, keeping it from sliding. That is amazing.
I don't know that everybody in the tornado belt is going to want to carry one of these things around, but we saw what happened to an unprotected person. And the simple fact is that if you had one of these and you got in it in a tornado, you'd be safe.
Next, Carrie, Tori, and Grant have hail on the horizon.
All right, so this is an old fisherman's myth. Now, the story goes that a hailstorm can be so intense that it can actually sink a boat.
Does the hail penetrate the boat and make it sink because there's holes in it? Or does it fill up with hail and it sinks because it loses buoyancy?
Don't know, but that's what we're gonna find out.
First, they're going to find out if hail has enough mass to punch a hole in a boat's hull. Carrie's at San Francisco Ice Company on a chilly mission, where science is best served cold.
Hail balls!
And while Carrie's been prepping the ammo, Tori's tracked down the target.
Avast, you scallywags!
To give this myth a fighting chance, we've opted for a single-hulled boat. And by using all the most common materials, we've covered all our bases.
Those common boat hull materials are wood, fiberglass, and aluminum. Will icy projectiles be able to pierce any of them?
And that's where the cannon comes in.
Oh my God, that is ridiculous.
How long is this?
40 feet.
But at hailstone terminal velocity of 80 miles an hour,
That looks solid. It's like snow glitter.
hurricane strength 150 miles an hour,
Looked like it did some damage, but did not punch a hole through it.
and even at tornado strength 300 miles an hour,
What?
Good hit, but no hole.
they can't get penetration on any of the hulls.
Not a hole.
Yeah, that is definitely not a hole. And you're looking at a hail ball that's traveling 300 miles an hour.
So that method of boat sinking is busted. But could the sheer weight of multiple hailstones sink a boat?
Rough seas ahead!
They've got a plan for one hell of a hailstorm.
We're gonna throw a boat in the water, we're gonna make a huge storm, and we're gonna see what happens.
And they'll wrestle up that record-breaking storm courtesy of a freezer truck and a conveyor belt.
All right, that looks good.
It's time to break the ice.
Here comes the hail!
Woo, it's coming down in buckets. All right, that's 100 pounds.
So we know the record amount of hailfall in an afternoon is 4 feet.
That's 200 pounds. Keep it coming.
So what we're gonna do is fill up our boat completely to the lip with hail.
400 pounds.
If it sinks, this myth is plausible, but if it doesn't sink, this myth is busted.
I can see the boat's starting to dip a little.
With the ice already 3 feet deep, the boat is surprisingly buoyant, and Grant knows why.
Here's the catch. See, the ice that we have, it's not just one big block. It's a bunch of little pieces. 500 pounds of hail, and it's still floating, which means that air can get in the middle. So you're not entirely displacing the air as you would with water. All right, that's 600 pounds. But you can stack the ice higher than the edge of the boat. So at this point, it's not entirely obvious what's going to happen.
So because ice can't fill every crack and displace all the air, if the guys stand any chance of sinking that boat,
1,500 pounds, still floating.
they'll need to pile that hail high. That extra mass may overcome the boat's buoyancy.
All right, that is a whole entire pallet of ice.
That's a ton of ice.
Yeah, and it doesn't even look close to sinking.
So while the boat's in thick ice, the Myth is on thin ice. So they ramp it up to match levels of the most extreme hailstorm in history.
How's it going, Grant?
Are we almost there? Yeah, we're at 2,500 pounds. It's just a few more inches above water.
But by topping it up with more ice,
All right, we're at 2 tons. It gets more towards the back. Yeah, right there.
the boat finally starts to list. And then,
It's sinking!
That's crazy!
We're sinking the boat with 2 tons of ice!
at last, she's going down. And while the scale of the hail may be unfeasibly large, it is, finally, mission accomplished.
We sunk a boat with hail! That's cool!
Or is it?
Whoa!
I think we got a problem.
It's coming back up!
Why is the boat not sinking all the way down to the bottom?
Like a phoenix from the ashes, the boat rises from its watery grave.
Maybe there's an air pocket.
So the guys hit the boat with everything they've got.
That's the last of the ice. That's 6,000 pounds down there.
It's still floating. That is incredible.
But why did the boat bounce back? And why is it still not sunk after 3 tons of frozen freight?
So we piled our ice onto the boat, piled it on, piled it on. It's going lower and lower in the water until finally the edge dipped under the surface of the water and it started filling up and it started to sink. And then it popped back up. What the heck is going on? Well, ice floats. So once it hit the water, the ice actually started to support its own weight and was no longer pushing down.
When water flooded into the boat, the ice started to float, which meant it was no longer pushing down the boat. And so it rose from the water, meaning that sinking by hail is a fail.
All right, yeah, we did technically sink the boat, but look at how much hail it took. That's a totally unrealistic amount.
And even with this salvaged, falling apart boat, it didn't entirely sink.
This one's busted. Busted.
Please do not try what you are about to see at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too exciting.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes,
It's scientific!
testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity,
This one hurt a bit.
shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. In this episode, the MythBusters are getting swept up in the science of turbulence, using planes, trains, and tornadoes.
Oh dear, here we go.
Then they'll put their bodies on the line to discover escape routes that could save your life.
It's going down. Here we go.
In our first story, the MythBusters are going to investigate if a vortex caused by a fast-moving train can suck a commuter off the platform onto the rails.
have an original idea. Let's start in the small scale. Let's go find like a model train and build a wind tunnel and do some testing to see if you actually even have any suction.
Once a start has been made on constructing a wind tunnel, Carrie and Tori get all steamed up in search of a mini train.
What's the scale on this?
This is 1/29th scale.
People doing aerodynamic tests on trains, 1/25th, 1/29th, around this. This is the perfect scale for wind tunnel tests.
They know what scale they need, but with this many trains, getting exactly the right one takes some choosing.
Remember the golden rule.
What's that?
You never have too many trains.
Back at Grant Central Station, our station master is busy making a wind tunnel, and it's a breeze.
What they use in regular commercial wind tunnels is a honeycomb. It's many densely packed small holes.
These holes reduce turbulence from the wind source and smooth out the airflow. And he's found a cut-price substitute for a high-tech honeycomb. Drinking straws, 47,000 of them. And with the wind tunnel ready to blow, it's time to get set for the test.
There are 3 areas that we're going to be looking at. There's a high-pressure zone right in front of the train at the nose, the slipstream, which is a thin layer of air going over the sides, and then right at the back of the train, a low-pressure area called the wake. Hopefully with this, we'll be able to see smoke swirling around at the back, which would tell us that it's getting sucked into there.
Could this swirling ultra-low pressure vortex, kind of a mini tornado, be powerful enough to pull someone off their feet and onto the rails?
I'll turn on the smoke.
The team's wind tunnel works a treat.
Yeah.
Right there, little cyclone.
That's good. I see the little vortex.
We're getting a lot of vortex at the end here.
The high-speed camera confirms that the smoke is being drawn in. This train really does suck.
And that's exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Based on the experiments that we have just seen today, I really do believe it's possible for somebody to be sucked off a platform.
But will the results translate to full scale? A little bit of pulling power shows that it'll take around 70 pounds per square inch of force to knock someone over. To translate that force to a gust of wind, they'll use an air pressure cannon.
I don't think it's gonna push me over. But then I've been wrong before.
Now remember, they're not just doing this for fun. If they can work out what kind of wind speed and air pressure knocks Tori off his feet, they'll have some data to crunch when they get to play with a full-size train.
What we're gonna do is set Tori up just as if he were standing on a railway platform waiting for a train. So in other words, he's not gonna be braced and ready to be hit. He's just gonna be standing on his feet just like anyone would be standing.
With an anemometer to measure wind speed, Tori is braced for bad news. The 30 psi gust rustles up a wind speed of 25 miles per hour. And Tori is slightly unbalanced. Now, the guys want to ramp it up.
Let's do 100 psi.
Easy, Tiger. How about 50?
It blew my cover off. Whoa!
Tori's still standing, but only just. That 50 psi shot of air notched up a wind speed of 46 miles per hour. And Tori struggled to stay standing. It looks like the team have their knockout numbers. But the big question is, can a full-scale train generate a vortex that powerful? Fortunately for Tori, he won't be the one standing on the platform to find out. That job goes to Buster's ballistic gel brother, Ted.
207 pounds. He's a big boy.
Now, with a head on Ted, we're back on track.
I was very pessimistic about this myth until I saw the size of this train. It's huge. I can't believe anybody's gonna give us something this big to play with.
Ted's moved into position, and his expression says it all. The last thing to do before the potentially lethal drive-by is to set up Grant's wind gauges. A honk heralds the start of the test, and as the train hits its legal speed limit of 79 miles per hour, Ted takes a tumble.
That was awesome! But was it suction or was it more just the gust of air that pushed him over?
The replay seems to indicate that Ted got blown over, but not sucked onto the tracks. They'll need to try again. This time, the train will be going backwards, with the blunt end leading and the aerodynamic engine at the rear. Incredibly, Ted is still standing. He wasn't even blown back, and Grant's battery of wind gauges reveals the reason why.
On our first run, with the train coming this way,
Yeah.
and the aerodynamic tip leading,
Yeah.
we had parallel to the train, wind speed of 49.9. The second run, with the flat end leading coming this way, 26.8.
Whoa.
So the wind speed on that run was actually less.
So according to the figures from the cannon tests, both runs generated enough wind to make a typical guy stumble. But it's all blowing straight out or parallel to the track. After it passes, he's not pulled back at all.
I'm definitely not seeing any suction. All that turbulence is parallel.
Despite some incredible wind speeds being generated, there's only one conclusion.
Oh, it's busted.
Totally busted.
But still really, really dangerous to stand that close.
You don't want to stand very close to the train.
Do not want to be there.
In our next story, the MythBusters are going to test if vehicles used by storm chasers can really handle tornado-strength winds.
This season specifically, they're expecting to encounter higher winds than they've ever found before, and they want us to help them determine just how tornado-proof their vehicles really are.
Can we break them?
No one has yet told me that we can't.
Well, if first impressions are anything to go by, this one looks like it's unbreakable.
This is a tornado intercept vehicle, or TIV for short. Specifically, this is the TIV 2.
It's built on a modified truck chassis, and it has 10,000 pounds of composite armor.
Its 2¼ inch thick skin is composed of layers of aluminum, Kevlar, aluminum, steel, rubber, polycarbonate, rubber, and aluminum.
Its windows are made of about an inch of glass and polycarbonate.
In addition to its regular armor, it's also got 4 hydraulic panels, which can be lowered all the way to the ground to prevent high-speed winds from getting underneath the vehicle and creating lift.
It has a couple of 40-inch long spikes that anchor it to the ground.
And it all adds up to the state-of-the-art in tornado preparedness and research.
Vehicle number 2 is the equally intimidating Dominator. But believe it or not, their owners aren't convinced they can handle a full-strength tornado.
Well, this vehicle has withstood winds up to 145 miles per hour, but we'd like to know what the outer limits are.
So can you guys make us a tornado to test both of our vehicles?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Why such confidence, I hear you ask? That'd be because they already rented a fully operational jumbo jet.
This is our tornado. Oh, it may look like a 747 to you, but to us, it's the perfect experimental platform.
All we got to do is push on this lever.
And this engine spins up, putting out 45,150 pounds of thrust.
And out comes a tornado.
Before they drive vehicles in, let's see what winds this jet engine is capable of.
This first run with the engines is all about data gathering. What kind of wind speeds can we expect? And that's where this device comes in. These gauges are wind speed indicators from airplanes, and they're connected to a pair of pitot tubes that are also normally bolted to airplanes, like the one behind me. When we turn on the one behind me, these pitot tubes connected to the wind speed indicators monitored by the camera are going to tell us precisely what wind speeds we're getting from that engine at 4 feet off the ground and at 4 inches off the ground, at 140 feet from the engine and 190 feet from the engine.
Once the guys know the wind speed at certain distances from the engine, they can put the storm chaser vehicles in place with a degree of predictability.
Let's see what kind of wind speeds these things can produce.
All right.
The pilot puts the pedal to the metal. The noise goes through the roof, and the 45,000 pounds of thrust equals instant blizzard.
I have to say, that was remarkable. To be behind one of those jet engines when it's going full bore, magnificent.
At 140 feet, the wind speed measured 200 miles per hour. At 190 feet, it was 130. Now the guys want to run tests at 160 and 250 miles per hour. which translates to 175 and 125 feet behind the engine. They're starting with a regular car to see how that can weather the weather.
So Reed, right about here, it's going to be going 160 miles an hour when they fire that jet up. Can you put that in context, what that means?
Yeah, that's about a mid-range EF3 tornado for us, and that's the enhanced Fujita scale, and that's a strong tornado, and it would cause serious damage to a house, likely lifting the roof off.
Let's see what it does to the car.
Okay, turn to number 3.
The pilot flips the switch marked Unleash Hell. And a couple of seconds later, that's exactly what happens. The car is quite literally a pushover.
Our fake tornado blew the car about 50 feet, and it blew the hood off the car, which is now about a quarter mile away from where it started. Now, if you'd been in that car, you would have survived, but the brown pants factor, sky high.
You guys ready to put the TIV-2 and the Dominator to the test?
Definitely.
Yeah, let's do it.
Undeterred by test 1, it's full steam ahead.
I feel like I'm living out my fantasy of being in a post-apocalyptic thriller film.
The TIV-2 is rolled into place.
Beautiful.
And next we nominate the Dominator.
It has bomb-proof coating atop 16-gauge steel, polycarbonate windows, and hydraulics that allow the vehicle to drop to the ground so no wind can get underneath.
So what's the top wind speed it's been in?
We measured 155.2 miles per hour in a tornado in Wyoming last year.
Well, we're going to do it at 160. What do you think?
I think it could definitely handle it.
Said with the kind of confidence only 16-gauge steel can give you.
Let's do it.
All right, fire up those engines. Oh dear, here we go.
At first, 160 miles an hour seems like plain sailing until...
Oh, my door! My door!
The TIV's door gets blown open. But luckily for Sean, nothing else moves a micron.
That would have been a wild ride. Thank you, that was awesome. We made it.
So it's job done. Other than a flawed door, the vehicle's held firm. But on MythBusters, you just know 4 simple words are coming.
Let's ramp it up.
This time we're going to dial it all the way up to 250 mile an hour winds, which is the equivalent of a EF5 tornado, the highest rating there is. That kind of wind will strip a house clean off right down to its foundation, and we're going to see what it does to this car. Okay, regular car, 250 miles an hour. Fire it up.
From 0 to hero, the jet soon reaches full throttle, whereupon the car tumbles like a toy. It's a case of now you see it, now you don't. Since just 2 seconds after takeoff, the car is 250 feet away.
Oh, it picked that car right up and took it quite a ways.
It did. You think your cars will fare a little better?
Definitely.
But as their cars get into position, there's a sense that unshakable confidence is finally beginning to crack.
This has never happened to this vehicle before. And of course, something you spent your life working on, that being damaged in front of you, in front of everybody, it's horrifying.
He's right. This could be horrific. Pass me the popcorn.
Let's fire it up.
Once again, the source of the force is fired up. And a moment later, a 250 mile per hour wind storms through. The TIV, with its anchor points, barely moves. But then suddenly, the Dominator starts to lose its footing. It slides in the Force 5.
Oh my God!
But thanks to its lower chassis, the wind can get underneath it to lift it up or topple it over. They both survive.
Nice. Thank you for not destroying my vehicle.
Well, that's great. Even though it went sideways, it stayed firmly on the ground. It never got under it.
Yeah, I think there was always some downward force there, which is good. That was a great test.
The high speed shows the strain both vehicles were under. And although one did move, this 250 mile per hour test was clearly survivable. The Dominator only suffered a bent license plate. But it's the TIV that really testifies to the test's power.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Yeah, they're bowing. the hydraulic piston, that anchor that goes in the ground, it's bent. Force of that wind actually bent something that was rated to 9,500 pounds. Wow.
In the fury of the Force 5, the Tiv's anchor points bent under pressure. But even so, the occupants would have survived. And that means it's mission accomplished for the MythBusters. The Storm Chaser chariots are proven tornado-proof. Next, Carrie, Tori, and Grant are winging it.
So I'm sure you've seen birds flying in a V.
Yeah.
Okay, well, supposedly they do that because it's more energy efficient, which leads into our myth. If it works for birds, can it work for planes?
So do you actually save fuel by flying in a V formation?
Exactly.
As a bird's wing moves through the air, it creates a wingtip vortex. These low-pressure spinning cones of air create upwash, giving the bird behind a boost and making it easier to stay aloft. But will planes in formation get that same boost? Before using a real plane, Carrie's built a scale model one and is going to test it at a NASA water tunnel to figure out the aerodynamics.
Okay, model's in place.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and turn the dye flow on.
I can start to see it, like, create kind of a tube.
There's an upward motion from this spiral that's putting the following airplane in upwash.
So being in the upwash of the vortex is creating lift and making it easier for the plane to fly, therefore becoming more fuel efficient.
Exactly.
The resulting upwash makes it easier for the follow plane to stay aloft.
So look at these planes in formation. This myth is looking really good to me.
It's time to play Top Gun pilot, with a golden opportunity for Tori to say something really cool.
Let's conserve some fuel.
All right, we're gonna start with the control test. We have 9 planes that are gonna fly in a random pattern at different altitudes. We're gonna establish a set speed of 110 knots. Now, we're gonna fly for 10 minutes, and every 30 seconds, I'm gonna write down a data point for their flow rate, and we're gonna establish a baseline, and then we can compare all our other results to it.
I feel the need for data.
And we are off the ground.
All right, let's start the 10-minute clock now. Every 30 seconds, I'm gonna take down a data point.
What they're looking for is to measure how much fuel is used when the planes are flying at 110 knots in random positions.
Flow rate holding around 7 to 7.9 gallons per hour. This is a great control test. There's a lot of sexy data we got going here.
After 10 minutes, the test is over.
We made it!
Back on solid ground, the results of the control are in.
So for the control test in my plane, cruising along at 110 knots at an altitude of approximately 4,000 feet, as you can see in the graphics, we get an average fuel consumption of 6.6 gallons per hour.
And the data for the other planes is similar. Fuel rate varies, but what's key is that the formation results for each plane will be compared against this baseline.
Now it's time to try out a few formations and see if that makes a difference.
This myth is all about the fuel efficiency of the V. But that's not the only formation that could save fuel. For a complete set of results, they'll also test the side-by-side and the conga line. But the first formation for our squad of 9 planes is the mythical V.
All right, let's start the 10-minute clock now.
Flow rate is now 6.8. Remember, we are flying in the vortices of the airplane in front of us.
And although it creates lift, it's also very unstable.
We went a little bit too far in, and we started getting sucked in towards the lead plane. And if you're too far out, yeah, you get no gain at all.
After 10 minutes, the test comes to an end.
And looking at the numbers, it's already apparent that flying in the V formation saves you more fuel than flying without it.
So, for Tori's plane at least, it's myth confirmed. But before they properly crunch the numbers, they're trying 2 other options. First, the side-by-side formation.
And that's basically wingtip to wingtip.
There's some turbulence caused by the planes being so close together.
Now in formation, the data collection begins again.
About 2 minutes in, and we're using 6.18 gallons per hour.
It's unnerving being at such close proximity, and the team are relieved when the 10 minutes are up.
Right now we are moving into position to set up for the conga line.
For the final test, the planes move into single file.
We just went from a nice, easy, smooth flight to a roller coaster ride. Because we are now flying through the other plane's rotor wash, and it's very turbulent. Oh, oh, whoa, ho, ho.
It's a rotor wash roller coaster in the name of fuel efficiency.
2 minutes in, we have 6.35 gallons.
But the turbulence of this test is making the others look tame.
Oh my ear. Ah! I hate the conga line.
After the bumpiest 10 minutes of their lives, the MythBusters can finally touch down.
Good news, we've got some data. Better news, we're still alive.
Back on terra firma, it's time to check which of the formations saved fuel. And after a bumper number crunch, the results are in.
All the control baselines are roughly similar, but what's really interesting is the formation fly. In the conga line, the fuel usage went way up by as much as 18%. In the side-by-side, the fuel usage was pretty much the same as the control, maybe a fraction lower, but not significantly so. But then there's the V. Now, both mine and Tori's planes saved fuel. We were 5% and 3% more efficient than the baseline. But interestingly, even Carrie's plane, which was the lead plane, saved fuel, which is what studies on birds have also reflected.
Good data that can only lead to one conclusion.
This myth is confirmed. We saw it work in theory in the water tunnel. We saw it work in practice in the air.
In a large scale, that actually translates to a lot of money.
This might be the way to fly in the future.
It's confirmed.
They've survived a flight of fancy. But for our first escape-themed myth, the MythBusters will have to survive a living nightmare. It's a chilling movie scene. The heroine gets nailed into a coffin and buried alive 6 feet under. Escape seems impossible, unless, of course, you're a trained martial arts assassin. Undeterred by being interred, she uses a series of 3-inch power punches, cracks open the casket, worms through the soil, and lives to take her revenge. But is such a death-defying deed really doable? To test the first part of this myth, the team are going to sock it to a sensor, hooked up to Grant's computer and strapped to a boxing bag.
You ready for the fury?
Time to measure what power punch the guys can pack. Our very own Italian stallion shapes up first with a full-arm jab.
Go. Nice.
Ooh, look at that.
Okay, stand by. Okay, so it looks like your peak there was 1,430 pounds.
Ooh.
But remember, the heroine only has 3 inches of punch space in the coffin.
Did it register?
It did register. 781 pounds peak.
What? Are you serious?
And the punchline? Boom Boom Balachi, 785 pounds. Knuckles Byron, 362 pounds. And Iron Man Imahara, 612. The trio are unable to punch their way out of a paper bag, so they head off to test a real punching pro. Martial arts maestro, John Fitch.
Ready, set, go!
With a round arm right, John Fitch fetches a healthy result.
Okay, so your peak punch force was 7,144 pounds.
Holy crap.
Not too bad.
Fitch throws a fist 5 times harder than Boom Boom's best blow. But the real test has to be at 3 inches while lying down. It's this punch that's key to the myth.
And again.
So what's the verdict?
So check this out. Your force on your back at coffin height, 1,482 pounds.
So a trained fighter can short punch with 1,500 pounds of force. And now it's time for the team to bury themselves into this myth with a pine box made to graveyard specifications, except for a viewing window. And on the other side of the ring, Grant makes himself handy, constructing a robotic punching machine.
I call it the Robo-Fist. Here's how it works. First, air comes into the regulator, gets regulated to whatever pressure I want, gets stored in an air tank. The air tank goes to a high flow valve that lets air go really fast. That gets split into two tubes that go down to the bottom of the piston. Now, when those fire, these two valves allow air to come out very quickly and goes whoo, very fast. 3, 2, 1. I think it's working.
That means Robo-Fist is ready for a test.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. So, at 185 PSI, the robot is punching at 1,430 pounds, which is exactly in the range that John Fitch can punch. And it's punching at the right speed.
It's time to put Robo-Fist in the casket.
This is how they do it in Hollywood, Gary. Ah, that gotta hurt.
The nails in this coffin. Meanwhile, Carrie's worked out the correct punch-to-air ratio, if you get buried alive.
After about 45 minutes, you're gonna lose air inside your casket and you're gonna pass out. Now, John Fitch says that he can punch about 20 times per minute. So we figure the parameters for our myth should be set at about half an hour or 600 punches. If you can't get out after 600 punches, well, you might not be getting out.
But to test the myth properly, this casket needs to be 6 feet under, and with 12,000 pounds of dirt up top.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Robo-Fist starts swinging.
Look at it, it's already starting to crack the lid. Every time he pushes up, dirt falls in through the crack.
Almost immediately, the coffin splits. But even after repeated hits, the wood is not breaking into pieces. And after 600 forceful punches, there's no escapable hole.
This is not looking good for this myth. It's looking busted.
But Tori hasn't thrown in the towel on this myth. He wants to see if he can crawl through the dirt, in the unlikely case of a lucky break.
All right, so this is the trap door. It's gonna open like that, and then we'll start digging our way out.
In this test, he'll be just 2 feet under. But let's hope he's not digging his own grave. Tori puts on a special crush suit for his best chance of not dying.
Try to stop the dirt from compressing my lungs.
And most important, a fire brigade breathing apparatus.
Go. Is this how Houdini died?
Careful in there.
Tori slides into the casket and prepares to be buried alive.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, I'm gonna open the door slowly.
All of a sudden, this seems like a horrible idea.
Carrie releases the trap door, exactly as if he'd been able to punch a hole in that coffin lid.
Wow, this is freaky.
Okay, keep going. Yeah, keep going.
As the trickle of dirt becomes an avalanche, it's panic stations below.
Whoa, stop.
I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm all right.
The 2 feet of dirt has caved in on Tori, but there's a bonus. It's opened up a rabbit hole above.
Daylight. Woo! I'm alive!
At 2 feet under, escape is just conceivable. But what about 6 feet? This time, the dirt's on Grant. And so he doesn't die, his plan is to sit up, not lie down in the coffin.
Okay, Carrie, go ahead.
And it's a good thing he does. Thousands of pounds of soil rain down on Grant's head. And within moments, he's buried up to his neck, unable to move until the rig breaks under the pressure. But it's not the only thing broken, because this coffin escape myth is well and truly busted. Next, a classic myth turned upside down. According to Operation STAR, that's Submerged Transport Accident Research, cars sinking in water deeper than 14 feet nearly always turn turtle.
It's time to sink an upside-down car with me in it.
Adam and Jamie have tested many underwater escapes before, but the car has always been right side up. So they're gonna flip this one on its head. And for the myth to be confirmed, he won't make it out without help.
That's perfect. We can lower it down.
It's as risky a stunt as they've ever attempted. So Jamie is understandably fussing the details.
Given that this is a one-shot deal, we're going to weld guide rails onto this barge so we know for sure that the car enters the water the way it's supposed to. Remember, Adam's inside this thing, and so if it goes off the barge cockeyed or anything goes wrong, it might not be pretty.
Equally ugly is the prospect of sinking all the way to the bottom. They've welded and strapped tight 2 clusters of 3 empty barrels to halt the descent at 15 feet under.
That knot right there is going to pull this car to its final resting place. But hopefully not me.
The rope is tied to the back of the car, and a 3-second tug should do the trick. And this end is Jamie's department.
Once the car leaves the end of the barge, the front of the car is going to drop quickly because that's where the engine is and it's heavy. Once that end of the car hits the water, it's going to slow down because of the water's resistance, but the back of the car is going to continue going forward because the tow truck's still pulling it. And that's how we're going to flip the car.
Adam knows it'll be a rough landing.
And the thing I'm most afraid about is actually striking my head on some part of the car and getting cut. That's actually something I've been thinking a lot about over the last couple of days, and I'm going to be working very hard towards keeping my body rigid so that I don't end up sloshing all over the place as the car does the full 180.
Jamie's fears follow roughly the same lines, but they're a little more dire.
Worst case scenario here is that both Adam and our safety diver get knocked out cold from all of this violence and this impact. I don't think that's going to happen, but that'd be a bad thing if it does.
If the myth is correct and escape is impossible, emergency air supplies are fitted fore and aft.
I think we're pretty much ready to go.
I don't think that's going anywhere.
I don't think so.
Except into the water with you.
My goal here is to go underwater, turn turtle, and get back to the surface without either breaking the window or resorting to breathable air. Staying calm, maintaining my cool, rescuing myself.
Mike, go ahead and start your engine. In 3, 2, 1, go.
The plan works to perfection as the car pitches nose first and then settles roof side down. Adam's initial fears are unfounded. Both he and the rescue diver are so far uninjured.
All right, the car's filling up. Whoa, it's definitely totally upside down. All our safety procedures are working great. It's slowly filling up. I'm definitely not going to try for the driver's side door. I'm going to try for the passenger door. I can't open the passenger door. Of course I can't, because we're still sinking.
Until the pressure between the outside and inside of the car equalizes, Adam won't be able to open any doors.
We're still about 30 seconds from having turned over.
Well, I can hear Adam making all sorts of noise inside there. I don't know what he's saying, but he appears to still be awake and intact.
It's crucial that Adam stays calm, especially as a massive curveball is coming his way. The upside-down car suddenly twists right side up.
Oh, the car's turned over again. All right, and it might turn over again once we get down because of... Okay, stay calm. Wow, the windshield is totally spraying water out at me. Woo! I have to wait until this car settles down. It is taking a long time to sink. Is that the windshield?
To Adam, it's taking forever. But in fact, it's only 60 seconds since the car hit the water. But just seconds later...
Wow, okay.
It's going down. Here we go. Oh boy.
Oh boy is right, as the car suddenly drops like a stone. It flips yet again, so it's back upside down. Remember that Adam's not wearing a dive mask, so his vision is even more blurred than this. What's more, there's no air pockets left. After a worrying period of silence, Adam finally breaks free. He figures out which way is up and swims to safety. But did he really survive? Or did he resort to a blast of emergency air?
Oh,
You all right?
oh, I'm okay. It's pretty definitive that I died right there.
That means you had to partake of the onboard air supply.
I absolutely had to partake of the onboard air supply. Oh, the car's turned over again. All right. My air pocket was changing constantly. And when it finally started to lurch and go under at the end, it went really, really, really fast. I had about 10, 15 seconds of warning. Trying to take a really deep breath, and then I tried opening the door, and at that point, I was completely out of air. It was just too stressful. You're in this super confined space. You cannot see anything. You lose all your bearings. I mean, I couldn't find the handles on the doors. The disorientation was complete.
Adam only got out with the help of canned air. So the myth that it's next to impossible to escape when the car turns turtle is confirmed.
Oh, I was never so grateful to break the surface. And while I'm really glad I did that, I have no desire to ever do that again. It was absolutely the scariest thing I've ever done on this show. Full stop, bar none, 10 on the Brown Pants Index.
Up next, an audacious homemade escapade. And this one comes straight from a crafty crook. In a hotel stakeout on the 20th floor, this bad guy was going to wing it with a makeshift chute. But could he have assembled it in just 3 hours and safely defeated gravity on the way down? The countdown has begun, and with a room full of hotel fabrics, the MythBusters are putting their criminal minds to work.
Whoa, what hotel are you staying in? The Ritz?
I don't know. This looks more like the kind of hotel where you could rent the hot tub by the hour.
Grant's working on a square parachute. Carrie is sewing sheets into a more traditional dome design. And Tori is patching together a rectangular chute.
So we're already 1 hour into this challenge, and I'm looking at the size of my parachute. I don't think this is gonna be good enough. I don't think I'm gonna get this done.
That's starting to look like a parachute.
As the deadline approaches, so do the problems.
Great, I've made a tent.
I don't think I can get this done in 3 hours.
But just as the cops would be bashing down the door...
And... time!
Done.
Done.
3 hours, 3 MythBusters, and 3 hotel rooms full of fabric later, they've got 3 parachutes ready for the drop zone. And a fall guy.
Good luck getting out.
Buster's about to be dropped 20 stories, attached to Tori's curtain chute.
Don't look so sad, buddy. You ready?
I'm ready.
For Buster to survive, the chute needs to soften his landing to a G-force of under 100 Gs.
That's something you don't see every day.
Blackout curtain parachute drop in 3, 2, 1.
Amazingly, Tori's chute deployed and slowed Buster down, but unfortunately, not enough to head off the impact. So what does the accelerometer say?
The bad news, when he hit the ground, he hit it with 160 Gs. That's well over 100 Gs, therefore Buster is dead.
It's a shame Grant's square parachute doesn't appreciate a stiff breeze.
Had to be a windy day, didn't it?
This is not looking good. Grant's got his panic face on. Things are breaking, bending, the whole frame's collapsing. We haven't even gotten in the air yet. Let go. I don't like it when he makes that face. It means things aren't going well.
But maybe it can still bring Buster down safely.
Look at that!
Here we go. This is canopy parachute. In 3, 2, 1. What?
Hey! Hey!
As it turns out, that landing was at 144 Gs, a softer blow, but still lethal. It's time to put Carrie's 6 sheets to the wind.
This is curtain parachute in 3, 2, 1.
There you go. Oh.
He had a little deployment issue.
Yeah.
Carrie's late deploying chute did decelerate Buster. But he still died. So with this myth looking busted, the MythBusters want to know if there's any way you could escape with a better made chute.
I'm gonna make small parachutes, put them on top of a big industrial fan, blow it upwards, and see which parachute is actually going to yield the best results.
We're at 1.86.
After testing all the fabric materials that might be available in a hotel, they settled on shower curtain fabric because of its lightweight and wind resistance. Grants crunched the numbers. Their chute needs to be gigantic. You'd have to steal shower curtains from 24 hotel rooms to pull this one off.
If this duct tape doesn't hold, Buster's doomed.
After using a hotel floor's worth of shower shields, this canopy caper is all stitched up.
Might work.
Shower curtains and duct tape. Who would have thought?
Next stop, 30 stories high.
Cool.
Yep, Buster's dropping another 10 floors. But first,
Take it up.
with the best chute from test version 1.
Oh, boy. In 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Look at that. Hey. Oh. Look, I'm not a doctor, but that does not look right.
Even from 30 stories, the one-room parachute is a flop. But can a 24-room shower curtain canopy do any better? Tori packs in the accelerometer.
We've taken everything we've learned from our small scale. We're gonna use our shower curtain. We've made a dome-shaped parachute. We put a hole in the top, and we have a drag chute. This time, we're gonna be dropping from 30 stories to see if Buster will actually survive. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why do you guys have a drag chute? That's no fair. Well, actually, it's my laundry bag, and I travel with it all the time.
It's crazy, but a parachute made out of shower curtains and duct tape, I think it's gonna work. Our science is sound, the calculations all work out. It works on paper. I think Buster might actually land safely.
Buster will have to find that out the hard way.
All right, here we go. Shower curtain parachute in 3, 2, 1.
Come on. Open. Open.
Do you think that might have worked?
I'm thinking, did you see how light he landed? Let's go check the data.
Yes.
Buster was on a crash course to the ground. But meters from certain death, the shower curtains opened and gently slowed his drop.
My God, am I seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, that's the peak right there.
4 Gs. Our parachute worked, and the best part is Buster received 4.2 Gs, which means not only did he survived without injury. However, the problem here is he had way more shower curtains than the criminal would have had, way more time to build it, and the criminal didn't have the engineering that we used to make this. So, even though Buster isn't busted, this myth is.
Do not try what you're about to see at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too exciting.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's
testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This one hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. This episode, the MythBusters are driven to discover the truth behind 3 driving-related myths.
Listen to that baby purr.
Then they pull over for a bathroom break to test some toilet-themed conundrums. In our first story, Jamie's got an idea to literally reinvent the wheel.
What if you put square wheels on a truck?
I would imagine it would give you the roughest possible ride. It would be the clunkiest imaginable ride.
Well, it wouldn't to start, but if you went fast enough, it'd eventually smooth out, wouldn't it?
According to Jamie's logic, at a fast enough speed, the difference between square and round wheels would disappear. If he's right, this could be the biggest transport breakthrough since the round wheel was invented around 6,000 years ago.
What I'm trying to figure out here is that if we took a wheel like this and changed it into something shaped more like this, a square, how fast would we have to go to stay on the corners like so and actually end up with a smooth ride?
The wheel will need to be incredibly strong to withstand some fairly extreme physics. And with so many individual pieces of steel, it'll need to be laser cut. And thanks to the wonders of television,
Our parts are here.
They're here.
that takes no time at all.
That is gorgeous. Man, those are so pretty.
And once the MythBusters get their heads down, their hubs are soon looking like the wheel deal.
Nice. It's a square wheel. Those 2 words shouldn't go together.
2 other things that don't go together are square and tire.
I want my square wheels.
So we're gonna jump up a size in the tires,
Slightly bigger. I hope it works.
and shim them to where they fit properly, and we'll be good to go.
I was able to just put it on by hand.
Wow.
That is a square wheel.
That is, without a doubt, a square friggin' wheel.
Thanks to their ingenuity and hard work, the MythBusters have squared the circle.
Doing that makes me nervous.
After creating another 3 ludicrous-looking wheels, the guys are in their powerful truck and off to the testing ground.
Nice day for a bouncy ride, huh?
Absolutely it is. Let's get started.
Tech dudes Jason and Scott position sensors in 3 key areas.
Good to go.
To track the vibration on the suspension, the steering column, and of course, the passengers. And with the test track set,
That looks festive.
they'll be put to use first in the round wheel control test.
In 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. 60 miles an hour. Feels pretty smooth. I think you've got a good metric. Yeah.
So we see went up to about 60 miles an hour. Steering column and the seat pad are nice low levels of vibration as we'd expect.
That looks like a really good baseline.
Yep, we expect this to go way up with the square wheels, I'd say.
With the baseline set, it's time for the weirdest wheel change in automotive history.
This is so wrong. And yet it feels so right.
You know, I don't think you'd need a parking brake with these things.
Yeah, no need to curb your wheels on a hill.
No.
No.
All 4 wheels are mounted and flat to the ground. But will they even turn, let alone get up to a speed that could be called smooth?
Let's do it.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. The moment of truth. Square wheels, smooth ride. All 4 wheels flat. In 3, 2, 1, go.
They're off to a bumpy start.
Hey, that's right out.
But as Jamie accelerates, the ride seems to get smoother. At least until it suddenly stops altogether.
Something's dreadfully wrong.
Yeah, we're sitting sideways.
Whoa! Oh, crap, Jamie. It's bad. Well, there's your problem.
What happened?
We sheared everything out of that wheel hub.
All the bolts.
All of them.
Well, at least it didn't ruin the wheels.
Yeah, exactly.
The term of art for that is one hell of a ride.
Go! Oh, oh, oh!
The methodology was to start out with just one hop, just get over 1 quarter turn and see how it felt, make sure the airbags don't go up. So Jamie did that, and then the moment that seemed okay, he floored it.
Whoa! Hey! That flew right out!
And for about 5 seconds there, it felt like we were actually getting something approaching a smooth ride. And then everything fell apart.
But even in that 15-second window, the wheels did get up enough speed to spin corner to corner. However, do the sensors confirm that it was smooth?
Well, you can definitely see some trends here. As the speed goes up, the vertical acceleration in the suspension is definitely going down. If I go to the steering column, you see the same trend. As the speed goes up, vibrational energy definitely goes down.
Well, the data is pretty compelling, and it actually seems to match what Jamie and I felt in the truck, which is that before it destroyed itself, we actually felt the ride smoothing out. There might just be something to this, so we're going to keep on testing it.
And Adam's got an idea that might be a game changer.
Now this is the orientation we had our wheels in for our most recent ride, and a bumpy ride it was. But this is not the only orientation we need to have our 4 wheels. We could mount 2 of our wheels at a 45-degree offset to the other 2, thus doubling the frequency with which one of the points of the squares hits the ground for every rotation.
He's going to test the 45-degree offset first in small scale. Then it's time to tune up the treadmill to give it a ride.
All right, let's try this.
First up, a little recap of why 4 in-sync wheels are so uncomfortable.
Ow.
But will offsetting to 45 degrees decrease the jolt factor?
Much better.
Wow. I didn't expect that to be so nice.
Let's ramp it up.
All right.
2 wheels offset diagonally at 45 degrees is a clear improvement. Back out at the track, it's time to refit the wheels.
There it is.
And this time, 2 diagonal wheels are offset by 45 degrees.
Our creation, she's ready to take life.
Well, with the sensors mounted, the MythBusters wrapped up in their safety gear,
All right, sir, you ready for this?
Ready as I'll ever be.
will they get that smoother ride fair and square?
Square wheels, smooth ride, 45-degree diamond formation in 3, 2, 1, go! Oh! Whoa! Yeah! Come on, baby! Oh, that's not bad!
To begin with, the offset wheels are smoother.
Yeah! Holy wow!
And as lead-footed Heinemann gets the truck up to speed,
Dude, this is not bad! 18 miles per hour! Keep going! Wow, come on, faster!
it continues to improve. That is, until the wheels can take it no more.
Wow! Woo-hoo-hoo! Wow! That was intense. That wasn't half bad when you got up to 20 miles an hour.
I got enough brakes, though. I think the truck didn't like it too much.
I don't think it did either. Did we lose all 4 tires?
I think so, although one of them just sort of stayed on the truck and just not on the wheel.
Once we were up to the fastest speed we could get, which turns out to be about 18 miles an hour, I have to admit that I am impressed with how smooth that ride was. It was smoother than I thought it was going to be. Let's put it that way.
Adam thinks the ride evened out, but was it enough to ever be called smooth?
Well, here's your speed in red, and you can see where you kind of slowed down and there's a lot of vibration. As you sped up, the vibration of the steering column really starts to trend off.
The ride was progressively smoother, but it was also progressively destructive, with the tires and brake pads coming off completely. But there's no doubt it did get smoother the faster they went. So there was some truth to the square wheel myth. Next, we're going to flip the square wheel myth on its head. Instead of big bumps on the wheels, we're putting big bumps on the road.
The myth is, if you're driving on a rough dirt road, it's better to drive fast because it smooths out the ride.
Apparently, at slow speeds, the wheels of the vehicle have time to drop down into the troughs of each bump, resulting in more bounce than a kangaroo on a trampoline. But according to the myth, if you put your foot down, the wheels skip across the tops of the corrugations, giving the passengers a much smoother ride. First things first, they're going to need a car.
This is a 1978 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. Listen to that baby purr!
And to measure the rough road ahead, this old classic is going to need a MythBusters makeover.
We have systems rigged to this car to tell us how bumpy the ride is. The first one is Carrie's wine glass pyramid, and that's filled with water, and depending on how bumpy the ride is, we'll see water slosh out of the glasses. And if we know that there's a lot of water out of the glasses, that means that they had a really rough ride. Excuse me, Garçon?
More water, sir?
Can we, can I get a refill?
Yes, more ice. You like more ice?
Yeah. Final system is my 3-axis accelerometer. And that is going to measure electronically what the deflections are, and I'll be able to load it on my computer and see.
So they've got the car. Now they need a corrugated road. Not easy to find in San Francisco, so they'll make their own. A corrugated road is composed of uniform undulations in the surface, and Grant takes time out to dig into the science of how they're formed.
So it turns out washboarding is created by the response of your car's suspension to alternatively accelerating or braking or hitting a pothole. What that does is it sets up an oscillation in the suspension that alternatively compacts the dirt or makes it fly up, creating that pattern.
To get a similar effect, Grant, Carrie, and Tori are making their own washboard road.
We have about 4,000 pounds of steel angle iron that we're going to lay with about 8-inch increments and weld them all down to make one long track. It's gonna be a long day.
It doesn't look that tough, especially if you edit the sequence like this. And there you have it. One easy to assemble, straight out of the box, washboard road.
The test is going to be, we're just going to drive over our strip of washboard at different speeds, probably start around 10 miles an hour and then slowly ramp up to 70 miles an hour.
They'll measure the amount of bounce using the glass pyramid and the accelerometer.
5 miles an hour and he's still wearing his helmet.
Grant is all set for the first run. NASCAR, it ain't. Cruising at a breakneck 5 miles an hour, he hits the test track. And it seems Grant and the glass pyramid are really feeling the vibes.
Oh, look at the glasses spilling.
Interesting.
That's pretty bumpy.
I saw that. You could see all the water jumping out of the glass.
The glass pyramid showed a lot of activity, but the high speed is inconclusive. The wheels are dropping into the trough, but how much we won't know until we compare it to a faster run. Time for run number 2. Grant has to keep the speed at a steady 40 miles an hour. This time, the high-speed camera shows something interesting. Compared to the slow run, the wheels are skimming across the tops of the bumps.
Just by feeling it, it's felt a lot smoother.
But there's some head scratching because the numbers just don't add up.
Ready for the countdown?
Yep.
Although Grant experienced a smoother ride, there was more water lost than the slow run.
Yeah, those two there. Looks like you've lost 2.
Which means the physical data contradicts Grant's subjective experience in the car. The myth is about the wheels skimming over the hollows. So to get the maximum effect, maybe they need to go faster. This time, Grant will push it to 70 miles an hour.
So if he starts steering in towards us, let's just run.
The high-speed camera shows the tires skipping across the peaks of the corrugations, exactly as the myth suggests.
It felt actually
pretty smooth.
Yeah, it looked really smooth.
I mean, subjectively, very smooth.
From the glasses, it's looking really good. It looks like there's a lot less spillage this time.
This time, the water lost from the pyramid backs up both Grant's experience and the high-speed results.
Quarter, that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
With the data all finally in alignment, it's looking good for the myth.
Well, Jamie, we went ahead and built our artificial washboard. I think we can conclusively say driving faster on a rough road will give you a smoother ride.
Still, you know, you're driving 70 miles an hour and you hit a pothole, you're gonna break your suspension with that kind of mass and velocity.
What's the verdict?
Well, as far as the myth goes, it's confirmed.
In our third story, we're going to investigate if going faster in a convertible when it's raining will stop you getting wet.
So, does this mean we get to drive a fancy car really fast in the rain?
Not right away. First, they test the theory using tiny little convertibles.
We run 3 tests, and they're showing me what I would expect to see if this myth were actually true, i.e., we've run it with no wind and some rain, a slow speed wind, 15 miles per hour, and a high speed wind, 30 miles per hour. And I'm seeing what looks like a bubble forming over the driver's compartment with less rain seems to want to get into.
Yeah, it does show the rain kind of zipping over the cockpit, but I'm not that sure that the wind and the rain scale that well. We're gonna have to do it full size.
I knew you were gonna go there.
The guys hightail it to a runway, the perfect place to indulge their midlife yearning to drive a convertible really fast. Test the myth.
Hollywood, like MythBusters, doesn't wait for ideal weather conditions. They make their own weather, and this device is one of the ways they do it. This is a rain bar.
Got it.
And it sprays water through a set of spouts. These spouts, there's 6 of them. And if what you want is torrential rain, it can deliver 1,200 gallons a minute. For us, it's going to be delivering a linear swath of rain 200 feet long.
This amount of rain is perfect for our test. It's just about 2 inches per hour.
With the rain ready to fall and the cameras ready to roll, it's time to bring in the star, the car.
Let's protect the upholstery and put in our rain collection gear.
We've modified this car in a couple of ways to turn it into a data collection device for this test. First, because it's a fancy car, we've protected the whole interior with absorbent fabric so that no water can damage the car. Second, to measure what water does get in the car, we've got these 2 boards, which is basically a piece of plywood faced with acrylic and tissue paper. Any water that hits this surface is going to create a nice dark spot that's easy to see, easy to count, and should give us a really nice comparative analysis of how much water's getting into the driver's compartment under the different conditions we're testing.
Well, let's get to it.
Okay.
First, they're going to do a control test to see exactly how soaked the driver will get if they stop and put the top up during a downpour.
Right, Jamie, here's your motivation. You're going to be driving with your top down and it starts to rain. You're going to stop while it's raining and put the top up. And to make it extra realistic for you, we're going to make it rain. Got that? Right, knock 'em dead, Tiger.
In ancient Greece, Zeus was the rainmaker.
All right, stand by for pressure.
But our budget only stretches to Adam.
Today's forecast, 70% chance of science. Go ahead and pressure it up. Jamie, come on in.
Remember, this is a control for comparative purposes.
All right, now stop and put the top up. This looks awful.
If you're foolish enough to be driving with the roof down while there's a rainstorm approaching, we want to know how wet you'll get and the time it takes to pop the top back on.
Now go ahead and drive off.
And it's pretty clear, because that's one wet Heineman.
How was that? Looks like you got soaked.
I think so.
Oh, look at our test board. It's pretty clear that stopping at all, even to put the top up, is going to get you saturated with rain pretty quickly. Now that we've got a good control, it's time for some real testing. First up, let's do 25 miles an hour.
Okay.
For this stately 25-mile-an-hour test, Jamie gets pretty wet, and the high-speed camera shows why.
At 25 miles an hour, I don't see any plume coming off the windshield at all.
You will. It's coming up in just a minute. There, see?
Yeah, it's pretty small.
But still, you can see the effect.
Okay. Looks like a lot of it's going into the cockpit, though.
Yes.
If the small scale is an indication, they expect that plume to increase as they go faster. forming a kind of liquid roof over the driver. Next, the 70-mile-an-hour run, where they'll use the tissue paper detectors to gauge how much water enters the cockpit.
Here's my prediction. Take a look at the high speed after this run. I think what you'll see is a nice line of wind carrying water, creating a bubble over Jamie. All right, Rainmakers, let's balance those bars. Jamie, you may start your run now. This is 70 miles per hour, gunning it.
Gun it, Jamie does. Hitting his mark and holding steady at the target speed for the length of the course.
And cut the rain.
Now for the all-important results.
Wow, that's far out. It looks like no rain at all hit the middle here. But we've got wetness up top here and on the left-hand side here.
It's important to note that whatever little water came in here on the 70-mile-an-hour run was a tiny, tiny fraction of what came in on the control.
Totally. I predicted that there'd be less rain in the car on this run. Not nearly this little. There really seems to be something to this myth.
A conviction only confirmed by the high-speed camera.
That's really clear. It's like there's a line. It's a really visible bubble, isn't it?
Yes, that's what the windshield's for.
So it would seem.
Looking at the high-speed camera, it was clear that all of the water that was hitting the car was going over the top of the interior of the car. There was hardly any that entered the car, and what did was from some kind of turbulence going around the outside of the car.
But this being MythBusters, the guys aren't satisfied until they take it to the max. For the final run, Jamie will redline it to 90 miles an hour.
I am set and ready to go.
Awesome. Jamie, you may start your 90-mile-an-hour run now. Let it rip. Oh, dude, look at that. This is what I call a result. These things bone dry.
We wanted to find out whether driving fast when it's raining will actually keep you dry, and it turns out it does. Now, it's not that hard to understand, really, because the rain's coming down like this. If you're going this way and you've got something in front of you, then it's going to catch all the rain and send it up over the top of you. You stay dry.
So it does make sense to gun it. The faster, the better, in fact.
Yeah, you might die in the process, but
you'll be dry.
You'll be dry.
You're used to hearing us say, do not try this at home. But in this case, maybe we should modify it to, do not try this on the way home or anywhere else.
This is a conundrum, because I don't feel like it's right to call this one confirmed.
Yeah, driving really fast in the rain can be very dangerous.
How about plausible, but not recommended?
I'll buy that.
Having driven those myths into the ground, the MythBusters turn their minds to the gutter to plumb some, toilet-related questions. Starting with a myth that involves manholes and mayhem. It's no myth that the decay of waste inside sewers leads to the buildup of flammable gases like methane. But could a stray spark trigger an epic explosion and send manhole covers skyrocketing? To find out if a methane kaboom could turn manholes into missiles, Jamie and Adam need a heavy-duty pipe.
Oh, this is heavy.
Complete with a viewing window.
Perfect.
Now for the defining details.
That's a manhole cover.
Their mini model follows the classic sewer design. A large horizontal channel with smaller vertical manhole pipes to connect it to street level. But it's no sewer without methane, a gas produced by bacteria as they decompose organic matter.
All right, you ready? I'm going to turn on the gas.
I'm ready.
Methane becomes highly flammable when it reaches just the right ratio with air, which Adam is measuring.
Then we turn on this fan for exactly 2 minutes. Let the air and the gas get together. At that point, we will plug in this neon transformer, setting a spark, and hopefully getting the manhole cover launches of our dreams.
But will the free flow of air in an open system prevent liftoff?
This is drain disaster, open system, in 3, 2, 1, go. That was totally boring. I was like,
Despite lighting the methane at its explosive ratio, the manhole covers didn't get air. Now, they're closing the system. It's not as crazy as it sounds.
There are many places in which a sewer can become a closed system. You can have a large pipe that immediately makes a right-angle turn into small pipe. Gases have a hard time going around corners like that when they're under pressure. You can have a part of the sewer above water with a bunch of the sewer underwater.
But will a methane explosion in a closed system make the difference and send the manhole covers sky high?
In 3, 2, 1, go. Awesome. Go.
Apparently, yes. The high speed proves that not only did the lids flip, they got significant height.
Well, that worked pretty much exactly as we hoped it would. And here's what's going on in there. The reason those manhole covers start to fly before the fire even gets to them is that the fire is an expanding gas, and it is pushing air ahead of it, kind of like a piston. That piston is causing an increase of pressure, which is released by the manhole cover flying. That's what we wanted to see.
Go.
But the MythBusters aren't done yet.
I'm making a mess for science.
That's right, they're adding junk for a bigger kerthunk. Real sewers can have all sorts of debris inside. These can change and constrict the airflow. But will a 20% blockage add extra spring to the manhole missiles?
All right, here we go. Drain disaster, small scale, 20% obstruction, single ignition source, and 3, 2, 1, go. Oh! Wow!
That was more energetic.
That was significantly, massively more energetic.
The scattering of springs accelerated the burn for the most dramatic drain explosion so far.
Looking at the blocked burn, you'll see that the flame starts to wrinkle the minute it meets these obstructions that we put in the chamber. That wrinkling creates a much larger surface area. The end result is that the flame front is able to accelerate much, much more quickly throughout the burn.
Go.
It's the best case scenario for a real-world experiment. It's time to bring in the big guns to construct a life-size, box culvert, closed drain system. After positioning 12,000 pounds of reinforced concrete, 300 feet of chain link fence, and moving more than 3,000 cubic feet of dirt, the sewer structure is complete. Well, almost.
And now, what this whole thing's all about, the manhole cover.
Adam makes the manhole covers camera-friendly and rolls them into place.
You know why manhole covers are round, don't you? It's the only shape that won't fall through its own hole. Yeah.
The 103-pound beauties are ready for liftoff.
We will be activating this experiment from 1,000 feet away in the safety of this steel bunker behind bullet-resistant glass. When I click this switch,
It'll open this valve and allow the methane to flow
into our homemade sewer buried underground. When the stoichiometry, or the mixture between gas and air, has reached the ideal relationship for an explosion,
I'll hit this switch, creating a spark, which will ignite the gas.
hopefully sending these 3 manhole covers flying sky high.
Because if the manhole covers don't go up, the myth is going down.
You ready? I'm gonna start the flow of gas.
Let her rip.
It's a slow flow of methane into the drain.
The suspense is killing me.
How high do you think they're gonna go?
I'm thinking 12 feet.
I'm hoping for a lot further than that.
Oh, I'm hoping for more, but I'm thinking 12 feet.
Okay.
And finally,
Shall we do it?
I think it's time.
All right, call it.
All right. Real world sewer explosion, best case scenario, sparking in 3, 2, 1.
Look at that!
That had to be 100 feet.
That was insane! That exceeded my wildest expectations.
That was significant.
The manholes turn missile, rocketing 150 feet, and only returning to Earth after a hang time of 6 seconds.
Now, seeing fire coming out of that manhole cover and not the others is telling us that this is not a detonation. If it was a detonation, it'd all be simultaneous. We're not seeing that, so this is a burn.
It's a burn big and fast enough to bring the manhole mayhem to a close. Myth confirmed. Next, a toilet thumping gets Adam and Jamie jumping. In a 1980s action movie, liquid nitrogen was poured over a toilet bomb, delaying it by a few seconds, giving the stars enough time to dive into an iron bath and take cover under a bomb blanket to survive a butt-blitzing blast. Could it actually happen?
Found us a toilet.
Good.
To test the myth, Adam and Jamie have decided to faithfully rebuild the scene of the crime. They're breaking the experiment into 3 parts. First up, timing the tub jump.
While it's never explicitly stated, it's pretty obvious that the bomb in the movie is triggered by a pressure switch under the toilet seat, which is convenient because we're going to use the same thing to trigger our timing runs. This little pressure switch right here. When we sit down on the toilet, we will compress the pressure switch and the system is armed. At that point, when we get up from the toilet, boop, the timer starts going until we're in the bathtub covered with the blanket. We'll film it on high speed. We'll be able to see exactly how many seconds it takes us to get there.
Everything works, which means now the MythBusters have to embrace something awkward. Each other.
Unfortunately, I don't see any other way to test this.
Just to do it.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
We gotta do it one more time. I missed the blanket. Your form is excellent. You're hugging the side.
It's clear that having Jamie stay low while Adam deals with the bomb blanket is the right strategy.
That is unbelievable. There we go. We are at 2 seconds, and 2 guys are fully covered in that bathtub. Nice work.
A few more practice runs, and the tub jump is under 2 seconds.
Now the question is, will pouring liquid nitrogen on our plastic explosives bomb slow its detonation down by at least that amount of time? Doesn't, then I guess they'd be vaporized. Either way, it's going to be awesome.
To test the second part, the MythBusters take their crime scene to the bomb range, where Adams built a disposable rig to pour liquid nitrogen onto the bomb. But the first test of the system will be straight C4 to find the normal detonation delay.
Okay, arming the system.
All right, this is straight C4 in 3, 2, 1.
That was lovely.
That was really nice.
The difference between the sign lighting up and the C4 explosion was exactly 10 frames.
So it's effectively 3.3 milliseconds between initiation and detonation.
Just over 0.003 of a second.
Yeah.
And now for the liquid nitrogen. They wait the 2 minutes of the movie for the C4 to fully freeze.
Okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go.
I heard stuff hitting.
Yeah, no delay either. No delay.
Impressive explosion, but no noticeable delay. Just 46 frames, a fraction of a second.
it's 4.5 times greater of a delay when it was super, super cooled than when it was just normal.
Wow.
It still wouldn't help you get into that bathtub, though.
But the myth isn't blown yet.
Now we're going to take a period-correct battery that's attached to our bomb that would absolutely ignite it. We're going to immerse that in the liquid nitrogen and see if that gives us the extra time that we're looking for.
And with 1 tub of liquid nitrogen in the flask,
here we go.
It's time for the 80s-style alkaline battery to chill out.
It's immersed.
Yep.
With the battery immersed in minus 300 degrees liquid nitrogen, the guys wait the 2 minutes of the film.
All right, this is battery and C4 immersed in liquid nitrogen in 3, 2, 1, go.
No boom.
Whoa!
I'll hold it down again.
We're getting power. The system is still working because the sign's lighting up.
Yeah.
But we seem to have inhibited the battery's ability to set off the blasting cap. You're sure it's properly wired?
Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
All right.
To check the wiring, the guys retest after all the liquid nitrogen is gone.
Push the button, and that sucker went right off. Nice! That, to me, is just a beautiful construction of an experiment.
That means the nitrogen technique of slowing the bomb down is far more effective in real life than in the movies.
When does that ever happen?
Yeah, I know, but we're not done yet.
The guys have all the time in the world to get to the bath. But will that save them?
Perfect! Buster will be inside the cast iron tub, the exact same geometry as we see in the movie, and he will be covered by an actual bomb-proof blanket. Underneath this blanket are 2 pairs of PCB pressure transducers.
And the signal from the sensors will be coming through wires that go into this pipe and are buried in the ground for their protection and are picked up by this data acquisition center, which will take a signal and send it through that wire.
And ends up here, where our trusty David Harding will receive those electrical signals as data and tell us once and for all whether Buster and the tub survived the blast.
Behind the toilet, the same amount of C4 as the bomb in the movie is set to explode. Will the bathtub and bomb blanket protect Buster from the blast?
Charging. Ready to go in 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Oh, 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 oh.
Oh, look, I can see the tub is still there in one piece.
But nothing else is.
No, the room is gone.
Totally gone.
The room is totally gone. But did Buster survive?
The red and the blue curves are the sensors that were outside the tub.
But clearly right off, you can see the red line and the blue line. The pressure spike is really severe.
180 PSI.
Am I correct that the green line looks pretty minimal?
The maximum pressure inside the tub was 8 PSI.
You're telling me that's survivable?
Very survivable.
No way! That is crazy.
It seems, amazingly, this action movie myth is confirmed. We've learned methane can create a sewer explosion. But what about a porta-potty? For our final myth, the guys uncovered a story about a man who lit up a cigarette in a porta-potty. His lighter ignited a buildup of methane gas, blowing the porta-potty apart, leaving him with third-degree burns and some unfinished business. The team doubt that the methane buildup in the porta-potty could have come from human waste. But there's only one way to find out.
This one empty?
I hope so.
At Adams come bearing gifts.
Last bodily fluid I have yet to contribute to the show. I've got poo in a box, and I'm not afraid to use it. Oh, you guys. I've got a present for you.
Every time you show up, I'm scared. What are you doing now?
Christmas comes early to MythBusters. What I've got here are samples for you. I know you guys wanted to test the methane output
Of poo?
Not really.
Well, that's your job today, and I've got some samples for you.
Carrie just got herself a new job, biohazard wrangler.
Still don't feel prepared.
All right, 15 grams.
I'm gonna throw up in my mask.
No, you're not.
Adam's samples will go into 3 flasks, one with water, one with urine, and one with blue toilet liquid, with a 4th empty for control, to see which mix, if any, produces the most methane.
I can't believe I went to college for this.
The flasks are only showing minute traces of methane, but Carrie will test again in a few days' time to see if there's any buildup of gas.
It does seem that Adam is one of the 40% of people that can produce methane. Lucky for us.
Meanwhile, Tori's getting his hands dirty prepping the porta-potty.
Oh, it is not pretty.
Even after a few days, Adam's samples didn't register enough methane for a potential explosion. So the team is going to go with the commercial gas instead, which can also be ventilated out.
Go ahead. Okay, I'm just turning the tank on now.
I'm already getting a reading.
The methane meter will be critical.
Want me to turn it on?
The gas level has to be between 10 and 15%.
70, 80, 90, it's up to 98%.
Too much or too little won't trigger an explosion.
So maybe we should turn it off.
Yeah, I'm getting a little dizzy.
Oh, you gotta lift the lid, dude.
Cleanliness first.
And once again, Buster offers his bud for a blasting.
You guys ready for the gas?
We're ready for
The first test will see if methane pumped into the potty's tank ignites when Buster lights up.
Still at 0.
Carrie reads the meter from the window.
Okay, looks like we're up to 12%.
Pulling the hose.
Adam pulls back the hose to a safe distance as Tori hits the igniter.
Is an igniter working?
And we're back down to 1.5%.
No bang. So what's the problem?
You know, I just think the toilet's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, which is to get rid of any excess methane. I mean, it's going into the box, it's going out the top. Let's cut it. Let's cut it and tape up the vents and see what happens.
This time they'll block all the vents and fill up the whole porta-potty with gas.
Methane's lighter than air, so we've got our meter set about midpoint in the porta-potty, which means that when we get 15% down there, we'll have a fair amount of methane up top. I think we're gonna get a pretty good explosion this time.
3, 2, 1.
Firing.
But Houston, we have a problem.
Is it moving?
Oh, there's fire! Burning. Oh, yeah. Buster's caught on fire.
Oh, no.
Shall we ventilate? We can ventilate, but it's going to accelerate the bonfire.
What's your guys' plan?
I say accelerate, and then I'll run in there with the fire extinguisher.
Tell me whether it speeds it up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, now he's fully on fire.
And that's the end of experiment number 2.
Good.
Well, that was kind of fun.
From where I was watching, it looked like the toilet paper ignited, and then it fell and lit his crotch on fire. And then when we ventilated, it lit him entirely on fire. It didn't look like a methane explosion.
Well, if the methane didn't go off with that source of ignition, it wasn't gonna.
It's time for experiment 3.
We're gonna put a flare in there burning and slowly elevate the gas until it finally does explode, because we're getting really, really impatient with all of this anticlimactic stuff.
Come on, come on, come on, let's go!
Start the gas.
Gas.
Gladly. And 7, 0.8, 0.9.
A flash of success. But the meter was at just 0.9% when the porta-potty exploded. Adam believes its position has been the problem all along.
What it's highly likely is that 0.9% on the bottom equals an overall density of about 15%. That's the problem we were having. When we were reading 15 down there, it was so rich that just there was nothing for the lighter to actually ignite with. There was no oxygen.
But there's no way human waste could have provided enough gas for an explosion. So it's time to wrap up this myth.
Every one of our experiments says that there's no way somebody is going to blow up in a porta-potty due to gases caused by the decomposition of human waste.
She's right. And the actual story is that this guy was working at a methane plant, and the porta-potty was sitting over a pipe that was leaking. So basically, he's sitting in this cloud of methane gas.
So it's not exploding porta-potty, it's exploding methane factory.
Which I think is very feasible.
What? Totally different experiment.
Don't try this at home. Whoa!
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too exciting.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's scientific!
Testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This one hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. In this episode, the MythBusters bunker down for a close look at rapid expansion and volume, otherwise known as explosions.
That was beautiful.
They investigate exploding trousers.
That's awesome.
If cars that go off cliffs always explode, and get all mixed up in a cement-scented blow-up. Then they go equally deep on the science of pressure, investigating homemade diamonds,
That's one way to make diamonds. Yeah.
compressed air missiles,
That is a lovely, lovely sound.
and the power of hurricanes.
There's your problem.
In our first story, the MythBusters are going to test if the inside of a cement truck can be cleaned using explosives.
And I could see this actually working as long as you didn't put too much in there. You know, and then the whole truck is gone. But if you did it just right, you know, the shock wave would probably release the concrete from the surface of the metal drum.
A cement truck's barrel spins to delay concrete hardening. But even so, inside every truck is a layer of concrete that builds up over time.
So what's the normal way to clean out one of these?
The normal way of taking it out is putting a couple labors in there and chip it out with chipping hammers.
Two unlucky laborers have toiled for a whole day with chippers to clean out this one just for the MythBusters. But according to the myth, they could have gotten the same result by tossing in a stick of dynamite.
Probably want to stick the charges like right in the middle, maybe hang them, just so it's right hovering in the center of the barrel.
The MythBusters plan to load this barrel with just enough cement to coat it, let it harden, then blow it up. The truck is backed into position, and the cement begins to pour. Next stop, the bomb range.
Okay. I love this job.
Oh, yeah. That's perfect for our experiment.
This is wonderful in here. I'd like to live in here. It's sort of like some sort of psychedelic thing going on with the spirals and whatnot. It's actually quite pretty. This is the absolute perfect thing for this test because, you know, there are large areas that have built up, you know, 3 or 4 inches all over the interior. And so if the explosion works the way it should, I'd anticipate all of that stuff just to be laying on the bottom when we come back to it.
There's a fine yet important line between too little explosive and too much. The pyrotechnician is setting the equivalent of a stick and a half of dynamite in a lightly coated barrel. The big question, can he blow the cement off without destroying the truck?
Blast danger! Clear the area! 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so the truck survived. But was the blast big enough to make the inside of the barrel squeaky clean?
I see intact concrete right here.
First indications are, it's a bust.
Wow.
But not so fast, because a closer look reveals something interesting.
Got some big chunks. A lot of stuff came off. This area is pretty clean. The stuff that's still here is pretty loose.
As the concrete crumbles, so does the initial verdict.
I feel like revising my former "this myth is busted" statement. I mean, it's a huge amount of concrete we're bringing out of here.
The high-speed camera shows the moment of concussion, when expanding air shakes loose the concrete slag.
I mean, this is totally plausible, right?
To tell you the truth, if I were a cement truck driver and I had to clean out my truck, I would probably try this first because jackhammering in here does not sound like a lot of fun.
Between using a stick of dynamite or a jackhammer, what would you use?
Well, if I happen to have a stick of dynamite laying around, I'd definitely use the dynamite.
That's a no-brainer.
But to up the stakes, what about if the concrete isn't just a layer, it's almost filling the barrel?
If you do that to a truck, you're screwed. You know, it's like it's a solid rock, and so, you know, you can't really put enough explosive in there to blow that up without just blowing the truck up.
Blowing up a whole truck. What would that look like? Well, to find out, strictly for purposes of scientific inquiry, the MythBusters have moved that clogged cement truck to an isolated quarry.
They're going to be even shutting down the highway in the vicinity, so that should kind of put it into perspective that this is a serious deal that we have going here.
A truckload of high explosive arrives, along with FBI Special Agent Frank Doyle.
Frank, Adam, Savage.
Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you guys.
Carl, how you doing?
Welcome to the old country.
He's been lured out of retirement to make sure things go off with a bang.
Just how big is this blast going to be?
Well, we're going to use 850 pounds of commercial blasting agent. And we anticipate that we will take this truck down to the frame rails.
Under watchful eyes, dozens of bags of high explosive are loaded into the drum. It's the same mixture the professionals use for quarrying, and it's guaranteed to give job satisfaction.
Can we be on the top of that hill over there to watch this blast? Is that far enough away?
It looks like it would meet the criteria, but having done this for about 30 years, with the size of this explosion, I don't want to watch this because that one little piece of flying high-velocity metal, just like a bullet, catches you at the head or wherever, and you're down for the count. So I don't watch these kinds of explosions.
We've got a quarry. We've got a mile of blast clearance. We've got a fire department. We've got a bomb squad. We've got some FBI techs. We've got all the help we need to blow that thing up over there. What do you think?
Can't tell you how excited I am about this one. I guess the next thing would be is let's get the heck out of here.
Let's get a long way away.
All right.
So, reluctantly, the MythBusters head up the closed-down highway to their lookout point over a mile away.
The vantage point.
Yeah, we are all here at the visitor center. We are ready and waiting for the 5-minute warning and then the countdown. Over.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey!
Right!
Big piece of chunk coming down, man.
That was a little bit harder than I thought it would be.
I think the cement truck evaporated.
Wow.
Dude, that aftershock was a lot stronger than I thought it would be.
Let's go see what it looks like.
It looks like after this, there won't be a whole lot left.
This is crazy.
Well, there's your problem.
Where'd it go? It's all gone. There's no more truck.
I left it right here. MythBusters 1, cement truck 0.
This has got nothing to do with the myth. This is just a big boom.
He's right, but there's no better demonstration of the power of rapid volume expansion.
You know, I've never seen a blast that big before. That's really impressive. Talk about removing concrete. There is no concrete. There is no truck. There's no nothing.
As for the myth, it's confirmed. A truck can be cleaned by explosives. And with a little more explosive, it can also be disappeared. For our second myth, we'll be looking at whether volatile chemicals could provoke an explosive trouser reaction.
All right, this is a funny one. In 1931, in New Zealand, a sudden and deadly epidemic hit the country. Farmers' pants started exploding.
You're kidding.
Totally serious. They started exploding on the wash lines, in front of fires, and sometimes on the farmers themselves.
We all know that there can be explosive chemicals on farms, and it seems that the Kiwi farmers started using a new chemical, which, once it stained their clothes, it could explode.
A news article reported on the alleged exploding trousers. The first victim survived after his trousers blew up in front of the fire. But others weren't so lucky.
I've been doing a little bit of research, and it seems like there could be 4 culprits to this. 1, it could be made from gunpowder, or it could be made from herbicide, it could be made from fertilizer, or possibly even some acids.
They begin testing common 1930s farmyard chemicals to see if any are volatile enough to cause a trouser blast. First, they try fertilizer.
Start with drops. You'll need very little.
Frank, this is like the world's most dangerous cooking show.
Then a formerly common type of herbicide or weed killer.
Frank, why are you standing so far away?
Because I want to continue to live.
Carrie's trying a basic version of gunpowder.
Okay, black powder is something you would definitely find on a farm, and I'm not sure that everybody in New Zealand could be spreading this on their clothes enough to create quite a panic, but it is something explosive.
After soaking cloth in the volatile substances, they try to ignite each one using various methods, including flame, friction,
Your farmer's walking pretty fast.
Yeah, he's in a hurry.
radiant heat source,
Oh no! Oh no!
and finally, impact.
In 3, 2, 1. Well, it hit it.
It hit it.
The herbicide, or weed killer, is the last to get the impact treatment.
Smash it. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Holy mackerel! Oh my God! That was sweet. Oh, fire!
Where?
Just we can. Yeah.
I think we have our exploding pants.
Yeah. I say.
Great.
With the herbicide, it's a case of now you see it, now you don't.
This is my favorite new stuff.
After combining all their results, they're sure the most likely culprit to make pants explode is the weed killer.
Well, now you know what we have to do. We have to bump this up to full scale. So I'm gonna take a pair of pants and just saturate the heck out of them, see if they explode.
Tori's completing coating a regular pair of pants in the weed killer concoction that Farmer Buster will wear out at the bomb range. But while these pyro pants should ignite, will they make him explode?
The bomb squad's here.
The paramedics are here.
We're gonna blow something up. Somebody order some exploding pants?
The herbicide-encrusted cotton needs one last alteration before its explosive capability can be put to the test.
I am cutting off all of the metal bits from these pants because when they explode, these will become shrapnel.
Buster, you don't want to do this? Well, that's too bad. Little fella, we're gonna blow your pants off.
Once Buster is dressed to kill, all that remains is the detonation system.
The remote triggering system that the FBI is going to be using on our pants is probably closer to the impact triggering system that we had in our small-scale tests.
With the igniter wired up and the final touches in place, it's time to see if this farmyard myth has legs.
Fire in the hole!
awesome.
Oh, yeah. It burnt completely off. It burnt from head, from wherever it blew up, his crotch, and it just totally burned off.
Naked.
Now that's what I call hot pants.
Once it started going, it was like fast.
Now imagine that just spontaneously happens to you out in a field.
But it was more a case of spontaneous buster combustion than trousers blowing up.
The fact that his hat's still here shows how hot and fast this burned. It didn't even make it up to the hat. It would just disintegrated really quickly.
So the gang is going to try again, this time with a pocket load more of the herbicide hodgepodge.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
3, 2, 1.
Wow. That was great.
Whoa.
That obviously burned up twice as fast as that last one. And it's much bigger, a bigger reaction.
That was cool.
The pockets of herbicide sure got Buster fired up. But was he fired up enough?
Here's my question, though. We call this myth exploding trousers. They didn't really explode.
No. I mean, they were just burning rapidly.
I have a feeling, though, if you were wearing those pants and they burned that fast, you would definitely claim explosion.
You need compression to have an explosion.
Well,
you are
not
so hard to please.
But I mean, if your pants burst into flames like this, how would you explain it to somebody?
Semantics. It's an explosion.
My pants blew up. That's what I'd say.
So you've got a little history and some exploding pants, and you call this one?
Confirmed.
In the next story, the boys are testing whether a car going off a cliff will explode like it does in the movies.
Yeah, they always seem to do that.
All they need is a written-off car. Check. And a quarry. Check.
On the cliff behind me, we're gonna send an automobile hurtling into the distance where hopefully it's gonna crash and burn Hollywood style.
And because neither of the MythBusters is keen to personally crash and burn, Jamie's got a mechanical driving method.
This is how this is going to work. It's about as simple and down and dirty as you can possibly get. First off, we have to start the car. We put it in drive, but it doesn't actually go anywhere because we've got this piece of wood under the rear wheel, and also it's idling. It doesn't go anywhere until we release this rope.
I could just reach out and cut that.
At which point,
This is the lead foot.
the accelerator presses down and off she goes.
Sounds dangerously simple. What could possibly go wrong?
All right, Jamie, are you ready?
Adam's ready.
I'm ready. Go for it.
Jamie's ready.
Okay, the car is in gear and resting on the chocks.
I'm removing the safety chock now.
But the car, is a little too ready.
Oh, the car is going.
The car is going.
There it goes.
And it stopped.
Ah, crap.
Was it going full RPM? Over?
No, it jumped the chalk and got away from me. Over.
Well, there's your problem. Well, that was a bit of a dud.
By the way, did it blow up?
The car did not, repeat, not blow up. Apparently, it jumped the gun.
Oh, the car is going.
And it went off its chalk before Adam had time to cut the rope, let the weight drop, do what it was supposed to do.
If they're going to get a movie-style launch, they need a much better launch method. And another car.
This time we're using this car.
Steering locked.
I was hesitating about using it because it's a stick shift, which means I can't just put it in gear and wait till I'm ready and gun it and have it go off. Plus, we had a problem with the chocks, so I put 2 and 2 together and I figured, well, what if we pick this up with a heavy-duty forklift? Okay, that's good. You can kill it. And then we can just get it going, rev it up, and then lower it, and it'll just take off. Simple. Okay, Adam, I'm going to start the car and get it set to go. Over. Ready and set.
Hopefully, this time they'll get the launch and the explosion thereafter.
There she goes.
Oh, yeah! Oh! Yeah!
Tell me what happened. I can't see from up here.
It was quite spectacular.
There was a bump, a spin over, a second bump, and then it came to rest probably about 120 feet below you.
But no explosion or I'd see smoke by now, right?
No, that's a negative on the explosion.
Bummer.
Yep, despite getting the perfect car cliff dive, this action movie stunt didn't end with the obligatory big explosive bang. So why not?
Looking at the underside of this car, it's obvious why it didn't burst into flames. They've put the gas tank in the best possible position. It's protected by the wheels, it's kind of in the middle. If they put it on the end of the car or on the front of the car, it'd be more likely to receive an impact.
I think we're gonna need something a little more radical.
So out on the bomb range, they're going to do some tests to see what will create that Hollywood fireball. They're going to strap matches to a full tank of fuel to simulate a spark created by hitting a rock. Then they're going to drop 3,000 pounds, the weight of a car, directly onto the tank.
Now we're going for a big boom. Ready?
I'm ready.
Flattened gas tank with actual gas in it. In 3, 2, 1. Wow! That was beautiful!
It truly is. The impact disperses the gas into a volatile mist, and then, just at the right moment, the simulated spark from impact causes ignition. And it perfectly matches the typical car-off-a-cliff Hollywood-style conflagration. But where does that leave the story?
Look at this high-speed shot one more time. Yeah. I don't think anyone would dispute that this is the fireball we were looking for. Can we induce this kind of tank failure in a car under real circumstances? Well, there's only one way to find out. I can only think of one thing left to do. Strap the gas tank right to the front of the car.
Okay, that's it.
All right. For a spark, yeah, I knew you were wondering about that. We're going to use Strike Anywhere matches. I've got a good feeling about it. I think this is gonna go. Let's do it.
And so, with everything set, Adam and Jamie take up their positions atop the mountain with the car and across the valley for the perfect view. All that's left is for Jamie to get the motor running, remember to take off the park brake, and stand back. Well, as intended, the gas tank took the brunt of the impact and did burst into flame. But I was expecting a bigger launch. Jamie, anything you want to tell us?
So I have a little bit of a confession to make.
What's that?
There was a screw-up here, and I suppose it was my fault. You should always remember to take off the parking brake before you want a car to go.
No!
I know. The front wheels are spinning away. It was like, looked like it was working fine, and I just like, doing. Well, you know, it went over. It hit with all the weight of that car going right on that tank.
Oh! Well, the hit was perfect. Nose down, perfect.
I'm still a little bummed, but what are you gonna do?
So they didn't get the distance they were looking for, but the result is still valid. The car went over the cliff, crashed, and burned. But crucially, even with a gas tank strapped to the front fender, there was no special effects style explosion.
I think this makes the myth totally busted.
Yeah, I mean, we made it as likely as possible to get a car explosion.
Yeah.
And all we got was a car fire, eventually. I mean, I don't know what else we could do.
Except say, myth busted.
That daring stunt brings our explosive myths to an earth-shattering end. We've destroyed a few cars, a cement truck, and several unfortunate pairs of trousers.
That's awesome.
And there's more demolition on the cards as the guys delve into the science of pressure. First, by finding out if air escaping from a compressed air cylinder could blast it through a brick wall.
As far as I'm concerned, there really is only one way to test this thing.
Well, yeah, we
have to fire it at a cinder block wall.
So we're gonna need a selection of air cylinders and some regulators on them. We're gonna need a cinder block wall to fire them into and some kind of method for catastrophically taking that regulator right off.
And also, we have to figure out how to make sure it actually hits the wall. I mean, what if this thing just kind of goes like that?
I think I want to be outside the building that we're testing this inside of.
Yeah.
To test the myth, they'll need to aim the cylinder like a missile, devise some way to sever the valve in a split second, and build a wall to aim at. While the interns get started on the cinder block wall, Adam is feeling the pressure as he contemplates the worst-case scenario of uncapping a cylinder and watching it whiz around the room like a 140-pound steel party balloon. Luckily, Jamie is one step ahead of him.
I've got to build a rig that does a couple of different things. The first thing is that it has to hold this tank steady in such a place that we can drop a heavy weight on the valve and knock it off. The second thing is that same holder is going to guide it as it takes off so that once it gets going, it's aimed in a certain direction and it'll hit the wall at speed, we hope. Good. It looks like it fits fine.
To sever the valve from a safe distance, he's fitting a hinged 10-foot tube to drop a steel bar on the nozzle. They've got the tanks, and it's time to check on the target.
It works for me.
Yeah, that seems nice and solid. So I'm thinking that when we set up the rig over by the door, we want to make sure those doors are as closed as we can get them.
Okay, well, they are, in theory, rockets, so we should be careful with them.
Now, careful is a word Adam sometimes has trouble hearing.
Now we do the circus fakir act, right?
Okay.
Welcome to Cirque du Sauvage, and a one-time only performance.
That is the power of the mind.
And for their next trick, they'll attempt to pass a large steel air cylinder through a solid brick wall.
I don't mind fingers on the chalkboard, but that's messed up.
To help the rocket on its way, Myth-Turn Jess loads up with lard. It'll reduce the friction, hopefully enabling the cylinder to transform into a guided missile.
It's important to be judicious about your lard distribution, Jess.
The rig is greased and ready, but will the steel bar have enough momentum to break the nozzle?
This is a 2 by 2 inch solid steel bar, and it weighs, I think, officially a heck of a lot.
The plan is to drop the 40-pound rod from 10 feet onto the nozzle. Time for a test run.
Piece of a brick right there.
All right.
That'll keep the end of our piece of steel from getting too damaged.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, yeah. That looks pretty serious.
They're seriously ready for their first attempt.
All right, I'm arming the rig.
Arming the rig means unscrewing the protective cap. All that remains is to pull the string that releases the weight that hopefully guillotines the valve.
All right, ladies and germs, shearing the compressed air cylinder in 3, 2, 1.
It's a not very epic fail. The valve was only partially sheared, so the cylinder went absolutely nowhere.
I'm gonna wait however long it takes for it to let go of its air, because it's got a damaged valve, and that valve could give any minute and, become a bullet.
The pressure is releasing very slowly, so the boys have 45 minutes to wait before finally deciding it's safe enough to make some adjustments.
So this second time around, we've added more weight. We've lubricated the weight system so that it'll be more slippery when it goes down. And then probably most importantly of all, we've moved the valve placement slightly so that the weight when it hits it will hit right on the very tip of the valve. And that'll provide the most leverage and hopefully snap it more readily.
Time to try again. Can they unleash 2,600 pounds per square inch of pressure in one fell swoop?
Here we go, shearing the regulator off the tank. Attempt number 2. In 5, 4, cross your fingers, 3, 2, 1. Yeah! That's the sound! lovely, lovely sound.
The valve is sheared off, and that's a very good sign. As the air rushed from high pressure to low, it sent the cylinder somewhere. But exactly where?
Oh, God. It was the lard that did it.
Its mission accomplished. With the tank topping 40 miles per hour, it blew right through the cinder block wall and into the one behind.
It totally. No way. I mean, it didn't go all the way through, but it went through this one and it was going. It's working its way through that one.
I was ready to see this as not possible. I was totally expecting it not to actually work because it's one of those apocryphal tales, and everyone we talked to had heard the story, but no one knew anybody that it happened to.
You know, this was an optimum situation for this tank. What this tank did is as good as it gets.
My favorite thing is just the perfect roundness of the top of this hole. It also pushed this entire wall back a ½ inch.
It's a brilliant demonstration of the power of pressure. So let's call this myth totally and spectacularly confirmed. In our next story, pressure is going to be used as part of a get-rich-quick scheme.
We want to see if you can make diamonds on your own in the comfort of your own home.
Okay, so homemade diamonds.
The old school way to make diamonds is to expose carbon to massive pressure and immense heat miles beneath the Earth's crust. But according to the myth, under the right circumstances, a pressure cooker can do the same job.
I have everything I need to start making diamonds. First, I have my pressure cooker. I have my ingredients. I have my hunk of graphite. The chemical that I'm going to use is ferric nitrate. What I'm going to do is stick this and that in this, put it in that.
And add heat and pressure. But supposedly, also, we need to include an important ingredient, a diamond seed. Without it, this recipe has no chance of working. Not sure why he's got a stun gun.
You know, it's been a while since we used one of these, and I kind of forget what it feels like.
It's to light the gas from outside.
I'll leave it there for 3 days, and then at the end of that, check and see if I've made any diamonds.
For 72 hours, the graphite and seed diamond are subjected to high pressure and heat.
All right, so it's been 3 days, and now it's time to check my diamonds. The real question is, what am I gonna do with all my money once I start my diamond company?
Tori's Tiaras has a nice ring to it.
Oh my gosh. The graphite has not turned to a diamond. Looks like my diamond business is not going so well.
Despite following the recipe, after 3 days, all Tori has is a dirty diamond seed, which means homemade diamonds are
totally busted.
But you know what? Our researchers have come up with someone who can make diamonds in a MythBuster way.
Cool.
For a chance to make some bona fide bling, the MythBusters head to New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology to meet Dr. Van Romero.
All right, well, cut to the chase. Tell us how to do it.
You know what? Instead of telling you how, let's show you how to do it.
Van's method uses a massive explosion, during which the pressure and heat is so intense, it converts carbon to diamond in an instant. But before the boom, we start with a cylinder.
So this is the device that we're going to be using, and we're going to have you guys pack the special sauce into the device here.
This metal tube sits at the center of the blast. And in the center of that is a mixture of graphite, cobalt, and other chemicals.
Same pressure?
Same pressure.
And once the chemicals are compacted and the device is welded shut, it's ready for detonation. Apparently, it really is that simple.
All right, let's make some diamonds.
The cylinder is placed in the center of a wooden barrel, which is then filled with an explosive called ANFO.
It smells good. Yeah, smells like diamonds. Now, I know they say diamonds are a girl's best friend, but let's face it, if you're making diamonds with explosives, I'm starting to warm up to them myself.
It's a win-bling situation, so the team hunkers in the bunker.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Well, I think I felt that pressure from here in the sound booth.
That's one way to make diamonds.
Yeah. Cool.
Let's see what we got.
Did it go off?
Yeah.
Time to head out to ground zero to check if Van's explosive recipe worked.
Whoa. That looks in much better shape than I thought it was gonna look.
Look at that.
Is it hot?
Watch out, it's hot. Don't touch it. Here's some gloves to pick it up with.
That is hot.
Oh my God. Well, that's what we wanted, right? Pressure and heat.
Yeah. So that was a pretty amazing amount of deformation of the metal. I mean, you start with a steel cylinder, and what you get after the blast is kind of a smaller sausage shape that's shrunken. And hopefully, when we cut it open, there will be diamonds inside.
Back at the shop, suspense is high as Tori splits the sausage. He's so confident, he's taking precautions against bling blindness.
And everybody's happy.
Ready to see our diamonds?
Show me the money.
Perfect. That's great. Excellent. Good job.
Where's the diamond?
Well, we got to take it through a few chemical processes first.
They might not look like much, but after a quick chemical bath to remove the excess cobalt and graphite, they still don't look like much. But these are definitely diamonds. Gemstones, no. Diamonds, yes.
So how much are these diamonds worth?
About a quarter.
$250,000?
No, 25 cents.
Oh, that was money well spent.
I'm going back and getting diamonds the old-fashioned way.
The blast may have mimicked the pressure and heat of the Earth's core. But even with all that explosive energy, the end result is still only cheap and cheerful industrial diamonds.
We made diamonds in a completely spectacular, totally impossible to do at home way, but still, all that heat and pressure, we didn't get gemstones.
Yeah, we made little diamonds. I mean, the kind that you use in industry, the kinds that you put on a drill bit or a saw blade, you know, stuff like that.
So the idea of homemade gemstones, totally and completely busted.
For our final story, we're investigating how a house can survive a hurricane.
Bingo. The theory is that if you leave the windows open, it'll allow the wind to pass cleanly through the house, creating less structural damage than if you closed the windows.
Really?
The myth is that with all the windows open, the winds are able to blow clean through a house. Less pressure on the walls and roof should mean less damage. Or that's the theory. Getting a house to test is no problem, but they also need a hurricane. So it's off to Florida.
When you want to investigate the power of hurricane-force winds, you can do one of two things. Either A, get yourself into the middle of a real hurricane, or B, travel to the University of Florida's Hurricane Research Facility, which is where we are now, where they have the world's largest portable hurricane simulator.
For obvious reasons, this 3,000 horsepower hairdryer is nicknamed Medusa, after the mythical Greek woman with snakes for hair. But this modern monster is way more perilous, pumping out 1 million cubic feet of air a minute.
Well, what's on the menu for us today?
We're going to dial up a Category 2 storm with wind speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour.
Wow.
You said it, Jamie. And the guys just can't resist the thrill of first putting their own hides in harm's way.
Okay, we're all set. Let's start those babies up.
Here's man versus fan at 100 miles per hour.
Have you ever wondered what it would really be like to be in hurricane-force winds? Well, we've all seen news footage of hurricanes when they hit land and so on. This is 100 miles per hour. And notice how hard it is for us to retain traction on this surface. You'd be like a tissue cloth in the wind.
Oh, that is awesome! I was okay, but my suit's starting to come apart.
Before Jamie gets nude for the cause, let's pre-test with a target that's much closer to scale.
7 years of shooting this show, and they finally got us a trailer.
Yep. Well, let's put it to good use.
The Saffir-Simpson scale predicts major damage to mobile homes in a Category 2 hurricane.
Let's start it up.
Medusa barely gets time to warm up before this caravan turns into trailer trash.
Well, that didn't take much. I don't even think those things got up to half speed.
Well, why don't we survey the damage? What do you say?
Well, there's your problem.
Well, clearly, this pipe organ from hell is more than able to produce the hurricane-force winds that we were looking for. Now, I think it's time that we build a house and put some of these open-closed window myths to a full-size test.
Thanks to the magic of montage, building the house is easy. Once complete and painted, Adam guides it into position.
I got something stuck in the crack of my butt. Can you see it?
It's not every day you see a house deliberately put in the path of a hurricane.
Oh, Dorothy, we are so not in Kansas anymore.
To assess the potential damage, they'll need to turn this house into a home.
There we go.
Simple furniture and a surrogate victim should be good storm fodder. Even more essential is a whole bank of expertly installed gauges measuring the air pressure inside and out.
Well, here's the deal. In a few minutes, a Category 2 storm is going to hit. The house is going to start to shake. Things are going to start to get a little crazy in here.
The Mad Hatter briefs Alice as Adam adds some perspective.
Why is the house this big, you wonder? Why did we choose this scale? Well, this scale is dictated by the size of the machine behind me. See, this thing is pretty much the largest of its kind, and it produces a hurricane with the footprint of the cowl you see behind me. So in order to get accurate hurricane force winds all the way around our model, we built it exactly this large. Any questions?
No, but it's high time we explain just how a hurricane can wreck your home. Strong winds over the roof can cause uplift, while, depending on the building, horizontal pressures can cause racking or sliding. And if the house can't rack or slide, it might just overturn. But will leaving the windows open save it? They'll start with all windows open, which should subject the house to the least amount of pressure.
All right, windows open? Windows open. Let's do it!
Medusa kicks into life and soon starts blowing with a vengeance. The grass starts to flutter. The stick-on shingles are ripped from the roof, and the drapes are almost blown away as the wind speed approaches, then passes 100 miles per hour.
Wow! Yeah!
Incredibly, the house hasn't budged. But was it because of the open windows or not? Time for an internal investigation.
After you, sir.
Oh, well, thank you. Hey, it's not as bad as I thought.
She's still sitting in her chair.
Yeah, one of the plants fell down, one of the candlesticks fell over, but pretty much it's not so bad in here.
Still looks like a tea party to me.
But if the myth is true, the next test will be no tea party. They've repaired the roof and closed the windows.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, windows closed. Let's turn it on.
Hang on to your hats. Facing a Force 2 hurricane at point-blank range, this could be the moment our kit home turns into kindling. Once again, Medusa cranks up to full speed. Adam helps out with a huff and a puff, but against all predictions, the house fails to blow down. Totally baffled, the boys turn to the data from the pressure gauges.
On our exterior walls, we're almost seeing no difference between the pressure loads acting on the structure between the two tests.
What about the interior?
We're seeing a slight difference, but I think one could probably say that's within the noise.
So it's negligible?
It was negligible. In fact, really, there is no positive benefit to keeping your windows open during a hurricane.
Seems like normal windows, open or closed, just aren't big enough to make any difference to the damage. Technically, that's myth busted.
You know what I'm thinking is,
Wind is only one of the factors that's going to affect the structural integrity of your house. I mean, there's also rain and there's also flying debris. Time to bring water into the picture, and the guys are currently installing the Rainmaker, 71 spouts that will pour 40 inches per hour of rain on our house. Now with the rain, I feel like if anything's going to cause some real structural damage, it's going to be the 1-2 punch of wind and rain.
And punch number 3 is the flying debris. Adam supplies friendly fire via the lawn furniture. The windows get smashed early on, as they would in a real hurricane. It's a short storm. They literally throw everything into it.
What, do you think we replicated an overnight hurricane in about 10 minutes?
Odds are they did. So how did the Tea Party weather the deluge?
Wow, what a mess. There's water everywhere. Oh my gosh, the carpet is completely soaked through and through. Glass everywhere. This place is messed up.
So what does this mean for the myth? Open or closed, the windows made no real difference in a Force 2 hurricane.
The thing you need to worry about is water damage.
The best thing to do in a hurricane is to board up all your windows. The house itself won't be at greater risk, and you might save yourself a whole lot of heartache.
Well, windows open or windows closed, where do we stand on this myth?
Well, in a Category 2 hurricane in a house built to code, no difference.
So then it's myth busted. No help from opening your windows. In fact, opening your windows opens you up to a whole new world of pain. You got your water damage, debris, and even looters. Don't try anything you're about to see at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too exciting.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's scientific!
Testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This one hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. In this episode, the MythBusters cook up a catastrophe with 3 explosive myths about food.
Red meat and high explosives.
Then they crank up the volume for some sound-related science. Adam and Jamie want to tackle a classic MythBusters conundrum: juicing the inside of fruit with an explosion.
Apparently, the shock wave of an explosion can be tuned perfectly enough to not destroy the outside of the fruit, but turn the inside into juice, such that you can stick a straw in and have a refreshing drink.
Sounds like fun.
I agree. Let's do it.
And what better place to whip up a deadly fruit cocktail than the Alameda bomb range? To get the juices flowing, they need a confined space where shock waves can travel underwater. Now, let's talk about the parameters of the experiment. First and foremost is the explosive.
We're going to be using one of these things. It's a blasting cap.
Nice. Great.
It's easily set off by applying a small amount of electric current to these wires.
That's about as dead center as we can get.
The blasting cap has 3,640 joules of energy. Now for its target, a shrink-wrapped tomato.
This is a polyolefin bag, and I can shrink it. There you go.
Oh, that's beautiful. Do you think this will float?
I think it will. What are we going to do about that?
I've got a magnet with a string on it. I figure I'll attach it to the bottom and we'll hang the blasting cap from the top.
The fruit is anchored several inches from the blasting cap, and the juice bomb is armed and ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Fire the hole! Fire the hole! Fire the hole! The whole thing jumped. That was awesome.
Whoa, look at that beautiful bubble.
Wow. We have this perfect 12-inch cavitation.
Incredibly, the tomato skin is intact, but is there juice?
Here, do you want to try it? All right. Oh, what? Hey, you're kind of getting some juice there.
Jamie sucks out a small amount of juice.
I did.
For comparison, Adam tries an unexploded tomato and gets zero uptake.
I'm getting nothing.
They could be onto something.
This is so ludicrous. We just blew up a tomato, and now we're trying to have a drink. What else? No big.
With an unquenched thirst, the MythBusters inch closer.
And there it is, exactly 6 inches. 1 inch closer than last time.
But will it smash the tomato to smithereens?
Fire the hole! That doesn't get old.
The blast wave is measured at 27,000 feet per second, but the skin stays on.
That looks like a lot of juice.
That was almost a mouthful.
Really?
Yeah.
We're a lot farther along on this than I thought we would be. I thought this was that realm of almost total fantasy.
It's the same story at 3 inches.
What?
Still there.
I don't know that we breached the outer skin. This is amazing.
And each time they get closer, Jamie gets more juice.
Look at that, dude. That looks like the best one yet.
Until half an inch proves fatal to the fruit.
1! Yep, finally. We figured out how close you can get and actually hurt a tomato.
They've effectively worked out the closest the blast cap can be without destroying the tomato is 1.5 inches.
But now it's time to figure out exactly how much juice we can get out of that to actually quantify it.
How? Well, earlier back at the shop, we quantified the amount of juice that we got from a tomato using an industrial juicer.
And it was 62%. That means I got 62% of the weight of the tomato out in delicious tomato juice.
Now we're going to compare that to what we get from a tomato detonated at our sweet spot of 1.5 inches.
All right, so here's how this is gonna work. I've got a vacuum pump, a containment vessel, and a straw at the end of a tube. The vacuum pump will pull air out of this, which will then come through this straw. We stick the straw into the tomato, and it acts just like Jamie's mouth, sucking the tomato juice out.
Ooh.
That's vigorous.
That's actually pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's coming.
All right. I think that's more than a human could get out, which we then weigh in this cup and determine exactly what percentage of juice we got out by detonating a blasting cap near the tomato. 60. This works out beautifully. 180-gram tomato, we got 60 grams of juice. That's exactly 1/3. That is 30% of the tomato in juice. That's half of what you get out of an industrial juicer, but that's a lot more than I thought we'd get. I actually believe that we are drifting dangerously into plausible territory here. In fact, after all this blasting, I'm not sure where we could go from here.
Yes, using a preset calibrated explosive charge, it's possible to juice the inside of a tomato. And there's really only one place to go from here.
I think we need more explosives. Now, of course, it's MythBusters, so where a small amount of explosives seems to work pretty well, a large amount of explosives ought to work a lot better.
This time around, we're going to be using 20 pounds of TNT. Nice. Nice and peaceful out here. At least right now it is. And that's going to create a much larger and more powerful pressure wave. So in theory, that should do a better job of creating more juice.
They're scaling up the blast by a factor of 10,000, which calls for a fruit medley.
Oranges, check. Cucumbers, check. Tomatoes, wrapped, check. Pineapples, check. 20 pounds of TNT. Let's make some fruit juice.
While the blasting cap had an explosive energy of 3,640 joules, 20 pounds of TNT has 37 megajoules. Will a larger amplitude shockwave be more effective?
We're going to hang 20 pounds of explosives 10 feet down. At each of the numbered markers is hanging a bag of fruit about 5 feet down.
Okay, large-scale fruit smoothie in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
Uh-oh. Yeah, that was a little more energetic than I thought.
At 3,000 frames a second, the evolution of the blast can be seen in all its glory.
You can see the original impulse of the explosive starting to expand, and then you can see a set of different speed shock waves emanating out from that center. Then you can also see some of the reflected waves, which are bouncing off the bottom of the lake, also interrupting and creating secondary artifacts around the primary shock wave. This is one of the loveliest shots of an explosion I think that we have ever gotten.
But did they get any juice?
That's 40. This is actually pretty darn cool. We were afraid when we first saw the explosion go off that we'd lost like most of our fruit. But it turns out it seems that we have lost our 2, 5, and 10-foot bags, which we kind of expected because they're so close to the explosion. We got them from 15. Awesome. But we have 15, 20, 25, 30, and 40. Now it's time to inspect and see just how juicy our bouquets of fruit and vegetables are.
The initial signs are not good.
Oh, man. Okay, I'm just gonna go on a limb and say cucumbers do not like explosives.
Many of the skins are ruptured. And even though there is evidence of tenderization,
it's definitely softer.
There is no juice to be extracted from any of the fruit.
No, so I'd say that orange is not a fruit juice dispenser. No, no. Tomatoes, that one's dead. The kind of carnage that can only be yielded by an episode of MythBusters.
But why didn't it scale up?
Whoa! We know that blast pressures can bounce off of surfaces. They can reflect. And so that small container caused the blast pressure to go back and forth through the fruit a bunch of times, each time breaking the cell walls a little bit more. So that may actually have been the ideal situation, even though the amount of explosive was very small.
We started out with a little boom in a box. In that scale, we actually succeeded in getting some lovely gulps of juice out of a tomato. I think that we're gonna have to call this one plausible.
Next up, it's popcorn pandemonium at the bomb range. The premise behind this myth is simple. The heat and pressure of an explosion causes raw popcorn kernels to cook in an instant. The plan is to create an explosion by strapping some C4 onto a propane tank.
This doesn't pop the popcorn, I don't know what will.
And place some popcorn kernels on top inside some tin foil, and voila, popcorn rain.
Now, we know that heat is what causes popcorn kernels to pop into popcorn. I mean, you could do it on your stove. And I think it's fairly likely that the size of fireball that we'll get will generate the sufficient amount of heat to make something pop.
Or will it just scatter corn kernels to the far-flung corners of the county?
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Wow.
That was some heat. You think we pop popcorn?
I don't know.
That's the burning question. At the corn carnage epicenter, the signs aren't good.
I see a lot of unpopped kernels on the ground.
No popcorn.
Nothing?
Nope.
There's more foil over here.
It seems the force of the C4 explosion and the rapidly expanding propane fireball distributed the raw kernels far and wide, without actually popping any of them.
My propane popcorn empire! Why? So propane did not pop the popcorn. All we had was a big fireball, which is what we expected, but that somehow wasn't quite right in order to pop the popcorn.
I don't think there was quite enough heat, and it wasn't sustained for long enough for the popcorn to actually pop. I think we just kind of blew it out everywhere.
All right, what's next?
Kettle corn?
Creamer cannon.
Yeah.
Of all the fireballs that I've seen from explosions that we've done, Creamer Cannon has given us the most slow fireball. It goes into the air and then...
Technically, this won't be an explosion, but a fireball could easily be behind the myth.
Yeah, we're good to go.
All right, we're ready to light the flare.
Okay, I'll see you behind the blast shields.
Let's make some kettle corn.
I'm ever the optimist. I think that this actually has a chance of working.
All right, if you guys want to run.
I do.
What happens is you launch the cannon, the creamer and the corn goes up in the air, the corn's surrounded by fire. Somehow, it's going to make us kettle corn.
Ready to go.
All right. In 3, 2, 1.
Something.
Look at all the burning kernels.
I think there are kernels out there.
Let's see if we got some popcorn.
The fine-grained creamer once again proves extremely flammable, leading to a satisfying fireball. And there appears to be flaming food falling to the ground.
We popped popcorn.
It's a little bird.
Corn flambe.
It's bird, but look.
No, that's just burnt creamer.
That's not popcorn?
No, I don't
No,
think
but
we
I
popped
saw it
any
rain
kernels.
down. Unfortunately, it was just little bits of creamer, but there was such hope there for a minute. I thought we actually did it.
My kettle corn empire. I'm wrong again.
So with the myth looking pretty much busted, it's back to the shop, where Carrie meets a popcorn professor.
Now, we've been trying to pop popcorn with explosives, and I'm wondering if we just don't have enough heat generated. Why do you think that it's not working for us?
Popcorn pops best at 450 degrees Fahrenheit. When the popcorn is exposed to that heat, the moisture inside the kernels expand and expand like your grandmother's old-fashioned pressure cooker until finally there's enough pressure to break open the kernel, and what you're eating is the starch that has been condensed inside.
Basically, explosions, conflagrations, and combustions like these are just never going to pop your corn. And now for the main course. Tenderized steak, MythBusters style. For Jamie and Adam, shockwave juice was just an appetizer. Could the same explosive technique be used for a melt-in-the-mouth steak? Tenderness depends very much on where it's cut from the cow. Meat from the short ribs is super soft. Meat from the neck and the rump, not so squishy. It's all to do with the strength of the connective tissue between muscle fibers. The weaker the tissue, the softer the meat. Two common ways to break those bonds are powdered pineapple enzymes and a sound thrashing. But could there be a third way?
By popular demand, today we are joining two of my favorite things. Red meat and high explosives.
Step 1, shrink wrap the cut. Then seal and deliver to the bomb range. Just like the juice bomb, they need to create a shockwave through water to break apart the fibers in the meat without pulverizing it. As for how much explosives they'll need, well, they'll find that out by trial and error.
Tenderizing steak with explosives in 3, 2, 1.
Jamie, I think that was too much explosives.
Some chefs add too much salt. Some chefs go nuts on the garlic. But they've added way too much C4.
Everything else is gone, but the steak is here, sort of.
So far, it's a total bust.
Now we're going to pull it all the way back in the other direction and detonate what is essentially an extra-large firecracker full of aluminized black powder, which is a fairly low-speed explosive as opposed to what we just used.
That was a nice little blast.
The bucket's destroyed. But how about the steak?
Well, that went perfect. The explosion went off, and we didn't ruin our bag of meat. Now, I can't tell anything specific just by touching this meat. The proof in any improvement in texture is really going to be in the cooking.
1, 2, 3. But before the barbecue fires up, they have one more tenderization test. They've tracked down someone in the Department of Agriculture who says he knows how to blast the steak to perfection.
And they say that we've got to put a steel plate at the bottom of the barrel. We have to suspend it in the air, and they gave us a precise amount of explosive we have to use. So we've done Baby Bear and we've done Papa Bear. This is Goldilocks, right?
This is the recommended recipe in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, look at that.
It's boom time beef. And just like the last time, the steak is
not breached.
And that means it's time to get cooking. As the sun goes down, the barbecue fires up. So let's meet the meat.
Now, the first one is a low-grade steak. It's not been altered or tenderized in any way. The second one is that same low-grade steak, but we've tenderized it with a low explosive. The third one, we've tenderized with a high explosive. And the fourth one, we've tenderized with a pineapple enzyme commercial preparation. Now, the last one is a prime steak that's been aged 28 days. We're gonna test all of these and see which one is the most tender.
We're bringing in Ron Siegel, who's the chef at the Ritz-Carlton, and he was the only American ever to win the Japanese Iron Chef program. Ron, thanks for coming on to help us out.
Thanks for coming out to the bomb range.
Thank you.
All right, where are those steaks?
So which one is the most tender? Let the chewing commence.
Steak's good. Some of it is better than others.
Okay.
So, drum roll, please. 3 different tasters and 3 totally different results. No one agreed on anything. That means the MythBusters need a new objective test of tenderization. So Adam's rigged up the perfect machine.
Starting from the bottom up, we've got a plate in here which the meat is placed on. It's got a slot in it, exactly the width that the USDA specs the slot in their machine should be. Above that is a blade that is exactly the angle the USDA says it should be. Above the blade is a pressure gauge, which, as the blade pushes through the meat, will read exactly the number of pounds of force required to push through that meat. And what's pushing this down at a constant speed but a linear actuator, which I will power with a power supply. This is exactly the way the government tests the tenderness of meat. It ought to be good enough for us.
2.5. 2.1. 2.4.
Dude, you know, the readings are looking pretty consistent here.
With the testing machine operating to perfection, it's time to return to the bomb range to get one more exploded steak sample. They'll use the recommended Goldilocks suspension barrel method.
Are we set?
I think we're set.
Tenderizing meat with high explosives in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's pretty.
That's great. This one's breached, I can see that, but these two are totally intact. That's fantastic.
Back at the workshop, they crunch the numbers.
I think I know the results. Tell me what the averages are.
Control was 2.82, and the exploded steak was 1.16.
Oh, that's so great! I'm exhausted. All of this protocol to build the machine and to have it actually give us results. We were hoping to see something, and we got something.
Yeah, when you're chewing on it, you can't tell, but the machine won't lie.
That's awesome. That's awesome!
Against all expectations, it seems blasting a steak to kingdom come really does make it melt in your mouth. With the food-based myths well and truly well done, it's time to activate another sense. With 3 sound-based myths, starting with a cracker. There's a popular idea that whips produce their characteristic crack by moving faster than the speed of sound. But is this true?
That's what we were about to test. All right. Using our high-speed camera and all of the stagecraft we've learned in 10 years of doing this show, we're going to try and prove that the end of the whip breaks the speed of sound.
Sound travels at just over 1,100 feet per second. If they can catch the tip of the whip traveling that fast, the myth will be confirmed. But that's not easy.
3, 2, 1.
Because the tip of the whip is moving so fast and over such a large area, it makes it really difficult to see where and when it's making the crack. Yeah, the tip's starting to swing around at about 4D. So with that in mind, we've created this background with a grid on it. Yeah, right about there, a little bit below it, so we can hopefully zoom in on it with the high-speed camera.
Oh, spank right on the same mark.
But with the camera recording at the 6,000 frames per second required to measure the speed of sound, zooming in and capturing the exact moment is a very tricky task.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Too low. Try that.
In terms of time, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's a lot of increments when you're looking at 6,000 frames per second to find the exact instant that that passes through the frame.
Yep, not only does Adam have to get a clean crack,
that was too low,
and pull off the unlikely feat of hitting the same mark, the guys then have to find those 4 exact frames of action.
So the signal you're watching me on right now is transmitting 29.9 something frames per second.
Low.
I'm aiming at the same spot every single time.
Our high-speed camera is catching almost 2 seconds of footage at 6,000 frames per second.
That's going to be too high.
It is, it's a little bit of a hunt and peck.
There it is.
Finally, in glorious 6,000 frames per second high speed. Now, how fast is it going right here?
That's 5 frames to travel 12 inches. $1,200 feet per second. That beats the speed of sound. That is awesome! We caught the speed of sound being broken by these little fuzzies. That is so cool.
And as for the whip crack sound, it's actually a sonic boom made when the sound barrier is breached. Meaning this myth is confirmed. Next up, Jamie and Adam are testing a myth of operatic proportions. Can a singer shatter a wine glass with just their voice alone? Before they try with a singer, the boys have enlisted the help of sound tech Roger, who's going to try to break the glass using sounds made by his computer.
So first I want to bring a glass over and we'll measure it and see what its resonant frequency is. And then we'll play that frequency back through the speaker and see if we can break it.
So the theory is that the tone you hear, boom, when you hit it is the same tone that will potentially break it.
Correct.
Okay.
A crystal glass has a natural resonance. This is the frequency at which it most efficiently turns sound waves into physical movement. Play a glass its own resonant frequency, but loud, and it may move so much that it explodes. They're using lead crystal, as it's the most efficient at transforming sound into motion.
This lowest peak here is the fundamental frequency, and I'm reading off here 562 hertz, so that's where we should start.
With the computer primed to belt out a pure 562 hertz tone, it's myth-busting time.
So this is MythBusters wine glass breaking test number 1. Simply playing a tone through the speaker to the glass. That's it.
I'm really sorry. I need to actually plug that speaker into something.
Oh, details, details.
The MythBusters aren't the only ones that make mistakes. Let's try that again. A big fat nothing. But Roger's not giving up that easily.
When you listen to the glass, it has many harmonics above the fundamental frequency. And so maybe it's not the fundamental that breaks it. Maybe we need to produce one of those harmonics.
This time, the computer is set to blast out the full harmonic sound, including all the smaller frequencies. To help detect motion, Adam throws in a straw. The straw dances. The glass really is vibrating. And check out the high speed. The crystal is as wobbly as Jell-O, but not wobbly enough to implode.
So that could be myth-busted right there.
I don't know that we've exhausted all the possibilities.
Yeah, there's something we're missing here because it's really aggressively moving that glass. The question is, why isn't it breaking the glass?
The problem may be with the way the sound is being distributed. And Roger's come up with a clever audio fix. A board with a 2-inch hole in it. But how is that going to help?
It's going to change the directionality. It's going to change the distribution of pressure in the near field. So it's going to cause an awful lot of different acoustical phenomena.
Roger's confident the holy board will do the trick.
Okay, everyone ready?
Ready when you are.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, that's kind of effective.
They've cracked it. The 2-inch hole does the job and proves that sound can break glass. Next, they need to find a singer brave enough to try. Next stop on the glass shattering tour is song school. This myth needs vocal power. But forget opera singers. Adam and Jamie have gone for full power with rock singer Jamie Vendera.
Some of these are a little more dead than the others. If you flick it, now hear how that rings.
I mean, it sounds almost like the ring has a kind of curve to it.
Exactly, and that's what you're looking for.
To start off, he's going to try to achieve breakage using the right tone, amplification through the speaker, and the holy board.
Can you hear that okay, Jamie?
Bingo.
Yeah! Is it supposed to be that easy?
So the practiced professional can use amplification to smash glass. But how about an amateur voice? Like, say, Adam's or Jamie's?
I can't wait to try it.
But before they let rip, they need a vocal warm-up.
You're gonna stand back.
I can't do it while I'm smiling.
Believe it or not, this is lesson number 1. Lip bubbles.
Just do that.
Like that?
Yeah, several times.
Come on, Jamie.
I don't know that I can do that at all.
You can't make lip bubbles with a stash?
Fortunately, there's another technique.
Make a smiley face and you go. So it's like falsetto and you start real low and you get louder and louder on the same pitch. Real soft and real like a woman, you know, real like. You want to try a glass?
I'm dying to try a glass.
All right.
Well, I want to see Jamie do it first. Everyone quiet for a second while I give Jamie the tone. This is Jamie Heineman. You know he has perfect pitch.
And he's going to need it to break this glass.
I had a nightmare like this once.
Well, I'm moving the straw around pretty good.
The straw is dancing, but no shards fly, except maybe in Adam's ears. But now it's his turn.
It started to jump right there just now.
All right, here we go.
I did it! Wow.
Well, there you go.
That was great.
You have graduated. You are now a full vocalist.
Oh, that's incredible.
Adam's proven that with a little amplification, even an untrained singer can shatter glass. But to prove the myth, they need to ditch the amp and go unplugged. Will Jamie Vendera rock into the history books, becoming the first documented person to break glass using his voice alone?
110%. I know I can do it. I don't have any doubt.
I mean, if we get this, this is like, that's huge. No one's ever caught this sort of thing on videotape before. No one has a confirmed report. And if our researchers can't find it, I mean, nobody can. Oh, I'm so psyched about this, I can't even tell you.
Good job they stocked up on crystal.
Jamie, man, dude! That is a first on television.
A MythBusters exclusive. 566 hertz, 105 decibels, and 20 attempts makes for a world first. And a myth that's 100% confirmed. In our final story, the boys want to find out if it's possible to destroy this beige beast just by pumping up the stereo.
All right, let's get her off the ground. Yeah!
But how could sound destroy a car? Okay, so we know a speaker produces sound. It does this by switching an electromagnet on and off and vibrating the speaker cone. This moves air back and forth, creating waves of pressure. This sound pressure level is measured in decibels. And in theory, with enough decibels, enough pressure, you can break anything. So it's a simple plan. Build the most powerful subwoofer possible. And if that doesn't destroy the car, then nothing will. Step 1, make room. by removing all mod cons and luxury extras, like the seats and the steering wheel.
Now, this is cool. I want this.
A typical subwoofer has a cone size of around 10 inches. But in true MythBuster fashion, the MythWoofer will be 5 times the normal size.
It's 52 inches.
Oh, man.
Which means we're talking probably a 4-foot speaker cone.
When you look in this car, what you're going to see is the entire interior of the car filled with speaker cone that's going to be moving up and down. It should be quite entertaining.
To power such a massive speaker, you need some serious juice.
I figure just go directly to an engine. You know, we can get a crank, we can go right to the output of an engine, we get raw power. That's what we're going to do.
It's another MythBuster first, a diesel-powered speaker. To harness the engine's raw power, they'll need access to the transmission. So Adam and Jamie get cutting and open up the bodywork, from the top and the bottom. Dr. Savage checks the patient is still alive.
Now it's not shutting off.
Which could be a problem.
Amazingly, there's a button on the engine that says stop. And I pushed it, and it stopped.
The next step is to build a mechanical device called a crankshaft, the crucial link between the engine and the speaker cone.
This is the crankshaft that is going to, via a push rod, push the speaker cone up and down. So what we've done is very carefully align all this stuff, and now I've got to weld it in place so that it works like a crankshaft inside an engine block. This was the simplest, rather crude, but simplest way of really making this thing solid. So, you know, I'm determined not to have this thing just rip itself apart. I want to have the speaker rip the car apart. Well,
should we start it up?
I think so.
I'm gonna kick it into reverse. Hey! It's turning beautifully. Nice. That is nice.
As the ultimate boombox comes together, Super Sleuth Tori's taking tips from the professionals at Daytona Beach, Florida.
Hey, look, I'm on TV.
He's at the Spring Break Nationals,
This is nicer than my apartment.
the world's most famous sound-off. These guys customize their vehicles for one purpose: maximum volume. But how damaging can this decibel drag race actually get? Do cars explode?
Well, I haven't seen one detonate, if that's what you're saying, but I have seen windshields break, and I know of lots of vehicles where the panels have come undone, and I've seen lights that, you know, all of the driving lights on the top of the vehicle, like on trucks and stuff, pop out during competition.
How many decibels will it take to shatter a window?
Well, there's not an exact answer, but I would say that once you get to 160 dB, you're in a range of sound pressure levels that could fracture the windshield.
That sets the benchmark for Jamie and Adam. But let's just put that figure into perspective. 140 is enough to severely damage your ears. 160 decibels is what you get from a jet engine. And 198 to 201 is enough to kill you.
Oh, my liver. I think it might have damaged my liver.
But the team are hoping it's just the car that gives up the ghost when they let the MythWoofer rip.
This is the cone for the speaker. Now, technically, we could just have a flat plate, but this will actually be stronger. It'll be less likely to bend when we start pumping up and down on it. And, you know, in a real speaker, you would have like something that was perfectly conical, but by making these pie sections, we're able to get pretty close with a lot less work.
Well, there it is.
Wow. That is perfect.
Next, a tractor inner tube will double as a speaker surround. This flexible diaphragm will allow the speaker cone to vibrate and retain a seal on the speaker cavity. And once it's glued to the aluminum cone, Adam and Jamie work on a new MythBuster theme tune. The plan is to power the giant speaker with the diesel engine of the car. The drive shaft will pump the speaker cone up and down, creating waves of sound pressure intense enough to destroy this vehicle. And now it's time for installation. But will it fit?
There we go.
Look at that. Dude, that's plenty of clearance. I was all worried.
So it's time to raise the curtain on this tall tale of the Shattering subwoofer. Adam takes off a safety zone. And the MythWoofer is ready to roll.
Goes.
Wayne is here to collect the sound data. The setup is simple. A precision sound pressure level sensor will sit on the windshield inside the car, and Wayne will get the decibel reading on his laptop at a safe distance.
All right, high speed ready?
Ready.
Adam fires up the engine, and the crew get ready for maximum decibels. But we aren't going to hear any wild tunes here.
We've got 3 melodies. It's called first gear, second gear, and third gear.
And the sound of Shattering car.
Ready, let's go for it.
In 3, 2, 1.
Now that didn't go to plan.
I don't see no cracked glass.
And why not? Because the speaker sure looked like it was working.
Check this out. Blew the sunroof completely out of its tracks.
Oh, no.
Well, that's probably the reason the windows didn't go, huh?
Yeah, once you have any type of opening, you know, all the pressure inside is released.
But how many decibels did the MythWoofer pump out before it broke down?
It did a 161.3 when it failed, but what's really impressive is it did it at 16 hertz. That is just almost unheard of to produce sound pressure levels that high at such low frequencies. Just takes a tremendous amount of energy to do that.
With that kind of sound energy and the car still not detonating, this myth is
Busted, without a doubt.
Never try anything you see on the show at home.
Well, there's your problem.
in this special series of MythBusters.
Almost too exciting.
The Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's scientific!
Testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This one hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry.
Oh my goodness.
Far-out physics.
Fun for the whole family.
And insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. In this episode, animal behavior myths are put to the test with crocs, cats, and goats under the microscope. And the MythBusters under pressure. Then it's time for a whirlwind tour of extreme natural events. to test their power to shake,
This is terrifying!
spin, and blow.
I love this job.
Get set for nature at its gnarliest.
Oh. All right, you guys, get ready for this one. Crocodile myth.
Is it the crocodiles have tears?
No. This one is, if you're getting chased by a crocodile, you can easily escape it by running in a zigzag pattern, because they cannot turn corners.
Crocodiles attack with a lightning-fast lunge, but are they biologically challenged when it comes to turning corners?
How do you think we should test it?
Let's use Buster first. We'll build a rig that pulls them in a straight line, and then one that pulls them in a zigzag.
Well, let's try to make this a little interesting instead of just sticking a stake to Buster's butt. Maybe we can make a pair of meat legs.
How do you make meat legs?
Don't ask me.
Juicy meat leg bait, you say? Carrie has a perfectly absurd MythBuster solution.
What are these?
They're fishnet stockings.
Give me all your cash!
And they'll be stuffed with quail?
They're not even gutted.
Put these down, go back to working whatever you're working on, because I have a really busy day of putting dead birds in sexy lingerie.
Now, there's a sentence you don't hear every day. Meanwhile, Tori's on track to rig the croc track and trolley.
This is going to be our track that's going to go over the crocodiles. And the trolley will carry the dummy along that run, and the crocodile will have something to chase.
Grant, the electronics guru, focuses on the remote control pulley.
Motor here, the sprocket. As the sprocket turns, it moves the chain back and forth.
Now, to dial in and calibrate the rig to an average human speed.
No, the crocodile!
One by one, the guys run a series of zigzags across the grid. And using an overhead slow-mo camera, the average is distinctly average.
7.6 feet per second.
That's 5 miles per hour and half the speed crocs have been clocked at. So unless the zigzag myth proves to be true, our cross-dressing dummy is likely to be devoured.
That's great!
I'm happy with it.
It's time to crock and roll.
Come on.
But where?
The only place we're going to be able to get crocodiles to chase us is going to be in Florida.
Field trip!
We are now here in Florida at St. Augustine Alligator Farm, and they're crazy enough to let us try our Buster rig on some of these alligators and crocodiles. What does it mean when they hiss?
When they hiss, they feel a little threatened because you're getting a little bit too close to them, so they're kind of unhappy with your presence right now.
They're unhappy.
With that less than comforting knowledge left hanging, the rig is assembled. Fishnet-clad meat legs and all.
These are very dangerous animals, so it's important that you're listening to the keepers. They'll tell you where to be. If something goes wrong, they're gonna tell you to get somewhere quickly.
I've been watching a lot of professional wrestling on television, so I've learned some wrestling moves, and I'm going to try them out on this crocodile.
The Cuban crocodile is one of the quickest and most aggressive crocodiles on the planet.
We'll get the animal secured, hold the mouth shut, and then you'll actually tape the jaw shut so it's no longer able to bite us.
What?
You're going to tape the mouth shut.
That's what he thought you said.
Wow.
Okay.
He's going to submit in 2 seconds. Tap out. Tap out, sucker.
So is that better than playing with robots?
Oh my gosh. This is my new favorite job. How do I sign up?
I think you just did.
Okay, here we go. Can the Cuban croc catch those zigzagging quail legs? Using the remote control, Grant twitches Buster's delicious legs. Our reptile doesn't seem tempted. Although its potential speed is obvious, but it suddenly rounds on its keepers.
Whoa.
They keep trying to tease the croc into a chase, but the beast just won't budge.
No interest whatsoever.
I'm starting to feel extremely defeated. There's a run in my stockings, and there's no crocodile running.
Cue Plan B.
We're actually going to take a quail and put it on my robot here. And this is a battle-ready combat robot. So if an animal gets a hold of it in its jaws, it is built for combat, so it probably will stand up.
With its cargo of quail in place, Grant's robot sets out on its mission. Looking like the Mars rover, it parks near the edge of the pool, well within striking distance. Grant's poised to hit the accelerator at the first crocodilian quiver. But apparently, this croc doesn't feel like Meals on Wheels.
We're having a hard time getting this crocodile to come to the surface of the water, so I'm going to try to entice it with some quail, and I'm just going to drop it right in front of his nose, or her nose.
Tori ventures close and throws the bird. Nothing. Not a ripple.
I don't think he's coming out the water.
No response to the rig, no response to the robot. You can't say the MythBusters aren't trying. There's only one thing left. Plan C. That's C for crazy. Tori's going to put his behind on the line and get a croc to chase him instead.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually suit up with some protective gear, get in there, try to agitate the crocodiles, and see if they'll chase me.
Tori's going out on a limb. Let's just hope all his are still there when it's over.
So let's say one of them does get a hold of my leg. What will you do to break that hold?
I will do everything I can to ease your pain as quickly as possible.
He has a stick.
And this is actually more for
knock me
you.
out with the
Yes,
stick.
exactly.
Tori's legs will be well protected. Unfortunately, the heavy padding will also slow him down.
Protective gears hindering me from running away from the crocodile.
Nevertheless, he's ready for a face-to-face croc confrontation. The Johnston's crocodile is found in Australian waters. It's smaller than the Cuban croc, but fast and fiercely territorial.
What do you think's going to happen?
I think you can catch him.
If he can provoke a chase, Tori needs to remember to zigzag. The crocodile lunges, but doesn't continue the chase beyond that initial strike.
Hissing and like lunging, my heart was going 1,000 miles a minute. You're more worried about getting away from that initial explosive attack. If you can get away from that, you're pretty much gonna be okay.
Even so, the team wants to try one more experiment, swapping crocs for alligators. Carrie plays gator baiter, trying to lure her living dinosaur in a zigzag.
Oh, yes, you're just freaking me out now, Smiley. Yeah, this way. All right.
I don't know if she's more afraid of the alligator or the bird.
The alligator slowly changes direction to follow Carrie. But is that a zigzag as defined by the myth?
I did a zig, I did a zag. He could follow me, but only sort of in a curvy motion, not really sharp turns, and it didn't make me get away from him any better.
Let's face it, this myth is looking more and more like a croc.
Man, we threw everything at this one, including ourselves. I don't know what more we could have done.
We were in the right place at the right time of year on a hot day with cranky crocodiles and their food of choice, and they still wouldn't chase.
Well, doesn't that in itself prove something? Forget the zigzag. Crocodiles are just not gonna chase you on land.
Yeah, they're ambush predators. If they miss you that first time, they're just gonna wait until some easier prey comes along.
And so this whole zigzag theory is just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, and what's more, it's busted.
Busted.
Totally busted.
Next up, Adam and Jamie let the cat out of the bag with a feline fable.
Over the years on this show, we have done many, many things formerly considered to be completely impossible. So we're about to do herding cats.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Okay.
Felis catus are famously aloof, independent individuals. So much so, the phrase herding cats is synonymous with impossible. But does the phrase match reality, or can you in fact rustle up a flock of felines?
Our task here is pretty straightforward. We have a pen that's 35 by 45 feet, and we're going to fill it with 8 cats. Our job is to move those cats from the big pen
Into the little pen, or as we're fond of calling it, the cat corral.
And thanks to the Animal Friends Rescue Project, they've got 8 curious kitties to round up.
Okay, now it's safe to unleash the beasts.
With the cats contained, Adam is first up to attempt to round them up by using his powers of persuasion.
Good luck, buddy.
Okay.
You want to go this way?
Straight away, these cats will not flock together. I guess because it's not natural behavior for them. So that means I'm trying to cajole them into the pen one by one.
Hey, Red, let's go over to the pen. What do you say?
Let's take a walk over there, see what's going on. This looks like it could be cool. Maybe this is an exit. No. Wait, no. Even this one-on-one technique, which obviously you can't call herding, isn't working at all. I cannot get these cats to go anywhere that I want them to go. He's like amateur.
The cat's instinctive response to Adam is to ignore him. So he tries something a little more hands-on.
All right, I'm just gonna put him in the pen, see if I can get them all in. I know this is cheating, but it's all I got.
But as the number of cats in the pen grows, so does the caterwauling.
Oh, that was a bad idea of mine. I'm very sorry.
It looks like Adam is about to close the gate on 8 cats.
It's happening. Oh. Defeat snatched from the jaws of victory. I give up. I got 7. I'm going with that as my score. It's your turn.
Cats are just not social animals. So Jamie's going to appeal to their fear response instead.
Right. So I can see this cat's afraid of me. That's it. Go on. Go on.
Oh.
Go on. So I'm going to gently intimidate it to get it to go where I want. Yay!
Jamie, nice.
One cat. I got to do it exactly what I wanted. But although the cats are going into the corral of their own free will, go on. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. That's it. It's a tactic that only works 1 cat at a time, so I'm not so sure this counts as herding.
You're killing it.
3. It's actually sort of working.
Jamie's one-on-one approach has gotten 5 cats into the corral, but he's hit a snag.
Go on. Go.
He's moving you back more than you're moving him forward.
There are still 3 cats to go.
Go, go, go.
And none of them are afraid of him.
I don't think you're gonna get him to move, Jamie.
Okay, well, I got 5 in the pen. I got 3 that just wouldn't play ball.
That is very respectable. Nicely done.
Well, Jamie's technique worked far better than mine. By stamping his feet and clapping his hands, he was able to control 5 of these felines into the pen, but that still gives him a 36% failure rate. So now, in order to proceed, we're going to reduce the number of cats we have to herd to the smallest number we can still call several cats, and that is 3 cats. We are also going to enlist the aid of some kitty interest aids, colloquially known as cat toys, to help us.
Being social may not be in a cat's makeup, but being a predator is. So the toys will appeal to their hunting instinct. So with a buffet of cat tempters, Adam selected a famous feline lure, but he's adding an irresistible twist.
On today's cooking show, we're going to be infusing a feather-tailed mouse with catnip and attempting to lure some cats to a corral with it. I start with a simple zip closure bag and add a little bit of catnip. This stuff is like catnip to the cats. Hopefully that's going to be one desirable mouse.
Hopefully, but will this trio of mischievous moggies take the bait and end up behind the gate?
Time to go catfishing.
Adam casts his line and waits for a bite.
I've got some interest.
Defying expectations, Adam's catfishing looks promising.
Yes.
Well, you got 2 cats at once moving their way towards the trap.
Totes.
But they quickly lose interest. And, adding insult to injury...
Oh. He broke my fishing line. And he never even stood up.
Cue the cat kryptonite.
Lasers. Oh, yes, okay.
No cat can resist chasing a laser, right?
No.
Nope. Cats never miss an opportunity to be contrary. None of them are guided by the light.
They can clearly see the lasers. They notice them. They just don't seem to care.
All of the tricks that I have employed have not worked at all. I am not hurting cats.
Adam's defeated, so Jamie's contenders enter the ring.
Adam tried to attract the cats. That didn't work. So I'm going to try to repel them.
Jamie's plan B utilizes the cat's startle reflex.
That's it.
You've got them into one corner. That's pretty good.
The Heineman ups the ante with umbrellas and a maraca maringa. And for a moment, he's tantalizingly close to maneuvering the moggies.
We're onto something. Okay, you're home free. Sort of. That's it.
But nope. These cats are doing what cats do, not cooperating with a nonchalant air of disdain.
It seems to me that it's virtually impossible to get these cats to behave in any kind of grouping at all. It really is true to the saying.
With defeat looming, it's time to bring in the professional.
Hey, Lance, how's it going? How would you feel about herding some cats? I was wondering what technique you were planning on using. Perfect idea. Let's go.
Yep, this myth is going to the dogs. And if it can't herd 8 cats into the corral, nothing can.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and go.
Immediately, it's clear these cats are standing their ground.
Arched backs. Oh, all the backs are arched here.
Yep, they switch from defense to offense. Their body language, a less than subtle reminder they know who's the boss in this age-old feud. Despite following its handler's commands, the dog steers well clear of the hissing balls of fury.
He's like, I'm really not sure about this, boss.
This is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen.
After 6 minutes of feline resistance, it's clear not even a sheepdog can herd cats.
Get out, lie down. Lie down. Calm down.
Yep, it was a catastrophe for the dog.
So what do you think was going on there?
I think he was out of his game, and he's not used to animals that don't come together, and he wouldn't face off something like that normally.
He's not used to dealing with predators in that sort of situation, and they all know the relationship, I guess.
Right.
I think they thought he was lunch.
Oh.
Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy.
Hey, Lance, how did that go for you? I totally know what you mean, buddy. You did a great job regardless. Good boy. That was rough.
There's only one way to call this myth. Confirmed. In the next story, we'll investigate goats that supposedly have a peculiar habit.
Now, apparently they're fainting goats, but have you ever heard of any animal besides a human fainting?
No, and in fact, some of our fans think that this is just a hoax.
Well, you know, there's only one way to find out.
All right, let's go see for ourselves.
All right, we're at Renegade Ranch to see these fainting goats. Man, I haven't seen one fall over yet.
Do goats actually faint?
Well, they do and they don't. They appear to faint, but they don't actually lose consciousness when they fall on the ground. It's a muscle condition called myotonia that affects their leg muscles. So when they get scared, sometimes even excited, their muscles are tightened up in their legs, and sometimes they'll actually fall over.
Really? She made it sound very science-y and plausible. But there's always a chance she's part of the elaborate hoax. After all, we still haven't seen any of them faint.
Apparently, shepherds breed these goats just for that gene, so that way they can put one of these goats into their flock of sheep, so when a real predator shows up, all the sheep take off and the goat is stuck there, paralyzed, so that the predator can eat it and not the sheep. Now, if that's not taking one for the team, I don't know what is. The sad thing is, it's not even his team. I mean, it's the sheep, you know?
All right, Tori, your first step. What do you want to do?
I think for my first one, I'm just gonna see if I can get one of these goats to faint with no tricks. I mean, I haven't seen one of these fainted yet. Oh, you...
I felt that. Not the best start. 1 human faint versus 0 for the goats. Carrier's heard scaring goats is the best way to elicit the fainting.
Okay, I figured something that'd be very freaky with a lot of flash would be an umbrella. So I'm gonna try to crouch down, wait till they're calm, and then pow.
But it's not working.
They're laughing at us, Carrie. They mock us.
I don't think this is as easy as I thought it was gonna be.
Every failure to faint casts more doubt on the myth. But Tori needs to prove that he's smarter than the average goat.
Thinking maybe I'm gonna lay down in that trough right there, cover me in hay, let them come up to the hay, eat for a little bit, and then I'll spring out.
All right, Tori,
go now.
Not one?
Not one.
You kidding me?
Dude, that would scare the heck out of me. I can't tell you how frustrating this is. I mean, they're called fainting goats. We can't make a fainting goat faint. Seriously.
Then, out of the blue, goats really do start fainting. But not because of Carrie or Tori.
You wanna know what's frustrating me the most? Everybody seems to be able to get these goats to fall except Carrie and me. Camera guy walks by a goat, it falls over. The runner, he's making goats fall over. The farmer walks by and they're falling over.
The myth seems to be heading in the confirmed direction, but Tori is sticking to the basic principle of experimental procedure and doing due diligence. They won't call it until they record a fainting goat on their watch. Cue Operation Shock and Awe.
I think maybe we need to blend.
Should we use our secret weapon? Camouflage?
Camouflage.
Yeah. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna drop them with this one.
Looking like rejects from a Wizard of Oz revival, Tori and Carrie stalk their prey.
I don't know about the goats, but I think the cow's getting kind of excited.
I'm one of you guys. What's going on, fellas? Ready, Carrie? Let's go! Got him. Totally worked.
Yeah, we got a few.
I got one over there.
Fainting is a misnomer because the goats don't lose consciousness. Due to a genetic condition, their muscles tighten when they get scared. Incredibly, the Tennessee fainting goat can in fact be scared stiff.
I am so convinced that this works. It actually doesn't take that much. You just have to know what you're doing, which we obviously don't most of the time. This myth is absolutely confirmed. These goats faint.
Producers of MythBusters wish to say that no goats were hurt during filming, though several felt they were made to look stupid. Authorized and spoken by Robert Lee. With the creatures exiting stage left, it's time for 3 myths about the forces of nature. First, the boys are in a spin about whirlpools. It's a story that's been going on as long as humans have been going to sea. The mythical evil vortex that appears in the ocean. Sucking in boats and sailors. Could that actually happen? And right on cue.
One right there.
Not just one, but a virtual convoy of vortices. All brought about by the bridge pylon. Most oceanic whirlpools form when opposing currents meet head-on. As the currents start to swirl around each other, a vortex forms in the center, causing the water to spiral downwards. In some cases, the vortex can plunge hundreds of feet.
Well, I've got no hands on this thing, and it's moving us back and forth. That is a lot of power.
You know, these whirlpools may not do anything but make it a little squirrely to steer this boat, but if I was in the water with one of them, I think I'd be in a little bit of trouble.
The question is, how much trouble? Back at the shop, the MythBusters go head-to-head. Adam will try to make a pump-powered whirlpool, while Jamie will work on a paddle to churn the water. Adam has a small pool pump and a tank with a hole at the bottom. When the pump is switched on, water is sucked down the hole, through the pump, and recirculated. The result? A perfect conical vortex.
Oh, look at that. That would be a vortex. Here's a little boat, unsuspecting on the high seas, and oh no, it's a whirlpool. That would be bad.
So the pump works well. Now it's Jamie's turn. He's got 2 metal paddles attached to a cordless drill motor.
330 RPM. The depth of the vortex is 9 inches. All right, let's move up to the medium-sized level. I want to kick it up a notch.
Kicking it up a notch means a larger tank, a larger pump, and a bigger whirlpool. But Adam's made an intriguing discovery. It takes proportionally less water to maintain his larger whirlpool.
It requires less of the total volume to maintain that whirlpool, which is fantastic.
On the other hand, Jamie's paddles are using more power and threatening to take off.
Having trouble holding on to it. I'm really using a lot of strength.
There's no beautifully shaped vortex, just a violent churning.
And between the two, I'd much rather get into the one that I made with the pump than get into a tank with that thing.
Famous last words, Adam. Because there's no turning back now. The full-scale custom-built tank has arrived.
This is our tank. It's 9,200 gallons. It's 10 feet wide and 16 feet tall, and it was specially made just for us.
The tank is set up to utilize Adam's pump whirlpool system. One anaconda-like hose will carry water away from the tank. A second will put it back in the top. And once the water is in, it's time to fire up the pump and give it a whirl.
Ho, ho, ho! Yeah!
I guess we judged it right.
Oh, that is so, oh, man!
In fact, it's working too well. Nature's fastest vortex moves at 14 knots, about 42 revolutions a minute, which looks something like this. But they've built a miniature container ship as their test boat, which means they need to dramatically scale down the size and speed of the whirlpool to match.
That's one revolution every 10 minutes.
And that means the water is practically not moving at all. So, after all that, their scale experiment simply won't work.
So I think we look at this as a damage experiment. We see where the ship starts sustaining actual danger and damage of sinking, and then we calculate what the speed is and see how that compares to real-world whirlpools. All right, this is our 1/500th scale container ship. It's actually 1,000 feet long in real life, like the ones behind me.
Imagine this is the ocean. If this ship was real, it'd be traveling at 230 miles per hour. And even then, it's not in any danger of being sucked down.
So in terms of the scale of a naturally occurring whirlpool, that's busted. That's going 20 times faster than the fastest whirlpool ever recorded.
So it's like over 200 knots or something, right?
Yeah, it's way off the charts.
So now we have to find out what it would take.
The pump roars to life, and soon a vortex of supernatural strength opens up.
Well, it's down to Davy Jones' locker, isn't it?
All right.
That's about like, Mach 3 or something, is it? What do you say?
That whirlpool was like a half mile in diameter.
The Whirlpool boat myth has sunk without a trace. And it's time for a full-scale human test.
Is everybody ready for diving?
As excited as he is, Adam won't just dive into the tank. He'll hang onto a trapeze, which Jamie can raise or lower. Even so, it's risky. If he loses his grip and gets swallowed, the air supply will give him just a handful of breaths.
All right, I'm going in.
All right, be careful.
The pump begins to turn the water at 14 knots, as fast as the world's fastest whirlpool.
Starting to form, Adam.
The vortex gathers strength. Adam starts to feel suction pulling him down.
Oh, wow, I can totally feel it in my feet. That is cool. Whoa!
The pump is cut before Adam loses his grip. Adam's body slowly stops spinning, not his head.
Are you okay?
Have you ever really looked at the sky?
For my money, that was about as good as it gets in terms of a whirlpool.
Well, I would agree, actually. And I would say that if I hadn't been tethered, I would definitely have been sucked down by that. But
So I would say that we could conclude a naturally occurring whirlpool could be lethal to a swimmer, but not a boat.
Next, a myth that's shaken, not stirred. In order to survive the big one, is it best to stand in a door jamb?
All right, you guys ready for an earthquake? Oh my God! Look at the lamp!
To test the myth, the team needs to make a shakeable house just like this one at the California Academy of Science. Back at the workshop, Grant gets to work on a miniature Shake Shack.
So our earthquake shake table concept model is complete. Now what this is a load-bearing platform supported by casters. It's got actuators in the X and Y direction to shake it. What we're interested in is what happens to the house after it's been collapsed when subjected to earthquake magnitude forces. Kind of like this. I call that about a 10.
There's no doubt their shrimp shaker is the business, but now it's time to build the beast. And that means a ton of heavy lifting ahead.
Looking good, looking good.
The frame for the platform is made of square steel tubes with half-inch thick walls.
I think we're good. This stuff is strong. It has to be strong because once we start building buildings on top of it and shaking them down, this thing has to withstand thousands of pounds of force.
It's clear their steel is the real deal. Now for the shake system.
For that, we're building 8 monuments. These are pneumatic springs or air springs. Usually they're used in semi-truck trailer beds so that it can balance loads or provide some extra spring. For us, they're going to be on the edges of our shake table, and they're going to provide 10,000 pounds of force each. With 8 of them, that's 80,000 pounds. That ought to shake things up.
And the guys have one more trick up their sleeve.
These are the air casters. This is the most exciting part. These are gonna allow our shake table to not only move side to side, forwards and backwards, but also up and down.
Once the air hoses are connected, the stage is set for a shakedown.
Now behind me is a fleet of air compressors. Now it's important that we have a lot of air for this table to work, and I'll show you why. Now, compressed air will be moving through these hoses into this manifold where it will be distributed to 6 separate air casters. Now, once those air casters inflate, the whole table will lift up and it will actually ride on a cushion of air.
Our second source of air is going to come through these hoses, through these pipes, and to these air bladders. They're going to control the shaking so the table stops a-quaking.
Now, all the valves that control the air bladders are going to this bank of relays, which is going to this microcontroller and this computer. We can control each of those valves separately so that we can get exactly the magnitude of earthquake that we need. You want to see it?
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
The awesome scale!
Ain't that the truth? With a perfect test run, the earthquake shake table just needs something to shake. First, they're building an unreinforced cinder block house, a style that was common when the myth originated.
Between the lines.
These older style homes aren't built to modern codes. To test the myth properly, this building needs furnishings and some tenants.
I'm placing 3 mannequins around the room, 1 underneath the table, 1 just standing in the room, and 1 standing in the doorway. Now, for this myth to be confirmed, the one in the doorway is gonna fare the best in the quake.
Grant's money is also on the doorway guy, and for good reason.
Now, these corners are one of the strongest parts of the building. There's rebar going all the way up to the ceiling with poured concrete. Same thing for the door, all the way around the arch. That's all solid. So by the end of this, my personal opinion is that the only thing left standing is going to be this wall with the front door.
Now it's time to shake, baby, shake.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, wow. The chandelier is going crazy. Wow. That is a lot of power.
It's equivalent to the most energetic quake in U.S. history. The building moves up, down, left, and right, but not for long.
Above the window! Above the window! Move it out! Oh, crap! Oh, look at that! That is terrifying.
It's quake carnage everywhere. Except, incredibly, around the doorway.
Well, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, the only wall still standing is the one with the door, and the only mannequin that didn't sustain any injury is the one standing in the doorway.
Yeah, he looks all right. I think we can call this one plausible for this kind of construction.
Yeah, it's totally plausible.
But with a timber frame house built to modern building codes, we might see a very different result. Because official advice today is to drop, cover, and hold. And that means the guy under the table is no dummy.
3, 2, 1.
It's an 8.0 magnitude quake.
Look at the chandelier! The chandelier is swinging around the room!
And it's not long before the bookshelf takes out mannequin number 1.
Oh my God, everything is falling over!
While the insides may be imploding, the guy under the table is injury-free. Time to crank it up. The earthquake hits a 9.5, making it the strongest quake ever recorded. But the house still stands, which is more than can be said for the doorman. He's hit the deck and is out for the count. The guy under the table is the clear winner. That means for modern buildings built to withstand an extreme earthquake, this myth is busted. Finally, a windy myth about high-speed straw. In the workshop, Jamie and Adam are whipping up a storm to test the myth that straw can slice clean through a palm tree in hurricane-force winds. But what do you do if you don't have a hurricane handy? The plan is to get an air compressor, attach it to a metal tank with a release valve, attach that to a very long pipe that will act as the barrel. And at the end of the barrel, place a tall, swaying palm. It's an air cannon of mythical proportions.
Hey, that's enough.
One more.
No, come on. We got 60 feet here.
We're going to go for the max sooner or later. Might as well do it now.
Okay.
With an 80-foot barrel, they're hoping to fire out straw at more than 300 miles per hour.
I'm a little nervous to say this right now, but I think we might exceed Mach 1 on this. Stop. That looks just about right.
That is pretty darn good.
With all the kinks ironed out, all that's left to do is pick up the target. Adam takes the truck to Neon Palm Nursery.
Hi. Hi, Dale.
Yes, sir.
Adam Savage, nice to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
There's a myth going around that in a strong enough wind, a piece of straw can be driven right through the trunk of a palm tree. Have you ever heard this?
I believe it's true.
Really?
Oh, yes. It's a different kind of trunk than most trees. They have what's called vascular bundles of fibers, and they're sort of, if you can imagine, like a braided cable.
So you're saying it's actually a property of the palm trunk that perhaps makes it more permeable than we think of a normal tree trunk?
This is correct. Okay, ready for takeoff.
But it's going to have to be some serious straw to pierce this monster. The palm is a Robusta, 3,000 pounds.
Look at that.
Jamie's reaction. Oh, God, I hope I get this right, because then you can cut him right back to back. He's going to go.
What did you do?
It may have seemed like a good idea at the store, but back home, the rush of Adam's major purchase is fading. The palm has to go at the end of the barrel of the straw shooter, all the way at the back of the workshop. And it's so bottom heavy, it's hard to balance.
Now, what do you want to...
You're not hurt, are you?
No, I'm not hurt.
Okay.
Getting the palm in place is a painful experience, but eventually, touchdown.
There you go.
My guess is that's going to be perfect.
Then Adam preps their projectiles.
We've got straw and hay and rigid plant material. We're going to bundle these up, fire a bunch at the same time. That'll help them each provide each other with some stability in the tube. It will also give us multiple chances to hit our target.
A high-speed camera is set up to capture the action and a chronometer to record the speed. It all is ready to go.
We are set to fire.
Or maybe not. Jamie has some bad news.
What is up?
Well, we have a bit of a sticky wicket here.
All right.
We're being told to pull these palms, and we don't want to use them.
According to the higher-ups, the palm Adam chose isn't a species that grows in tropical storm territory. So they don't want to use it, because it wouldn't be a true test of the myth. So it's goodbye, big boy, and hello, California queen palm, the closest available analogy to a tropical coconut palm.
Ready to go.
Pressurizing. 80, go ahead.
Firing straw in 3, 2, 1. I love this job.
The straw shoots down the barrel and slams into the trunk. But did it break on through to the other side?
That one looks really serious. Dude.
That's a good 1/4 inch.
That's actually, I'd say that's 3/8.
Adam, you're splitting straws. The bottom line is the straw didn't make it out. But it did manage to pierce the hard outer shell of the trunk and embed itself a solid way in.
That would be a result.
That's a result.
But was it going fast enough?
Yeah, pretty much this looks like we're traveling at right in that butter zone of 318, 320 miles per hour. This shot's just beautiful.
That means even the highest wind speed ever recorded isn't enough to make the straw slice clean through the trunk. But this myth isn't blown away yet. The straw is swapped out for a different plant material, thatched reed.
Your average person picking up a piece of this on the street and go, oh, look, I found some straw. However, it is a little more rigid and may actually provide a lot more penetrating power than the straw does.
80, go ahead.
All right, firing thatched reed in 3, 2, 1.
Ouch! The reed pierces the trunk like tiny spears.
That right there is pretty serious.
The more rigid reed dug in 2 inches deeper than the straw, but still didn't make it through.
So I'm thinking one of the reasons we got this thin trunked tree is to put a ratchet strap on it and pull it like a big old bow.
To replicate the stress a palm would be under in a tropical storm, they brace and strap their tree and bend it back as much as they can without snapping the trunk.
We're gonna give the straw the best possible chance that we can to do something to this tree. So if it doesn't go through under these absolute maxed out conditions, the myth is totally busted.
The straw is loaded.
Okay, you're ready.
Firing a bent palm in 3, 2, 1.
So what's waiting at the other end?
We only got about a 1/4 inch.
Yeah, there's about a 1/4 inch.
Even in optimal storm conditions, it was nowhere close to coming out the other side.
The point is that bending the trunk and shooting it at the stressed point where the fibers would presumably be open, according to that theory that we found, does not have any appreciable effect on the penetration that we're getting. So I'd say we can put this one to bed.
Even thatched reed made no difference. So the straw through a palm tree myth is busted.
Please do not try what you are about to see at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
almost too exciting,
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's scientific!
Testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This one hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry.
Oh my goodness.
Far-out physics.
Fun for the whole family.
And insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. In this episode, the MythBusters fire up the front burner to investigate the science of heat. Then they turn the dial way down for a frosty foray into all things frozen. They're colorful, they're delicious, and they're fun.
Are we doing an experiment here, or are we screwing around?
But when they heat up, these bliss balls have been known to blow up, causing serious burns.
The exploding jawbreaker. We know this happened, we just don't know why.
Yeah, we have the police reports and everything.
What could turn a jawbreaker into a potential bomb? This complex candy starts life as a small, solid center. Then sugar syrup is applied layer by layer in a process that takes 5 days. And that could be key to their explosive potential.
That's pretty. The first thing that I noticed when I cut this open is that there's a potential for a temperature differential.
A temperature differential means a layer inside the jawbreaker could heat more rapidly than the outer shell. The layer would then expand, creating internal pressure and instability. If somebody nibbled on a jawbreaker in this state, it could burst open, releasing its scalding hot interior.
With the slightest, messing with it, it would go off like a bomb.
So the team wants to come up with a heating and cooling regime to determine which scenario, if any, would make the jawbreaker explode under pressure.
Smells really good.
Look at that.
God, look at that. There's a hole right in the side of it.
Don't try this at home.
Going hot. Nope, nothing explosive there.
No one wants a scalded mouth. So Adam's come up with a snappy plan.
We have to build a fake mouth to chew on a gobstopper.
Okay.
We want it to be able to chew, which means the lower jaw will be the hinged part. The upper jaw will be fixed.
Okay.
Like in the head.
Let's hope Adam's granny doesn't miss her dentures, because Tori's going to apply some serious bite force.
What I've done is I've hooked up this force gauge to this device, and this will give us an accurate reading of how much the jaw exerts.
The digital gauge will allow Tori to match the bite force of the human jaw, around 170 pounds.
Ow, hurts.
Time to put the artificial jaws to the test. Tori applies pressure. Maybe too much.
That.
Busted a tooth. Busted a tooth? Melted, and then can I heard it go over here somewhere?
You shouldn't eat hard candy.
This is a job for teeth of steel.
I'm about to cut some canine.
Tori shapes some steel rods into bite-sized chunks and shapes them on a grinder. They might not get you a Hollywood contract, but these iron choppers will be able to replicate the bite force of a human mouth.
I finished the teeth. I hope they work.
Meanwhile, the microwave is getting a workout.
Look at this. The one light green layer in the middle there started to bubble, and nothing else did. I'm gonna put this piece back in there without the core in the middle of it and see whether it just kind of pools and nothing else happens.
Okay.
Christine uses an infrared thermometer to measure the temperature of the candy's molten inner core.
225 degrees.
Yeah, it went up to 225.
Well, you know, this is actually pretty interesting because it's clear that it is reacting in that layer a lot more than the surrounding areas. And that's where we get some kind of an explosion. Ow, really retains the heat. You could get seriously burned with this. In fact, I think I did.
Want to get me a jawbreaker to test?
The jawbreaker is packing heat. Now to apply pressure.
All right, that's a full bite. Nothing's going on.
They try again, but the jawbreaker just won't crack. Perhaps the candy has been heated too fast.
Defrost cycle. See if we can figure it out on this machine. Okay, so...
You could do, I think it might be power level 1. Oh.
All they have to do is figure out how to program the microwave.
It's too smart.
0.1 pound. That's probably a good bet.
We don't have the manual for this anywhere.
Probably somewhere, but I think that's sort of what it does.
30 years of special effects experience finally pays off.
There we go. Start. That was crazy. It's like watching paint dry.
But even after so much persistence and patience, there's no busting this rock-hard candy. They test combination after combination of heating, cooling, and pressure until finally...
Going hot on the candy.
Okay. Everybody clear?
Ready?
Yep. 3, 2, 1.
Ice water over here.
I got it on my arm.
A good reason to never let your guard down. Christine's been hit in the face.
I got burned by the candy. I wasn't wearing a face mask like I should have been. And I couldn't protect myself with my hands.
Upwards of 225 degrees, and with high heat retention, the sticky liquid candy is extremely painful.
I'm okay. I've got first-hand experience, though. Doesn't feel good. I got the side of my neck and my temple, so it hurts.
The MythBusters have conclusively proven that heating a jawbreaker and applying pressure can be a big myth take.
I mean, if you were a 5-year-old kid and this went off in your face, there's no doubt it would leave serious burns on you. It was very, I mean, I could feel it like 10 seconds, 15 seconds later. It wasn't cooling down. It's like napalm.
It's myth confirmed. Next up, Carrie and Grant are hot-footing it to Sonora, California, to begin answering a burning question.
We're here to observe an actual firewalking class being put on by the Firewalking Institute of Research and Education.
They want to test the myth, is walking on hot coals a case of mind over matter? Or is there some other reason feet don't get fried? Setup to light up takes just over an hour, and tensions are rising along with the temperature.
Getting a top of about 1,300 Fahrenheit.
Carrie's convinced that what matters is not what's on your mind, but how hellishly hot the coals are.
After measuring this fire at 1,400 degrees and hearing that after they rake it out, it only is going to go down to about 1,000, there's absolutely nothing so far that's convinced me that I'm going to walk on this.
But that's not stopping anyone else. The students glide across in a zen-like zone without a single injury. But before the team follows in their footsteps, they want some hard data.
I've seen it done, but I'd like to have a little bit more scientific backing before I'm willing to risk my feet.
And that means cooking up an experiment back at the workshop. To find out how much heat gets to the feet, Carrie begins by fabricating a foot from heat-resistant silicone, while Tori starts prepping the firewalk.
First, what we're gonna do is we're gonna lay down 30 feet of sod. That way we don't crack our cement. Then what we're gonna do is lay down 20 feet of wood. We're gonna light that wood on fire, let it burn down, and start walking. All right, we got fire extinguisher standing by.
Got a hose standing by.
Let's do it.
Now that we have our fire lit, we'll wait 1 hour for it to get to the optimal temperature for firewalking. That's when the coals are just glowing red and we can smush them down so we have a nice flat surface to walk on.
As the wood burns down, Grant works on a sensor for the fake feet.
So this is called a copper slug calorimeter. And the idea is that you have this disc of copper that's an exact size and weight. And based on those characteristics and its thermal transfer, you can connect a thermocouple to it, which measures temperature. You'll be able to predict whether or not you're going to get first, second, or possibly even third-degree burn.
And with the fake feet screwed to the bottom of Carrie's shoes, there's no more excuses.
Oh, I feel just like Cinderella.
All right, you guys, it's over 1,000 degrees, which is what we saw at the firewalk. You ready to go?
Oh, yeah, I see the coals glowing.
Okay, go ahead.
While Carrie crunches the coals, Grant crunches the numbers.
Yeah!
See, that wasn't so bad.
No.
All right, Grant, what'd you get?
I got some really interesting results.
The first set of results up for analysis is the high-speed camera shots, showing exactly how much toe-touching time there is.
So it turns out that my foot was only in contact with the hot coals from heel to toe for 9/10 of a second. And my full weight was only on it for 5/10 of a second. So right there, it shows you that might be one of the reasons that you don't get burned when you walk across hot coals, is you're not touching the coals for very long.
And what about the temperature?
The interesting thing is that we don't predict any injury, first, second, or third-degree burns, during a normal walk. So as long as she keeps moving, theoretically, you won't get burned.
Charcoal and ash are better insulators than wood, so the top side of the coal should be relatively cool.
So in theory, you should be able to pick up one of these coals, which on one side is 900 degrees, and on the charcoal and ashy side is 300 degrees. So I should be able to put this in the palm of my hand without injury, and potentially light a fire. Here we go. There you go.
So firewalkers experience bearable temperatures due to the speed they walk, the low conductivity of charcoal, and the insulation from the ash. It's not looking good for mind over matter. But now, it's time to test the temperature with real Tootsies.
All right, those coals are all red hot. You guys ready?
There's no turning back now.
Oh! Are you nervous at all?
No.
A little.
All right.
After a few minutes of psych up, Carrie's first into the foot fryer. Cue dramatic music.
It's not totally not hot.
Next up on the charcoal catwalk, Grant.
Yeah, Grant!
As cool as a cucumber, he glides over it.
Yeah!
Very graceful!
There we go. A little hotter than I expected, but I think I made it.
And that just leaves Tori, who charges in without hesitation.
Go, Tori!
Here we go.
It's not that bad at all. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse than that. It looks way worse than it is. It's really not that bad. It's the mental part that messes with you the most. In fact, I didn't even feel it. I had to walk back one more time just to see whether or not they were hot.
It seems that physics stop your feet from being flame grilled, not mind over matter. But what about a mind unprepared? To find out, let's segue to the next day.
What are you cooking? We're gonna be cooking, well, at the bottom of your feet.
We're looking at the science of firewalking.
Firewalking! Awesome!
Adam is hot to trot until the moment of truth.
It's one thing to think intellectually that I've always wanted to walk on fire. It's quite another to feel the heat of 2,000 some odd degrees at my back.
But now, it's time for Adam's trial by fire.
You can do it! All right, so is the ambulance ready? You gotta tell your feet.
My heart rate just went up a bit. Okay.
He knows nothing about the data or the technique. Will he get across unscathed?
Yeah, all right, here we go.
Apparently not.
Wow! That hurt a lot. Ow was going through my head. As I did it, walk, 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 this isn't so bad. Holy crap, this is pretty bad. Ah! Like that. That's about the thought process.
So it seems that it does matter what's in your mind, but only insofar as knowledge about technique and preparation go.
With no prep at all, I think I made a classic mistake of speeding up and digging my feet into the coals more.
High-speed analysis shows Adam's hard marching method meant some of the coals stuck to his feet, giving them more of a chance to conduct the heat. So science still wins. This myth is busted. Next, it's fire meets fire extinguisher. According to our fans, the myth goes something like this. If you fling a fire extinguisher into a fire, the heat builds up pressure in the tank until it ruptures. Then all the retardant spills out and douses the fire. Or does it? Sounds dangerous. But Tori's got fireside safety covered.
So what's gonna happen is, I'm gonna stick my fire extinguisher up here like this. So I hit the quick release, and the fire extinguisher goes in the fire. For my next trick, I will vanish in thin air. I wave the magic wand.
The crew have been transported to the Alameda bomb range, and they're going to put the torch to 3 different types of fire extinguisher.
The myth that a fire extinguisher can fall into a fire and extinguish the entire fire is sort of general. It doesn't tell what kind of fire extinguisher. So we went and got every single kind we could. We have water, we have carbon dioxide, and we have chemical foam. One of these might work.
They prep the fire for the most common type of fire extinguisher, CO2. Fire needs 3 things to burn: oxygen, fuel, and heat. Remove one, and the chain reaction fizzles out, which is exactly how CO2 works. Because it's heavier than oxygen, it blankets the flames, replacing oxygen, and the fire triangle collapses. But if you chuck a full CO2 canister into a fire, could it actually explode and put the fire out?
Now this one is under the most pressure, 800 PSI, but it's probably the least likely to explode because it has a pressure release valve, and this prevents it from exploding.
And Carrie's sure it will be a fizzer.
There is no way a fire extinguisher is going to fail so catastrophically that it explodes and then extinguishes the fire.
But for safety's sake, Carrie and Grant hunker in the bunker while Tori performs the crash and dash.
That's it. Ready? Ready?
Run, Tori, run!
Get inside the bunker.
Tori just has time to get his breath back before the hot canister busts a leak.
It sounds like something's hissing.
Yeah, the safety valve released.
And 15 minutes later, it's empty. The safety valve has done its job.
It's a good testament to the safety feature that's built in there. It's designed in an overpressure situation, such as raising temperature, to vent all the CO2 safely. As far as this myth goes, it's busted for the CO2.
This experiment may have been a fizzer, but how about a water extinguisher? Unlike the CO2 tank at 800 PSI, the water extinguisher has much less pressure at only 100 PSI. But it has no safety valve. Even so, Carrie's got major doubts.
Even if there's a rupture, I don't see the fire going out. This is a big fire, and I just don't think that there's going to be enough explosion to put it out completely.
All right, so the fire is ready. So this is water extinguisher.
All right, let's do it.
In 3, 2, 1.
At over 1,000 degrees, the burning coals rapidly convert the water inside the tank to steam under ever-increasing pressure. And 5 minutes in...
Oh, look, it's ruptured. It's actually spraying out water right now.
But at that rate, the water won't be putting out this big fire.
No explosion, no fire going out.
No. In fact, right now, that's not any more effective on the fire than, like a tea kettle.
Yeah.
But don't underestimate steam power.
Cool! Yeah. We almost took out the thermal camera.
It actually came at us!
Obviously, the tank didn't vent the steam fast enough. And when the pressure got too much, something had to give.
Now, it didn't explode or put out the fire, but it did turn into a little rocket. And the whole can, flipped over, and then it went straight at us.
But as far as the myth goes...
So far, this myth is looking busted.
That's 2 in the busted bin. But next in the firing line is the foam extinguisher.
This is for Class B fires, which is flammable liquids like solvents or oils or that sort of thing. Tanks rated for 300 PSI, but just like water, they only fill it to 100 PSI. We're gonna throw this in the fire, see if it explodes and extinguishes it.
And just like the water-filled tank, it has no safety valve.
Okay. We're ready.
I think the fill valve will be the first thing to go. It'll hiss out. And potentially, we could have another mini missile. But as far as explosion goes, I don't think so. Here we go. Foam extinguisher in 3, 2, 1. We got 9 minutes before the last one blew.
You guys bring cards?
Let's do charades.
Okay, you first.
Okay.
2 words.
I get you.
Sounds like...
It put out the fire! It exploded and put out the fire!
Oh my God!
It's spraying!
Oh, it's rain.
Ew, oh, God!
Oh,
Yep, the foam-filled canister blew the fire into the next county.
That was awesome!
Where's the canister?
I don't know, but it definitely exploded and it put out the fire. Wouldn't you agree?
Something happened all right, but not exactly what the myth described. It wasn't the chemicals that put out the fire,
Put out the fire!
but the explosion that scattered the fuel to far-flung corners of the field. But as for the chemical foam extinguisher, this myth is still plausible.
Oh, yeah. I'd say there's still a few embers, but it is plausible at least.
Oh, definitely plausible. Look at that. That could put out a fire.
All right, maybe this isn't the safest way to put out a fire, but it put out a fire.
Oh, I love it when I'm wrong. I was totally wrong. I thought nothing was gonna happen.
With the flames extinguished, it's time to bring the temperature down for 3 frozen myths. In our first story, can a padlock be broken by freezing it?
Yeah, I've seen that on TV, like MacGyver or Burn Notice. They spray liquid nitrogen into a lock, and then they can shatter it with a gun butt or a hammer.
Well, this sounds pretty simple to test. We'll just set up some locks, we'll try to break in with the regular burglar kit, and then we'll try to break in using liquid nitrogen, and we'll see which one's faster.
What is a regular burglar kit?
You know, like crowbars, hammers, stuff like that. You guys don't have a burglar kit?
No.
No.
Oh.
Liquid nitrogen, or LN2, is a fluid with a temperature of around minus 196 degrees Celsius, or minus 321 degrees Fahrenheit. It's almost impossibly cool, but can it freeze a lock? Tori is going to start with a control test. Just a padlock at room temperature versus a hammer and crowbar.
Okay, control padlock.
3, 2, 1.
Woohoo!
4 seconds.
That's the reference point. Now to find out what difference soaking the lock in liquid nitrogen will make.
So liquid nitrogen, very dangerous. We gotta suit up first.
So we're on to test 2, which is the liquid nitrogen part of this test. We're going to pour liquid nitrogen directly on the lock and let it soak for a few minutes so it gets good and frozen, and then Tori's gonna give it the same bash that he gave the control lock.
Okay, hoses off.
Personally, I'm hoping for some sort of cartoon-like shatter here.
In 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Look at that.
1 second. See, we made a difference with the liquid nitrogen.
That is cool.
Tori hit it with 1 shot, and it shattered in less than a second.
So it's looking good for the myth. But considering the padlock was so easy to break, even without the LN2, the team wants a tougher challenge.
All right, if anybody needs me, I'll be in my office.
For that, they want a deadbolt. And as before, Tori is first going to smash through for a control comparison.
This always reminds me of elementary school.
School of Hard Knocks?
So I broke through the deadbolt using the pick and the sledgehammer.
Tick-tock, buddy. Cops are on their way.
But it took me 5.5 minutes. It was very hard, and it was very loud.
There you go.
Pretty sure somebody would have called the cops.
Go, go, go! Okay.
5 minutes and 37 seconds for the control. Now let's soak it in liquid nitrogen and see if you can blast through that lock faster.
With a full 4 minutes exposure to liquid nitrogen's mind-boggling minus 321 degrees Fahrenheit, the lock is ready for our not-so-subtle burglar.
In 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh! Look at that!
That's incredible! 1 shot and the lock already broke.
Keep going, keep going.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Why is liquid nitrogen making it easier to break these locks? Well, all metal has a ductility to it, which means if I smash this lock with a hammer, it's going to deform the metal. Whereas if I introduce the liquid nitrogen to the lock, we are going to lower the temperature, causing all the particles that are in constant motion to slow down, removing energy, making it brittle, so that if I now smash it with a hammer, it's actually going to shatter.
Nice.
That is incredible.
What's
1
the time?
minute, 4 seconds.
That is way less than half your time.
1 shot and the lock shattered.
Oh yeah.
That is so cool.
Cool, for sure. And the evidence is stacking up in favor of this freezing fable. But the team isn't satisfied just yet.
Okay, that small padlock was totally ridiculous. It was actually not that hard to break, even without the liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, I think we need something that gives us a bigger difference between liquid nitrogen and no liquid nitrogen.
Maybe something like this?
I love it.
So with the giant padlock secured to the bunker, Tori gets stuck in.
Man, this lock's a lot harder.
But even after 4 minutes of solid pounding with a sledgehammer, it's not the lock that breaks,
Come on, John Henry, you can beat it.
but the bunker.
I broke the handle of the bunker. The lock is still locked. Now, we asked for a beefier lock, and let's face it, we got it.
Yeah.
It still works.
But we're not gonna stop there. Now we're gonna try liquid nitrogen on the same exact kind of lock and see if that gives us the edge that we need.
Okay.
This time, the guys apply their LN2 for a full 5 minutes before Tori unleashes hell. And incredibly, after just 5 meaty blows, they're in. It's a massive result. On one hand, 4 minutes of failure. On the other, 14 seconds to success.
You guys, I can't believe it. Adding liquid nitrogen to a lock actually makes it easier to break. This myth is totally confirmed.
I know, and I just can't believe how big of a difference it made using the liquid nitrogen.
Wait, did we just give our audience a guide to making breaking and entering easier?
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, okay, that did occur to me, but this is a difficult technique to use. 1, you need to carry around a thermally isolated vat of liquid nitrogen. 2, you need a large amount of safety equipment. 3, you need to apply it to the lock for at least 5 minutes. And 4, you need 3 people to pull it off. Yes, it's successful, but you know what? It's not the most subtle technique out there.
Yeah, I agree. It's probably not gonna catch on.
You know what, though? This myth is still confirmed.
Confirmed.
For our next myth, Adam and Jamie are mixing fire and ice.
All right, dude, this one's about thermite, and I think you'll like it.
What is it?
All right, these two guys, they take a bucket of thermite, they put it on a bunch of blocks of ice, and they light it with a fuse, and it doesn't just burn like we've seen thermite burn. The whole friggin' thing explodes.
Thermite is metal powder and metal oxide. It burns at ferociously high temperatures, which you'd think would just make ice melt. Instead, according to the myth, the ice will explode.
Let's head out to the bomb range and try it out.
Before they test the myth, Jamie wants to warm up with a demonstration of just how hot thermite burns.
What we're building first is a kind of pagoda from bricks and steel plates. The idea is to see how many plates the thermite burns through once it's ignited.
Thermite's a mix of fine metallic powders, but the ideal ratio is debatable. Of course, we want the best burn for our buck, so this should be a great way to bench test Jamie's special blend. With the thermite inside a bucket, Jamie throws in 2 matchbooks attached to a fuse.
Okay, this is thermite penetration test. In 3, 2, 1.
With the fuse lit, it's only a matter of time before thermite's full power is unleashed. The thermal imaging camera should enhance the experience.
I've always wanted to see this thing in action just like this.
As far as I know, it's never been done before. I mean, you see what happens after the fact, but we're going to see the whole thing all at once.
Let's see, there we go.
1, 2, 3.
Nice!
Oh. 4 plates.
Right, the top 1 and 3 down. That was pretty cool.
It was.
It's the opposite of cool. At 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the burn is too bright to view at close quarters. It's a major meltdown.
We could hang these up in a gallery and we'll make it like $1 million.
If it melts metal, it's definitely going to have an effect on ice. But will it really result in an explosive hail of ice cubes? Someone order 10 one-pound ice blocks? Ah, that'll be the MythBusters.
10 blocks of ice. We'll go get the thermite.
They stack the ice on a bed of bricks.
This is thermite and ice. In 3, 2, 1. We're good.
Needless to say, never try this yourself. We've got all the safety gear, the expertise, and the blast screen.
This is killing me. Don't tell me. What the heck?
Don't you hate it when you're huddled behind a blast screen with a nervous bunch of grown men and nothing happens?
I think it's a dud.
Finally, Jamie can take it no more. Fully fireproofed, he fashions a new fuse and takes a furtive walk, knowing the old fuse could blow at any time.
So Jamie's put on the full fire suit to protect himself to replace another fuse and matches because, well, we don't know. He could touch that bucket and it could all go off. So it's a little bit touch and go right now.
Jamie wastes no time setting the new spark.
He's lit it.
Let's hope it stays lit. This experiment should confirm or bust the myth of exploding ice.
That looks like the match is going off. There it goes.
I'd say that was an explosion.
I'm pretty sure that qualifies.
And Adams found the source of that thunk that shook the blast screen.
In the popular parlance, we call this piece of ice a hunter-killer because it went all the way from ground zero to our blast chamber. Luckily, it is ice-proof.
Some chunks of ice flew as far as 150 feet. The brick pallet is a smoldering ruin, and there's no trace at all of the galvanized steel bucket.
Look at that. That tells the whole story right there.
It shot the bricks right down through the bottom of the floor there. That was a bona fide explosion.
But what actually made the ice go boom? The truth is, no one really knows.
Experts I've talked to are speculating that heat from the burning thermite is decomposing the water into hydrogen and oxygen, which in the presence of a source of ignition, namely hot thermite, is exploding. Now, I sort of have a problem with that because that requires that a whole bunch of hydrogen and oxygen be instantaneously created, and I don't know that that's possible. There is another explanation, I'm just speculating, and that is that
something in this reaction is aerosolizing all the thermite. It's, you know, the steam or something is throwing all this powder up into a cloud of thermite, and that's exploding. We don't know. It's a mystery. But one way or another, that was a heck of a bang.
A bang big enough to call this one confirmed. For our final story, we'll need to order more liquid nitrogen.
All right, exploding frozen tree. Let's talk about that one.
Okay, well, the story goes that there was a leak in a liquid nitrogen processing plant. One of the pipes burst, and liquid nitrogen started to flood down into the office.
Now, it was the holidays, so there was a Christmas tree and a bunch of decorations, but most importantly, the liquid nitrogen leaked onto the Christmas tree.
And bang, explodes into splinters.
Right, now, in theory, this could work. I mean, maybe the water inside of the tree froze and expanded and caused the tree to fail catastrophically.
Just like us mammals, most of the mass of a tree is water. When water turns to ice, it expands. And if the freezing is almost instantaneous, well, it doesn't take a tree surgeon to see how that might just ruin Christmas for everyone.
So where should we start?
Well, let's start by finding out how much water a tree contains. We can do a classic biology dry weight experiment.
All right, well, once we've determined that, let's get two identical trees. We'll take them out to the bomb range. We'll blow one up as a control, and the other one we'll pour tons of liquid nitrogen over and see what happens.
Sounds like fun. Let's do it.
Our wood chipper's here.
Step one is to see just how much H2O lurks inside a standard Christmas tree. And this will not be pretty.
We're gonna shake the dirt off this, throw this thing into a wood chipper, and then we're gonna take all those wood chips, throw them in pans, measure their weight. After that, we're gonna stick them in a low heat kiln, slowly dry them out, evaporate all the moisture out of them, and then measure them again.
So instead of trimming the tree, they'll tear it to shreds. But every last leaf and twig must be preserved for science.
So what we want to do is capture every little bit of the tree that comes out of the wood chipper.
You sure are chipper today.
And just in case some shards of shrubbery miss the trash can, there's a safety net.
I think we'll be able to catch everything with this.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Now, welcome to a true Christmas nightmare. As the tree is shredded, and every part collected in a bucket, in a horrifying act that would make even the Grinch grimace.
Awesome.
I have to say, this is definitely one of the better smelling experiments we've ever had in the shop. Mmm, so much better than rotting meat.
Oh, wait till you smell it when it comes out of the oven.
I know.
It's gonna be delicious.
Fresh pine scent.
What started out as mulch looks like being the dish of the day.
So we've taken our 6-foot Christmas tree, put it through a wood chipper, and distributed it onto 8 baking trays. Over time, as the water bakes out of the tree, that weight's gonna go down until at some point it will plateau. Then we know we've gotten all the moisture out, and that will tell us what the overall moisture content of the tree was. 7.2 pounds.
They'll check the diminishing mass each and every hour until it stabilizes.
Tray number 1, 7.4 pounds.
All right, 7.4, that's it. The oven is filled. Now it's time to bake our tree.
In the meantime, they have a date at the bomb range with another ill-fated tree.
I hate to get sappy here, but does anybody feel really bad about blowing up a tree?
Oh.
It smells great.
Now, of course, we can all imagine what an exploding tree looks like, but in the name of science and all things cool, we're gonna do it anyway.
Without beating around the bush, they need a true tree explosion as a point of comparison.
What do we got here?
Little deck cord, that ought to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could use C4, we could use all sorts of explosives, but I think det cord gives us the best chance of not blowing it up to complete smithereen.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. And look, it's gonna look like a Christmas tree.
The team retreats as the bomb tech sets the firing cap, then calls in the chaos.
Fire in a hole! Fire in a hole! Fire in a hole!
All right, so this is liquid nitrogen exploding tree control test.
Still calling this a control test.
Wait, you're acting like I am enjoying this. This is serious science right now, okay?
All right.
In 3, 2, 1, go, JD!
Oh! Looks like we just gave it a haircut.
And then some. This is the kind of defoliation they hope to get from a big fat blast of LN2.
Dang, look at that tree all over the place.
That's great. That's pretty much what I expected to see.
Many trees were planted to replace those we blew up, and now they know what an exploding tree looks like.
Test liquid nitrogen.
All right.
Before they apply the LN2, it's back to the shop to check on how plausible the myth is. Is there even enough water in the tree to possibly cause it to blow up when frozen?
So our figures have finally plateaued, and what's left of the tree is now 33% of its original weight.
What?
Wow, that is a lot of water.
Tree's 2/3 water.
So there might actually be something to this myth.
All right, well, let's get some fresh trees, go out to the Alameda bomb range, pour some liquid nitrogen over them, see what happens.
All right.
Awesome.
If you say so. Meet tree number 3 and a truckload of the same stuff they used to break the padlock.
Anybody who's taken a high school chemistry class knows just how effective liquid nitrogen can be to freeze something. So we thought in MythBusters fashion, we'd take a small quantity, like 2,800 gallons of liquid nitrogen, and we're gonna pump it through this hose.
And out through these phase separators, where it'll separate the liquid nitrogen from the gases. So we'll be able to dump hundreds of gallons of liquid nitrogen over the entire tree.
And just to check our progress, we've got this temperature probe, which should be good down to minus 300 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll jam it in the trunk and watch it remotely.
Winter is coming, and it's going to be harsher than any you've ever seen.
Do I think we're gonna get an explosion? I have my doubts. I do think we might see some cracking, some splitting of the tree. But you know what? There's always that little chance that that tree could explode. I mean, we have been wrong before on MythBusters.
I have my doubts that this tree is going to give us any sort of grand explosion. If anything, maybe some of the ornaments might explode, which, you know, when I told the story later, I might say the tree exploded. But I'm definitely standing behind the blast shields, just in case I'm wrong, because I am often wrong.
Like an extremely isolated new ice age, the liquid nitrogen engulfs the tree. As the liquid turns to gas, oxygen gets sucked out of the mix, and the team brace for a truly bubble-blowing blast.
43.5 degrees.
That's dropping fast. That's like 20 degrees in 2 minutes.
It's dropping faster now.
What are we at?
16.2, heading towards 0.
This thing could explode at any moment.
It sure could. And let's note that the freezing point of water is 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Dropping really fast now. Minus 90, minus 95.
What?
Minus 100.
Antarctica cold.
Yeah.
This tree is definitely frozen.
It's at minus 140 now. It's minus 150.
How much time has elapsed?
We are now at 7 minutes.
The LN2 dissipates slightly in the breeze, but the temperature of the tree continues to plummet.
We're dumping gallons and gallons of liquid nitrogen over the top of the tree. It looks like fog rolling down off the top of it. You can actually see the trunk slowly turn white and freeze.
No tree in history ever got this chilly this fast. The coldest temperature recorded on Earth is minus 146 degrees Fahrenheit. And this freeze shows no sign of slowing.
We're reaching minus 200.
I can't even comprehend that.
Over the next few minutes, the tree gets much colder, pushing onto the limits of absolute zero. But still, no explosion.
We got the core temperature of the tree to minus 330 degrees Fahrenheit. If that tree were going to explode as a result of the water inside freezing, it would have. But unfortunately for the myth, it's still intact. Look, it's been almost half an hour, over 200 gallons of liquid nitrogen. I think we should call this and check it out.
All right, let's call it. All right, go ahead and kill the liquid nitrogen.
They couldn't get it any colder, and the tree hasn't so much as shed a leaf.
You know what? I was really hoping this thing was gonna explode.
Check for cracks.
Wow. Not any cracks, though?
No
I don't
cracks.
see any cracks at all.
But the whole trunk is like covered in frost. It means it's completely been covered in liquid nitrogen.
What should we do now?
Well, I wonder what would happen if there was some sort of impact. Could you actually shatter this tree the way you do with those science experiments?
Yeah, how about if we hit it with the shotgun?
That sounds like a plan to me.
A hammer blow worked for shattering the locks earlier, so maybe a load of buckshot will do the job here.
If anybody loves Christmas, turn your heads now. This just seems wrong, shooting a Christmas tree. Safety's off. Here we go in 3, 2, 1.
The tree takes the hits, but it's still not smashing to smithereens.
All right, it's about as good as we get.
What more can you do?
Well, here's what you could have done much earlier. Asked an expert.
As an arborist, what are we doing wrong? Why is the tree not exploding?
Trees in colder climates are naturally built to not explode. What happens is the water inside of the tree cells moves to air spaces outside of the tree cells, and those air spaces provide enough room for the water to expand without exploding the tree.
So the water does freeze and it does expand, but because of the air spaces, the trunk doesn't go boom, boom.
Correct.
So no matter how much we freeze this tree, it's never gonna explode?
I doubt it.
Stupid adapting nature.
Time to admit they were barking up the wrong tree.
Look at that. It's obvious that this tree is frozen completely to the core, and even with a high-velocity impact, it did not shatter it or do anything that looked like an explosion.
Yeah, we froze it with liquid nitrogen, didn't explode, and we hit it with a shotgun shell, still didn't explode.
All right, I guess we're calling this one busted.
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 You know, I could always go into the tree trimming business.
Never try anything you see on the show at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too excited.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes.
It's scientific.
Testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity.
This one hurt a bit.
Shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. In this episode, we'll dodge deadly dramas with 3 myths about survival.
Good job, buddy.
Way to take one for the team.
Then we'll delve into the weird and wonderful world of our own bodies for myths about body oddities, including night vision and contagious yawning. What better way to start than with a bang? It's a tall tale from World War II. Cruising at 22,000 feet, an unfortunate airman fell out of the gun turret of his B-17 plane. Without a parachute, the prospect of a soft landing looked awfully hard. But as he neared the ground, a 1,000-pound bomb blew up in a train station beneath him and sent out a shockwave that actually cushioned his fall. It's an explosive story, but we know at least the first part of the myth is true. B-17 gunners did not wear parachutes. And the reason is obvious.
You can see how confining that is.
So that's why they don't wear parachutes.
Exactly.
Dude, that is messed up.
Testing the rest of this fable is a phenomenal challenge. There's the casing for a 1,000-pound bomb,
So we'll need 6 pieces of that.
a train station to build, and a B-17 bomber and airman. Oh, and getting the drop on that 22,000-foot fall.
So, in terms of dropping our airmen, we can't drop them from 22,000 feet because, well, number one, we can't get any aircraft to fly over an explosion no matter how high they are, and we can't aim from that height and make them hit such a tiny target.
Well, why don't we use balloons? I mean, we've lifted you with a balloon before.
Perfect. I'll tell you what, all we need is to get him up to 120 miles an hour. That's a human's terminal velocity. We know that from umpteen myths we've done about people falling. So I'll figure out exactly how high he has to fall from in order to reach 120 miles per hour. And we'll just fly the balloons that high.
The key to this myth is terminal velocity, the maximum speed at which an object can fall. It's reached when gravity is matched by the force of wind resistance, which for humans works out at 120 miles per hour. So all Adam has to do is work out the minimum drop height required to reach that magic number.
Basically, he's got to fall for 5.5 seconds to reach 120 miles per hour. And that puts him at 487 feet in the air. That's totally doable.
So that's the plan. Instead of a B-17 bomber at 22,000 feet, they'll drop Buster from some weather balloons at 500 feet. Just enough for him to reach terminal velocity as he lands on the exploding train station. To blast off with this experiment, Carrie and Tori have been trying to work out if a smaller scale explosion from a car airbag could slow a falling ball of lead. And Tori's about to add the finishing touch, a glass roof.
If I can time it right, hopefully, when the ball just touches the glass, I'll set off the airbag and break the fall of the ball.
In 3, 2, 1. Some destruction. Did the bomb go off?
Yeah.
Mere moments before the bomb touches the glass, the explosion is triggered, spraying glass shards far and wide. But when compared to a drop without the bomb, there's really no difference. The explosion did very little, and that's led Carrie to make some early conclusions.
The myth of the gunner falling 22,000 feet, landing on top of a glass-roofed train station at the exact same moment that a bomb goes off during World War II, I can pretty much, for myself, definitively say it's busted.
If I was gonna fall on a glass roof, I would not want a bomb going off underneath it.
We are still gonna have to take this to the full scale.
Why? Because it's gonna be frickin' cool.
Actually, it's going to be just the opposite. At this quarry in California, they need to set up before the heat sets in.
Well, we've got to build our train station out here, pretty much right where I'm standing. Then we've got to lay out all the rigging hardware and launch hardware for the helium balloon and the drop rig. Fill the balloons with helium, get the dummy up in the air, get in place, and blow this thing to smithereens.
Buster's had a last-minute reprieve, being replaced by Ballistics Ted, which should make things interesting.
Oh, look at that. He's too tall for the box.
He's too tall for the box.
We'll see whether he starts to sag in the noonday heat.
With the temperature already a mind-melting 115 degrees, sagging in the noonday heat is about all Adam and Jamie can do, too.
It's like 115 degrees out here. I'd like to go and come back like an hour before dawn tomorrow to set this thing off.
Sure.
Yeah?
Fresh pot of coffee. This thing won't be so hot that it's going to go off when we load the explosives in it.
Exactly. All right, let's get out of here.
All right.
It's still dark when the first helium balloons get filled, in an effort to get everything in order before it gets too hot. But by first light, things are already going pear-shaped.
Yeah. That's just about the funniest thing I've ever seen. That's his ear. I'm just
He's
gonna...
like a cookie after baking, you know? He's all kind of flattened out.
Ted's feeling a little flat. But that's not the only problem with this heat.
It's well over 100 degrees in the shade out here. We've got 500 pounds of explosives in here. And, you know, if we're anywhere in our work area and this should happen to go off, there won't be anything left of us, period.
Okay, that's cinching up on our Airman. Now he's off the ground. Now he's off the ground!
At last, turret gunner Ted has got his wings. Slowly but surely, he climbs 500 feet. He may be slightly off target, but the guide wire will ensure that he falls right into the station, which means it's time to retreat to safety. And they need to be well out of the way, because this blast will be massive. Here's what's going to happen. Airman Ted is suspended 500 feet above the ground. He's connected to the train station via a guide wire. On Adam's cue, the balloons will be cut and Ted will fall. 6 seconds later, the 1,000-pound bomb will boom. Will Ted survive?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He's falling. He's falling. He's going towards it. He's going towards it. Oh! Wow, here comes the shockwave.
The booms created a mushroom cloud of frightening proportions. And it's also set the surrounding hills on fire.
Oh, look at that!
Fortunately, the county fire department are quick to respond.
And there's
This day's just getting better and better.
In high speed, you can clearly see the cushioning shockwave. But did that save Ted? Well, unfortunately, there was a malfunction in the guide wire, which meant he fell way off target. But there was so much shrapnel that if Ted had fallen into the station, our gunner would have been a goner.
Here's the body. There's the steel. There's more steel way over there and a lot further, so...
There's no way. There's just no way. The idea is that the pressure of this one human body somehow equalized the pressure of the bomb going off. That's just not going to happen.
Next, surviving by the seat of your pants. Can you use a pair of jeans as an emergency slide from a chairlift? The idea behind this high wire stunt is to remove your denim duds and sling them over the cable, using them like a zip wire. To unzip this myth, the team head to Trapeze Arts, where they have everything they need, including 75 feet of steel cable similar to the kind used on ski lifts.
So we're starting out at a fairly shallow angle of probably 5 or 10 degrees. But in order to get a really accurate measurement of what the true angle is, we have this. It's a little magnetic base angle finder.
Now, the question on everyone's lips. What's Tori's technique?
I'm gonna wrap one pant leg around my wrist, toss the other one over the cable, and then wrap this one around my other wrist. And then I'm gonna jump out and slide down the cable. Piece of cake. All right, here we go.
Come on, dude, like your life depends on it.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
Your legs.
I hear the pants ripping.
Nice landing. Yeah.
So, in a real-life escape on a ski lift cable at an angle of 10 degrees, you simply wouldn't slide.
I kind of tried to move a little bit while I was on the cable, and I could hear stitches snapping.
A sound you don't want to hear when there's only that stitch between you and a plummet to death. What the guys need is more angle on Tori's dangle.
Now, we've increased our angle to 20 degrees, double what the first test had.
So with the maximum incline possible on this rig, will Tori slide or stick?
3, 2, 1.
I guess if my life depended on it, it might take me some time.
Pretty good crawl.
This time around, Tori does get further down.
I wouldn't fall and die.
But remember, this myth is about an effortless glide to freedom, not a jerky bunny hop. Could cable grease be the missing element?
One thing that we're missing is lubricant. So I was looking it up online. Turns out they use a light oil. Now, we don't have exactly the same thing, but we have something that is the same consistency, castor oil.
But is it the secret to the swift slide to safety described in the myth?
Slide. I didn't think it was gonna happen. I really didn't think it was.
Tori made it down, but friction has caused his denim a little distress.
Totally ripped right up the crotch.
Tori would meet his death if he tried to use this method to get down from the ski lift. Those ski lifts are really long. He went down maybe 20 feet before those jeans split in half. I'm not seeing this being the most reasonable way to get rescued from being stuck on the mountain.
There's only one way to find out for sure. Full scale, on a real ski lift. The guys head to the Sierra at Tahoe Resort, where the cables get some serious elevation.
That's a lot steeper than I thought it was gonna be.
Yep, and we're doing it all the way from the top.
It's going to be a nervous ride to the top.
Just to hedge our bets, we've found a section of line close to the top that's at 25 degrees.
If I get quiet, don't take it personally. I'm not mad, I'm just freaking out.
Try and avoid the rocks. Yeah.
At the summit, Chief Rigger Lawrence and his crew are putting together a safety system of ropes and pulleys.
These guys are here to make sure I don't fall to my death.
Tori and Grant strap on their harnesses, secure themselves to the chair, hoist in Buster, and head downhill.
Are we nuts or what?
Oh my God.
So what's the denim divination?
The best case scenario for Buster is that he and his jeans will take a very quick ride down the line, slam into the rollers at the end. And the worst case scenario is that he will rip through his jeans and probably plummet to his doom.
When they reach the 25-degree mark, they sling over the jeans and secure them to Buster's clamp hands.
Buster is ready to go. All we need to do is unhook him from the chair and release this ratchet strap.
It's a long journey to the bottom, Buster. Don't forget to write.
Here we go. Dropping Buster, Jeansmith, test 1. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Sit down there.
Nothing really happened. We pushed him off, and he just stuck there.
What do we do now?
How about help him down?
Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh!
Although Buster never lost his grip, he's a bit of a dummy and couldn't follow Tori's lead in creating his own momentum.
Good job, buddy.
Way to take one for the team.
The question is, can Tori do any better? Or will his jeans turn into denim hot pants?
In 3, 2, 1. Get that weight on those jeans. Nice, nice.
Very nice. But it's not easy.
My hands started cramping up because I was holding onto the jeans so tight. But then I had to lift my weight off the jeans so that I could shimmy down the cable, and then my arms started getting tired.
Our little dungaree-clad flying squirrel is plumb tuggered out. And not only that, stuck.
I can't, I'm stuck. See that?
Okay, I see it.
I'm let go. Ugh. It's so much work trying to get down the cable that it's like, it just doesn't seem like a great way to get down.
For me, when I think about a zip wire, it's like, well, you know, all the way down. This was not like that. This was like, The jeans themselves actually starting to roll up as they grab onto the cable. There's way too much friction in the system to be able to slide.
This myth is busted. Up next, dishing the dirt on a graveyard myth. If a person was mistakenly buried alive in a coffin, could they survive long enough to be rescued? To test this morbid myth, Jamie needs a comfy casket.
I don't like that, you know.
You like the cash drawer?
Yeah, keep my wallet and valuables in there.
But it's unlikely he'll be resting in peace.
These notches up here go right into the hole, and then you can lock it.
So if you were inside here and once it's closed, you're not getting out by yourself, right?
I don't see any way of getting out from the inside.
Bummer.
The choice is made, a preference for steel over wood. Jamie figures this is the most survivable option.
You want to ride back in the back and I'll drive?
Sure.
The guys head back to the workshop to prepare for Jamie's burial. He'll be inside the casket under 6 feet of dirt inside this transparent chamber. It's constructed to come apart for emergency access. And he'll be closely monitored via coffin cam, along with instruments to measure carbon dioxide, oxygen levels, and heart rate. If he runs out of air, there's an emergency supply. But first, they need a safety run. How long can he last in a sealed casket minus the dirt?
Pulse is 81, and his blood oxygen level is 98.
Are you okay for another 7 minutes there, Heineman?
Feel perfectly fine. It's hot. That's the only thing that I don't like.
At nearly 50 minutes, the team calls it quits because Jamie's blood level of carbon dioxide is getting dangerous.
Waking up in a coffin, you know, surprise, I think it would be a pretty scary experience. This stuff is like what gets you. You know, it's all, being in a box is one thing, but you got all the stuff that's supposed to make it real nice and pleasant, and it's actually really kind of creepy, I think.
Having passed the safety test, Jamie's about to get back in the box. This time, he'll be buried 6 feet under.
I'm a little apprehensive at the moment. I'm hoping that the box won't collapse, but I think it'll be all right. All right.
His dry run lasted 50 minutes, but now, under real conditions, Jamie will be feeling stressed, producing more CO2 and reducing his survival time.
Are you comfy?
Yes.
Okay, so you got your walkie, you got your mic on, that's your emergency oxygen, you have your pulse oxygen meter here, camera, thermometer, humidity sensor. Are you ready, Jamie?
Farewell, cruel world.
Bye-bye, Heine man.
It's the stuff nightmares are made of. Jamie's locked in and completely in the dark as he's lowered into the chamber.
Watch yourself, it's gonna go down.
And now he's about to be buried alive. To match a proper burial, his temporary grave will be covered by several tons of earth. But even after the first load, survival in this coffin starts to look doubtful.
I got a fair amount of dirt in here, and it actually crushed the container a little bit.
Roger that. Are you nervous about it? Over.
No, I think I'm fine. It definitely had an effect on the casket, though.
The medics are watching his vital signs closely. Any sign of distress, and Jamie will be exhumed.
Oxygen levels?
Oxygen, he's at 98%.
It's become obvious that he's more than a little tense.
I imagine my heart's beating a little faster than it was on the test, over.
You'd be correct about that. It's at 95 right now, buddy. You are almost officially completely covered now, Jamie.
The casket is getting so warped from the pressure that it's popped up the corners a little bit.
Suddenly, the major worry is the very real possibility of Jamie being crushed inside the metal box.
This thing's really starting to creak, and it's feeling like it's changing its shape.
It's just too risky, and Adam pulls the plug.
The thing is buckling and changing shape on him. Truly. That's the last one we're doing.
Because I can feel it coming in.
Want out? Roger that. We're gonna get you out. Oh, wow.
It will?
Yeah, it buckled. Here we go.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey.
Here he is.
Oh.
And he's still alive.
Did it do anything, or is that all my imagination?
No, it definitely was crushing it in.
Jamie persisted inside the casket for 30 humid minutes, breathing only the available air.
I started to panic a little bit there at the end. I mean, it's pretty scary. I mean, I don't have any particular fear of enclosed spaces at all, and you know, feeling those walls starting to cave in, it really gets you going. As I'm sure my pulse rate will testify.
Here's where your pulse started. And with the point you asked us to get you out, you were off my chart. Your pulse was about 115.
Okay.
Which shows, I mean, because of your pulse, you were using up a lot more oxygen.
So what are the chances of surviving 6 feet under?
I think the myth is sufficiently busted. I don't think it's possible for someone to survive a couple of hours in the panic state of being buried with their coffin crushing and all of that stuff let alone a couple of days until they're exhumed and found to be alive. That's just patently ridiculous to me.
Well, there you go. Myth busted.
Our 3 survival stories have been put to bed. And Adam's soon to join them as we blast into 3 body-related questions. For our first myth, the guys need a place to sleep.
Got my jammies. I'm ready to go to work.
And here at the California Sleep Lab, they're going to be monitored closely as they get a bit of shut-eye.
This looks comfy. A lovely plastic sheet.
This is a camp prank, a staple of camp pranks the world over for generations, I swear. And it is simply that if you take a sleeping person's hand and place it in a bowl of warm water, that person will involuntarily wet themselves in their bed.
If it happens, the world will know, thanks to this custom-built, Wii-activated voice alarm.
So how is it that these shiny strips of metal are able to detect liquid? Well, when water crosses over 2 of these strips, it'll allow a minute amount of electrical current to pass through it. And this alarm right here is sensitive enough to detect that and start yelling at me.
Oh my God, what the hell are you doing?
When it does.
Jamie is test subject number 1. When he reaches the correct phase of sleep, Adam's going to sneak in with a bowl of warm water and see if the myth is true.
Do I think this is going to work? Well, in my case, not so much. As it happens, I'm a very light sleeper, and my suspicion is that if somebody comes in the middle of the night and tries to mess with my hand, the other one's going to hit him square in the face.
Oh, a major stumbling block for testing this myth.
Is he sucking his thumb?
Unless Jamie is out for the count, getting his hand in the water without waking him up will be tough. But that's where clinical director Michael Salemi comes in.
His eyes are closed, but he's definitely not asleep. So we're looking at his brainwave patterns here to see if there's any changes that would indicate that he's actually fallen asleep.
Basically, by monitoring the brain's electrical activity, we can tell how deep Jamie's sleep is. Stage 1 and 2 are light, transitional stages. That won't be ideal for this test. Stage 3, called slow wave sleep, is the goal. Here, brain activity is significantly reduced and the sleeper is less likely to be woken. But Jamie's playing hard to get.
He's not sleeping. He's waiting.
Adam, geared up with night vision goggles, loses patience and goes in.
Oh, you're totally awake. You've had like 2 hours, man.
Sorry. Nice get up.
Thank you. I think your time is up. I think it's my turn.
Okay.
As soon as Adam's down, he's out. And finally, things are looking up. Or are they?
Although Adam dropped to sleep really quickly, he may not be a very good candidate for this either because Adam has sleep apnea, which means that he's struggling for air from time to time and it's waking him up. So he may not be able to get down into that deep sleep that we need him to be at to do this trick.
Just before the team runs out of patience, Adam descends into stage 3 sleep. However, there's another complication.
Both of his hands are under his head, so I don't know what to do other than try it. If he doesn't wake up, maybe we'll get what we need.
With Adam twisted awkwardly, Jamie manages to get his hand over the bowl. But the best he can do is gently pour water over the hand until our camp prank victim awakes.
All right, then. So, Adam, notice that your hand is wet. Is there anything else that's wet?
Nope. It's all dry.
Darn it.
No. It's definitely not looking very good for this myth at this point.
But the MythBusters want one more shot. They've wrangled a crew member as the next guinea pig.
Yeah, let's make Mama proud.
All right, if you actually do wet yourself, this is what you'll hear.
Oh my God, what the hell are you doing?
All right. Sweet dreams.
And mere minutes after lights out, sweet dreams it is.
There we go. They're starting to spread out.
All right, let's get a bucket of water ready. Let this be a lesson to you kids, lest you think working for MythBusters is all fun and games. Even the runners are not above getting humiliated on national television. This is perfect. Matt's head is in the bowl. It's the ideal illustration of this myth. I don't hear the alarm, so I don't think he's involuntarily urinating yet.
Not yet, but after 5 minutes of hand and wrist immersion, this happens.
Oh my God, what the hell are you doing?
With the alarm going nuts and bedlam in the bedroom, it's not until the lights are switched on that the offending puddle can be examined.
Dude, did you think you peed yourself?
I don't think I did.
Roll over, let's see what's going on there. Looks like it could be a spill.
Yeah, it's not from the source, unfortunately.
How did it get that separate puddle over there?
If Matt says it's not from the source, I'm gonna go with him.
Yeah, it looks like it is just on the side. I don't see wet pants overall. Well, if that is the case, then it didn't work, because his hand was full on in that water for like, what was it, 5 minutes or better?
Did you even feel it?
No.
That's awesome. I really thought that we'd hit pay dirt with the Smith when I heard this start screaming, but no. It's late in the middle of the night, and after Matt's hand was in that bowl for 5 minutes, some of the water sloshed out and caused our alarm to go off. With all of this, I can't see that we can call this myth anything but busted.
Next up, testing the myth that yawning is contagious. For this experiment, the MythBusters are building a chamber of yawns. They want to find out if one yawner could trigger another by spying on a group of unsuspecting volunteers.
Just a few days ago, this was just a bit of garage. Now it's a room that looks like it's been lived in for years, with a few extra tricks. Behind our Jamie and Adam picture, there's a secret microphone. And would you ever believe that this right here is a camera?
Not exactly James Bond, but they won't miss a dull moment.
If anybody yawns in this room, I'm gonna catch it.
Our test subjects are here. We're about to bring them in.
These poor souls are about to be bored within an inch of their lives. First, the control. The group's left in the empty room for 10 minutes. Nothing to read, no talking aloud. Here are some of the highlights.
She's like, absolutely no yawning.
No yawning in 10 minutes. I yawned twice.
Okay, so this time on your clipboard, you'll find a document. Please just sit quietly and read it.
Next, the lucky volunteers get to read some tax law. Excitement reaches fever pitch. People, we have our first yawn. Now, will it travel around the room like a Mexican wave?
Another one. Yeah. 4 real yawns and 2 half yawns, but I think they're all out of the same person, so it's too early to tell.
The first 2 tests are inconclusive. So for test number 3, Scotty tries to infect the subjects. But they appear to be totally immune. Unlike Carrie. Then at Yawn Central, sudden panic. The watchers think they are being watched as their cover been blown.
I swear that guy's looking right at me.
Or is working in a confined, dark space starting to get to them. None the wiser, the bemused volunteers go back to lives that seem far more exciting. 6:30 a.m. at a local flea market, the team scales up Yawn Central, aiming for a more controlled experiment. And Adam and Jamie set off to net a larger set of test subjects.
glasses off first.
There we go. What do you think?
Before long, there's a feeding frenzy around the MythBusters stall.
Sure, I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay. Sure, why not?
All right, Alan, so if you'll just go back to Tori over there.
This time, they're testing one variable only, the seated yawn.
Sorry, we've been up since 4. Back to your room.
Well, come on in, follow me. Sit in a little room quietly, and I'll come get you briefly.
There's 3 yawn cubicles, each fitted with a hidden camera, and 1 observation chamber, where Tori's on watch. Carrie will yawn at 2 out of every 3 subjects as she ushers them into their cubicle.
So we're going to see if they yawn faster with some influence than without any. Every third person will be a control, which Carrie will give no influence to, and we'll see if there's actually a difference.
And the experiment begins. Tori gets down to some careful observation of the subjects doing, well, nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's starting to seem like the MythBusters are just way too much fun to evoke even the slightest yawn.
This guy's asleep.
Then a breakthrough.
You may have had a yawn in the first.
And after the drought, a flood of yawning is unleashed. The MythBusters suddenly have the Midas touch. Even the local dogs get caught up in the current of yawns that's sweeping the market. The experiment also suggests that some guinea pigs are more observant than others. And finally proving that all good things must come to an end. 5 hours and 50 test cases later, the Yawnathon draws to a close.
That was it. That's the last one. We're done.
All right, well, after testing 50 people in the field, our largest sample we've ever used on MythBusters, the results are in. And when the people we tested got no seed yawn, no stimulus, they yawned 25% of the time. When they got stimulus, they yawned 29% of the time.
Well, it's not dramatic, but it seems like it's pretty good to me. What do you guys think? Busted, plausible, or confirmed?
Given how large our sample was, I'd say it's confirmed.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
Next, can an eye patch improve your darkness vision? According to pirate folklore, by wearing a patch over a perfectly good eye, a pirate could exit the glare of a ship's deck, shuffle the patch over, and enter the dark rooms below. Or leave a well-lit room below decks to fight a nighttime battle up top.
Somebody to test this?
Hoi, matey! I see land ahead.
To test the myth, the guys are building a pirate ship jungle gym.
I'm gonna make a cannon.
Then they'll ask eye patch wearing Adam and Jamie to complete the course in the dark.
Do you wanna play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Fire in the hole!
There'll be obstacles to avoid, cannonballs to dodge.
Cannonball.
Just your average day out pillaging and plundering, really. And what's a pirate story without a fair maiden in distress?
What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take all these pictures, we're gonna put them on the computer, and then we're going to print them out life size, and I'm going to make these pop-ups that Grant is going to pneumatically control, so that when they come by, poof, if it's a bad pirate, they stab. And if it's the girl they're trying to rescue,
they stab.
They don't stab me, I'm the good one.
But any pirate worth his salt won't be satisfied with a good night's work until he's found the treasure chest. And what goes inside the chest, Carrie?
Booty goes inside it.
Carrie has secured the booty, the pneumatic pirates are ready to pop up, and the ship is in shape. So, how about a demo?
This looks really good. I'm really feeling good. Okay, so you've got buckets, various boxes on the ground. First pirate.
That is the evil Grant pirate?
This is evil Grant, and they're gonna have to stab this one through the heart.
And hopefully, Not walk into that, walk under it.
Okay.
Then
decoy.
pops up the fair maiden that they do not stab.
No stabbing of the maiden. Oh, that's brutal. Okay. And then...
Oh my God, that's gonna be nuts.
Okay, avoiding the cannon.
Not knocking over the cannonballs. Pop up evil Tory pirate.
Which they'll have to run through the heart.
And after all that, they get to raid the treasure chest and raise the Jolly Roger.
Hoist the flag.
And just when they think they're done...
They're caught.
Come on, she's scared of me, dogs.
After Adam and Jamie have dressed for the occasion, the scurvy dogs dish out directions.
Okay, well, you gotta wait out here 15 minutes. I know your eyes are relatively adjusted to the light. We just wanna make sure that you're totally in daylight right now.
As Jamie and Adam get busy waiting, only their unpatched eyes adjusting to bright light. And that works because the eye has two major sets of cells, cones and rods. The cone-shaped cells in the retina enable us to see fine detail and color in bright conditions. And the rod cells, which are super sensitive to low levels of light, help us see in the dark. But it takes a while for the rod cells to get warmed up for night vision, which should make things interesting.
Now listen, ye scallywags, and listen well, for you will only hear this but one time. Send only the evil pirates down to Davy Jones' locker.
The evil pirates will have a target in the middle. You have to run it through with your cutlass.
Don't harm the maiden.
Don't harm the maiden.
Don't knock over the cannonballs.
Don't knock over the cannonballs.
Find the pirate chest, unlock it, and hoist the Jolly Roger.
There's gonna be a treasure chest at the end on the ground with this lock. You unlock it with your key.
Which each of you will get right now.
Okay, inside of the chest is gonna be this flag. Tie the flag on, hoist it up to the top.
Right, let's go.
Redbeard Savage needs to instantly see in the dark while his dark-adjusted eye remains patched.
Right, lads, let's go get him. Oh, I can't see a bloody thing.
Look at him. He looks like a blind pirate.
By design, it's pitch black in there. The light you can see on camera is infrared. To Adam, it's as dark as the inside of a grog barrel.
He seems very disoriented at the moment.
Right from the get-go, it seems pretty obvious that Adam is having trouble finding his sea legs. When you go from bright light into the dark, you're as blind as a bat.
Oh, he's about to hit his head.
Oh, he's climbing over the saxophone.
He's going the wrong way.
The hardest possible route to take. Okay, he's coming up to Carrie.
Did I look this bad? He just got hit with the bag.
Adam has missed the first evil pirate and kicked some cannonballs. But when confronted by evil Tory...
Sword is a cane.
He can't decide who it is until he has a quick feel.
All right, he's not really stabbing him.
There he goes. There he goes.
Right.
Yeah, good one.
Well, at least he killed one of them.
After a fun-filled 4 minutes, Adam's eye is starting to adjust to the dark. He now knows his port from starboard.
Okay, he's opened the chest.
Nice.
Very good.
Nice.
Gonna get the flag, turn around.
Oh, wait, there we go. Hoisted the Jolly Roger, did I? Ah!
Well, the net missed, but that was quite funny.
Adam narrowly escapes capture and makes a quick exit overboard.
Hey!
Nice work.
Nice. Well done.
You look great.
That was fantastic.
Really? You guys got to watch it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I missed a pirate or two, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You missed the one pirate in the beginning.
I could not see it. I mean, literally, it's just black.
He made it through all of that darkness of the obstacle course in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. He only got 2 time penalties. 1, he didn't stick the first pirate, and 2, he knocked over one of the cannonballs. So in the end, 5 minutes, 40 seconds, Adam's first test.
It's time for Captain Heineman to board the ship, find the treasure chest, and hoist the Jolly Roger. Just like Redbeard, He's completely in the dark. He fails all the tasks, except taking out Tori. After that, it's back to feeling his way around.
They really are super blind. They really can't see anything.
Oh, he's totally disoriented.
Maybe.
He's gonna steer the ship.
It's taken a while, but Jamie finally raises the pirate standard.
Caught with the net.
The big question now is what kind of difference will it make when our myth-busting pirates switch eyes? For test number 2, the obstacles are switched around. Adam is excited.
I'm so pumped! I can't wait to switch this eye patch! Yeah!
He swaps the patch. Now the eye adjusted to dark is uncovered.
It's like night and day.
And it's immediately obvious the switches worked.
Wait, is that a pirate? Oh! Wait, is that a pirate? Oh, it's a lass.
No.
Before the team can say, walk the plank, ye landlubber, Redbeard is almost done.
Looking at 1 minute, 12 seconds.
Oh my God.
I know, he's already killed his time.
There's my Jolly Roger. There's my flag. Oh my God. I can't believe the difference. And there we go. Oh, the net fell on me. Oh. Woo! That was like night and day.
That's nice.
That was incredible.
The difference, is it unbelievable?
The difference is amazing. I really didn't I can't see. I really didn't expect the difference to be as great as it was. But, I mean, whereas before, it was just like reaching out in blackness the first time. The second time was like, oh, there's a pirate, there's a pirate, there's a rope. Boop, boop, boop.
He did the course in 1 minute, 55 seconds, which is actually 3 minutes and 45 seconds faster than his first test.
Captain Heineman joins the fray, swapping his eye patch so he could use his dark adjusted eye.
Oh, this is like totally different.
No flailing in the dark this time. He's more than twice as fast and twice as accurate.
Yay!
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That was, I never would have believed that.
You won't find it in the history books, but the pirates have proven the eye patch myth is plausible.
Please, don't try anything you're about to see at home.
Well, there's your problem.
In this special series of MythBusters,
Almost too exciting.
the Dream Team tackles their dream themes,
It's scientific!
testing myths about everything from electricity to pressure and gravity,
This one hurt a bit.
shaking down the science of shockwaves, velocity, and impact. With crazy chemistry,
Oh my goodness.
far-out physics,
Fun for the whole family.
and insane explosions.
Is everybody okay?
Life's burning questions answered. On MythBusters, there's your problem. On this episode, brace yourself as we delve into the devastating science of impacts.
Who wants some?
Then we'll go up, up, and away
This is fantastic.
with escape rafts, balloons, and balls to investigate the physics behind inflation.
Be ready to duck and cover.
In our first myth, the MythBusters are trying to solve a traffic problem, using the kinetic energy of a dump truck to push cars out of the way.
Well, it's a common movie trope. First, I needed to picture a couple of lines of cars sitting in traffic. When another character in the movie is driving a giant truck at high speed along city streets, when he approaches these cars standing still,
There's not enough space for him to get through, but no matter, he revs his engine and barrels right up the middle, sending cars flying willy-nilly and continuing on his way.
I don't know whether that'd happen or not, but it sounds like it's gonna be fun to test it.
If our dump truck is going to survive pushing through 2 lines of cars, it's gonna need a super powerful bumper.
Okay.
So we're putting on a much more powerful bumper. This steel, these tubes, 6 by 8 inches, they ought to allow us to push through any number of cars. I don't know if they'll allow us to continue driving, but they'll at least allow the dump truck to survive.
For the myth to be plausible, the truck not only has to shove the cars out of the way, it has to be able to continue its drive.
This gives a whole new meaning to driving a car. If we're gonna drive our truck into a couple of lines of cars, we're gonna need, you guessed it, a couple of lines of cars.
That's a nice line of cars.
Are you ready to smash into these cars?
Did I ever tell you how much I hate traffic?
Well, now's your chance to even the score.
With 10 cars in 2 lines, will this speeding dump truck have enough force to clear its path? Jamie, you do the math.
This truck weighs over 30,000 pounds. Those 10 cars over there also add up to somewhere over 30,000 pounds. But the thing is, the truck's going to be moving at around 40 miles an hour when it hits them, so it's going to impart several times its own weight to those cars. And that means the truck is going to win. But whether it also means that it's going to be able to move completely through the cars and keep going like it does in the movies or not, that's another thing. And that I'm not so sure about.
Jamie's undecided, but Adam has a very specific prediction as to where he thinks the truck will run out of power.
The 4th car. I don't think we're gonna make it all the way through this line of cars. I think this is where we might end up.
Well, now to find out, by tackling this head-on collision head-on.
Well, it's time.
Mind if I drive?
Not at all, sir. Let's get in.
With the Heineman at the helm, the guys climb in, buckle up, and prepare for a bumpy ride.
All right, here we go. Plowing through traffic in 3, 2, 1, go.
30,000 pounds of truck heaves into action as Jamie slowly accelerates down the runway. And once he hits 40 miles an hour, the boys get set for a truly meteoric impact.
Wow! Holy crap! That lifted up our truck!
Yeah.
Are you okay?
We didn't make it through it, though.
We didn't make it through at all. Wow! That was awesome!
Awesome, no doubt. The big rig's weight and velocity was a mighty force. But eventually, the inertia of the stationary cars was too much, and the dump truck got stuck.
So, Hollywood's version of events that a big truck can just plow willy-nilly through sitting traffic?
Well, if that truck with that bumper on it couldn't do it, they're not doing it.
No, it's totally busted.
However,
uh-oh,
it does start the wheels to turning, though, don't it?
Uh-oh, indeed. Because when those particular wheels of Jamie's start turning, the results can be both brilliant and terrifying.
So now we are planning to present our truck with an even bigger challenge. 2 lines of cars closely packed, and we want our truck to make it through all of those cars effortlessly.
To do that, they need something that will impart the kinetic energy of the truck more efficiently.
This is going to be a finger buster.
Like this giant steel beak.
We mean business. What you've got here is 6 triangular plates attached to a very strong central frame that's bolted to the bumper of the truck. Now, the idea I have here is that this semi-conical frame will come in low on the cars and then lift and separate them, allowing us to pass between them the most efficiently and also be the least likely to slow us down.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this thing go.
Back at the runway, the dump truck gets a much-needed nose job.
Can you imagine sitting in traffic and looking in your rear view mirror and seeing this thing going,
Nice.
To enhance the performance, they need a secret friction-reducing ingredient. Enter the tub of lard.
Sometimes a little lubrication makes all the difference.
And with 16 cars all lined up, Jamie's feeling positive vibes.
All of those cars are going to go flying. I'm not just talking pushing them aside. They're going flying.
Flying cars in our future? It's not the first time we've all heard that prediction.
Coming in.
But could this be the first time it actually comes true?
All right, here we go. The duckbill of death into stationary traffic. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Pushing into a new frontier of traffic clearing innovation,
That's second gear.
Adam jams the pedal down to 40 miles an hour. The cars he's about to hit have a colossal combined mass of 60,000 pounds.
That was amazing! Holy crap! That was insane!
Insane is the right word.
It just didn't stop. It didn't stop. I kept giving it gas and it didn't stop. If anything, it was self-centering.
That was the most incredible thing we've ever done. I've never experienced anything like that. It was just, they're just kind of like flying. We could have kept going through 100 cars.
I really feel like we could have. We weren't going that much slower. We didn't take nearly the impact on that run as we did on the first run.
I think we just solved my traffic problem. I'm gonna put one of these on my car.
Oh my God.
It was a thing of beauty as the duckbill of death cleaved cars like water in an uplifting ode to the incontrovertible laws of physics.
Well, the myth was busted. Where do we stand on our method for plowing through traffic?
That thing worked so well, I'm just waiting for somebody to steal it and put it in a movie.
Totally. Remember, kids, you saw it on MythBusters first.
In our next story, Carrie, Tori, and Grant are looking at a very different way to reduce an impact.
Now, in ancient times, even up to the 1800s, some armies in China actually made armor out of paper.
I mean, paper's the last thing you would think of to make armor. I like this one.
And the cool thing is that paper was supposed to perform as well as steel.
It sounds like a fact that belongs in the wastebasket. Yet lamellar paper armor really was used in ancient China. But was it really as effective as the steel armor of its day?
Now, when you hear paper armor, it seems totally absurd. But it's actually based on the same scientific principle as Kevlar. Kevlar is a fine mesh of fibers that actually slows a projectile down by spreading its load and stretching the fibers to bring the projectile to a halt. Now, paper is the same concept. It's a flexible, layered construction.
Now, we know from historical sources that they used a mulberry paper. Look at this. You can see the fibers. This is strong stuff. What they would do is they would stack layers of it together, and that was enough to stop arrows.
After testing a few variations, the team finds out that simple folded squares provide the most protection.
This absolutely works the best.
Then they embark on the monumental mission to make a full suit of paper armor.
Only 850 to go.
And the less taxing task of having a real steel one delivered.
So to put our paper armor to the test, we're going to pit it against a metal suit of armor from the same period. Now, because this is hard to make, we ordered it from a modern armory company in the Ukraine, and it's battle ready. Rah! Who wants some? I also do parties.
And after a week's hard work, hundreds of lamellar plates have been sewn together to form a full suit of armor that, after some minor tailoring, will be ready for battle.
It is time to see how well they protect under a full-scale attack. What we are gonna do is set up some mannequins. Grim up, this is gonna get dangerous. Cover those mannequins with both armors and then attack them on a full scale with swords, arrows, and even an ancient gun. Then we'll be able to find out once and for all, is paper armor as good as steel armor?
But perhaps paper's biggest test will come not from our trio of weapon-wielding barbarians, but from persistent precipitation.
Would have been nice to do this experiment on a nicer day. Then again, war doesn't wait for good weather.
The rain may indeed weaken the paper and favor the steel, but it's a real-world problem. If paper is to prove itself as protective armor, it'll have to cope with a light shower.
We're all set.
First test, arrows from 20 feet. Carrie, Tori, and Grant let loose on both sets of armor. And despite being soaked, softened, and sodden, the paper protects our male model mannequins as well as the steel does.
Totally worked.
That is phenomenal.
It totally works. The paper armor is stopping the arrows. We have not got one arrow to penetrate through. I mean, it doesn't look as good as the steel armor, but the important thing is, it's working.
But how well will it fare against a cold steel blade?
All right, Carrie, just swing wildly.
Using both an edged slicing stroke and a stabbing action,
Ooh, I felt that one.
Carrie works all the angles.
It looks like it's separating through, but it's stopping before it even gets halfway through the tile.
That's great.
Wow.
Yes, the paper armor is working. On any individual stab, slice, or arrow shot, a previously undamaged scale clearly matches the metal. But for the ultimate test, let's try a bullet from a period-accurate pistol.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Now, to assess the results.
Ouch, did it go through? It didn't go through.
Hey.
The paper armor stopped
It stopped
the bullet. And it looks like the steel stopped the bullet as well. Both these armors are effective against this weapon.
Incredibly, the fibers in paper are able to spread and absorb the energy from an impact just as well as the steel. And in some ways, it seems to work better.
I've really been wanting to do this story for a long time because it seems so outlandish, but it's super impressive. Paper armor is actually a viable option in warfare.
Viable, but there is one notable drawback.
As you can see, it doesn't have the same durability as the steel, but it still works. So this one is plausible.
In the next story, Adam's going to attempt to protect himself from an impact using a different everyday item.
You are absolutely correct. What we've got is a viral video where a guy wraps himself up in a bunch of this bubble packaging, hurls himself off a 3-story building, and at the end of his fall appears to be totally unharmed.
Well, it is designed to cushion things.
Yes, it is.
We all trust bubble wrap for our packaging needs. But what about when the package is human? Could you really use it to survive the impact of a 35-foot fall? Not surprisingly, they're testing first with a non-human. You guessed it, Buster.
Buster dropping 15 feet into 16 inches of bubble packaging. 3, 2, 1, go.
But even at half the height of the myth, the news isn't good for Buster.
So Buster's fall into the bubble packaging from 15 feet was perfect, but he pulled 39 Gs upon impact. We're looking for a butter zone of 10 Gs.
10 Gs, or 10 times the gravity of Earth, is considered a survivable impact.
39 is totally out. So next up, we're gonna double the thickness and drop them again.
So they double the bubbles to 32 inches thick. When they test for real, Adam will be wrapped in the bubble plastic like a burrito. But lying the wrap on the shop floor is a simpler way to test it for now. And from a physics point of view, it makes no difference.
Here we go. Buster dropping 15 feet into 32 inches of bubble material. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Poor Buster.
But doubling the bubbles reduced the load by less than a quarter, and that doesn't bode well. So if layering up isn't working, is there a design that will better absorb the impact?
What if we didn't wrap it in tight tubes, but we wrap it in tubes with a bigger hole in the middle?
So these would crush just like a coil spring on a mattress.
Right, exactly.
It may not look like much, but by alternating regular sheets with coiled but hollow bubble springs, the guys have high hopes.
Awesome.
All right.
A few hours of work, the boys have their first prototype bubble spring mattress. They drop Buster first on 2 layers, then on 3.
In 3, 2, 1. So our 15-foot Buster drops here in the shop are yielding some exciting data fruit, and I just coined that term. Check out the first drop here. We are dropping Buster into 2 layers of tubes constructed of thick-wall, heavy-back, half-inch bubble packaging, and he pulled an average of 30 Gs on that drop. That's an improvement over some of the other stuff we've seen, but it's still not in our ballpark. However, for the second drop, which you can see here, we added a layer of thin-wall, non-heavy-duty half-inch bubble packaging to slow down his deceleration, and it seems to have done exactly that. On that second drop, he pulled an average of 15 Gs. We cut our G load in half.
And to bring the 10 G target into range, Jamie's tweaking the tubes into a more shock-absorbing shape.
That cone or funnel shape will allow the bubbles to neatly fold inside the structure, like so, and give us a nice linear deceleration.
And these bubble cones serve a double purpose.
We can make a curved instead of a flat sheet, and we can actually roll Adam up inside it.
Yeah, you heard that right.
And we can actually roll Adam up inside it.
So confident are they in their new mattress model that for the next drop, it's out with Buster and in with someone altogether more important.
We're counting on the fact that the bubble packaging here is going to save my life, but we've also posited some other worst-case scenarios and implemented safety procedures to protect me in their case. First of all, a neck brace, a helmet, and a spine protector. I'll have a radio earpiece in so I can communicate to the outside. This ought to keep me safe.
It's the way he said ought to that gives me the shivers.
Here we go. See you on the other side.
That's right, because from this point, Adam's under wraps.
Oh, that's cozy.
Starting with 5 layers of heavyweight bubble pack.
Bye-bye, everybody.
The first coat of their spring system is coiled around him.
Okay, up we go. Keep tension.
It's a good thing I don't get claustrophobic.
Followed by the second.
Pull a little tension and up and in. You're doing good.
But once that's taped on, Adam drops a bombshell.
Hey, Jamie.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I can feel the pressure. It's quite a lot of weight. It's the weight on me is actually quite intense.
100 pounds of bubble pack mattress has Adam under pressure, and there's still a layer to go.
Is it a problem?
No, it's not more than I can take, but I can tell you that when we put that third layer on, that's about as much as a human could take.
It's a worrying revelation.
Here comes the third layer.
And at the full 150 pounds, the weight of the wrapping will be almost unbearable.
It's going to be heavy.
Okay, now I got to get the big tape. Are you guys okay?
Wow.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Am I fully wrapped now?
You are.
Oh, great. I truly am a bubble boy.
With Adam trussed up like a turkey, the team carefully cradles him to the drop zone before Jamie gets ready to raise the bar.
So we're going up. Are you ready?
Almost. Are my feet off the end of this thing?
No, they're not.
Then I think I'm ready, Jamie.
Okay, up we go.
Only now is the team fully realizing the weight of what they're about to do and how easily it could go wrong.
I'm on the trip line. Adam, we're in place. You're at the correct height. Are you good to go?
Jamie, I am good to go.
I am completely passive to this entire enterprise. My life is in Jamie's hands.
Okay. Is there anybody that's not good to go?
So it's now or never.
In 3, 2, 1.
Bubble wrap or not, Adam dropped at an alarming rate. And that silence rings alarm bells. The team rushes in, and Jamie is the first to the scene.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay.
After a free fall of 15 feet,
Wow.
it looks like Adam and Jamie's bubble engineering has taken the bulk of the impact.
That was intense.
But the touchdown didn't please the pilot.
What happened was the moment you released me, my head came off the board, and then an instant later, it hit the board. Thank you, sir. It's done. Woo!
While it came close to crushing him, their bubble barrel did soften the impact, peaking at just 9 Gs. But that was at just 15 feet, not the 35 feet stated in the myth.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't think I'd trust something like this at 35 feet.
I don't want to go at 35 feet. If I went to 35 feet, I would need more padding, and more padding, I couldn't take it.
So how are we going to call it?
I think it's pretty clear. We've tested it every way from Sunday. There is no reasonable amount of bubble packaging that will allow you to safely leap off a 3.5-story building. The myth is busted, and the whole idea is busted.
Yep, I agree. It's busted.
Let's get out of here.
With the facts of impacts absorbed, the MythBusters are taking on 3 more myths, this time about inflated objects. Will they fly into confirmed airspace or plummet into the busted zone? For our first story, please assume the brace position.
This is yet another interesting Hollywood approach to physics, and it involves surviving a fall from an aircraft by using an escape slide or a life raft as a parachute.
So, what is our plan? Where do we begin?
Well, obviously, we have to find an escape slide and a life raft, and we're going to attach Buster to them and haul him up in the air in a helicopter and compare the speed that he falls at with what he would fall if he wasn't attached to anything.
And maybe it'll be a survivable speed.
Well, one can only hope.
Can an inflated raft provide enough wind resistance to save Buster's life? To determine the survivability of Buster's ride, Grant preps the rig for the key metrics. How fast the fall, how hard the landing.
We've got the accelerometer in the head. We've got a velocity meter that's actually used by the special forces, frangible bones that we know will break according to human bones. We've got our shock meters that will tell us by visual indication if we've exceeded certain G-forces.
Grant, with his radar gun, will also track Buster's ride manually. And speaking of ride,
That's amazing.
the escape slide is automatically inflated in a few seconds.
I say we stick Buster right here and
just
diaper him in.
Sure.
Strapped into position,
Oh, and that ought to do it.
the chopper fires up. The lines attached to the chopper will be released once they hit 2,000 feet. But disaster. At 400 feet, the rig fails, tipping Buster out.
Did you see the explosion? It was like a splash of water.
And Buster just found out how terminal velocity can be.
Oh, that's part of his skull. That's the head accelerometer.
Which is toast.
Toast.
How bad is it?
Real bad.
Without anything to slow him down, the rapid deceleration caused by Buster hitting the ground was catastrophic.
This gives you an idea how severe that impact was. Even the silicone is ruined.
Wow.
Unfortunately, Buster doesn't get a chance to rest in pieces.
Turns out that he broke every bone in his body. This is without a doubt the worst damage Buster has ever sustained.
The surgery team goes to work to bring Buster back to life. Jamie goes to work on the rig.
This time we have some big hauling straps. So we've got 2 straps that are
not going to break, basically. They could pick up the whole aircraft.
Meanwhile, Buster's resurrection is a medical miracle. They've replaced all his bones, replaced the shock watches that will measure impact, and the head transplant includes a new accelerometer. So, it's go time. Again.
Bye, Buster.
Good to go, over. Buster appears to be detached, but he's still in the raft, over.
We're at 2,000.
They're at 2,000. Okay, whenever you're over the target, over. Go ahead and drop on your mark, over. It's going down, guys. Take cover. He's drifting back towards us. Let's get near the truck.
Oh, no. He flipped over.
Yep, and Buster has accidentally been ejected again.
The raft clocked in at 22 miles per hour. Buster, on the other hand, clocked in at 154.
The only good news after 2 failed drops is that they do actually have some useful information. The team now knows how fast he falls on his own.
I think it's clear that the raft actually would have slowed him down a great deal. You know, the raft came down just beautifully by itself, like a parachute. So this time we're going to actually try and make it behave like a parachute, and we're going to tie Buster onto the underside of it and see what it does.
While Buster once again recovers from his fatal fall, Jamie re-rigs the slide like a parachute.
I'm just going to give a little extra and lace him a couple places. I'm tired of Buster taking off on me.
And Jamie is unusually optimistic.
It's got to work this time.
Famous last words.
Looking good so far.
Okay, I'd say go ahead and release at will. You look good. Over.
Okay.
It's going.
Oh, it's beautiful!
Buster's on the ground. Buster's on the ground.
Well, that looked like a much nicer ride. I'll hazard a guess that Buster may well be intact this time entirely.
Once up close, the prognosis isn't so clear. He's taken some damage, but was it survivable?
All the 50G shock watches broke on all of his limbs, but in his chest, the 75 and the 100 did not get tripped.
So that means that he got all busted up. He would not be a happy camper, but he might just be alive.
The myth, like Buster, is just about hanging on. And the guys have one more test up their sleeve.
Come on.
They're using a bigger slide that will increase the wind resistance, but also the weight.
That's the coolest thing ever!
And with a new improved system to hold the passenger in place,
Chopper ready to go?
Buster is cleared for takeoff.
Wind's increasing, so you guys be ready to duck and cover.
2,000 feet.
Anytime you're ready.
And the drop has happened.
Oh, look, it's sailing.
Wow.
So far. I bet
Wow.
it flipped, so it's looking like it's wanting to.
Oh, wow. That is incredible.
Oh, damn.
What?
It just looks like it wants to flip so bad.
Wow!
Appears to be okay.
The reading from the radar is encouraging.
I got a peak of 42. It's rocking back and forth,
Yeah.
mostly about in the 20 range.
But is there life in the myth or just dead air?
It's looking pretty good. Let me
I
break
don't see any damage at all.
In fact, not a single bone is broken.
Let's see his chest.
Nope, it's clean.
And the 3 shock watches all remained intact.
Well, it looks like Buster survived, so I'll be darned. But, you know, that looked really sweet. It looked like it would have been a lot of fun.
Dude, it looked like it would be also the most terrifying ride in the world. You're like, oh my God, no, it's okay, I'm okay. Oh, no.
The inflated raft slowed Buster's fall and acted as a giant airbag on impact. Even so, not everyone's convinced it's a practical way to save lives in an air emergency.
The life raft and the slide significantly reduced Buster's velocity.
But you're not going to get that door open that's got the slide in it. The second you inflate it, it's going to rip right off the plane. If you inflate the raft inside the plane, there's no way you're getting it out the door. I mean, it's just every aspect of it, it's busted.
Okay, it's busted.
For our next story, instead of being used to help a descent,
I love blowing these balloons up. It's fun.
Scotty, Tori, and Carrie
Hey, you can get a job at the carnival.
I have too many teeth.
Yeah, you do.
are going to use inflation to aid an ascent. They're going to test whether it's possible for a kid at a fairground to float away if handed a normal bunch of helium-filled balloons. To find out if the myth is plausible or poppable, they'll need a willing kid and a whole bunch of balloons. But how many exactly?
Here's 10 balloons.
There's 10 there, okay.
They calculate 46 balloons will lift 1 pound.
Let's try to get a really skinny kid.
Yeah.
There you go.
How about a cute one?
Well, it looks like 3 balloons won't fly you away.
Maddie's got the cute thing covered.
Grab a scale. I got a kid. Let's see how heavy you are. 44 pounds.
Yeah. Maddie, you want to fly away in balloons? Up in the air?
Are you
Yeah.
afraid of heights?
Nah.
Good.
That's gonna be you.
More math says that to get Maddie moving, they'll need a truly breathtaking number of balloons.
Oh my God, we're coming up with 2,070 balloons.
We're gonna need to get a lot of balloons.
A lot of balloons and a lot of helium. Because helium is less dense than air, it acts as an uplifting force.
We're gonna build columns. We're gonna make columns of balloons, 250, and then we'll tie those together down to the kid.
Ooh, look, check that out.
Over several hours, the pillars of balloons begin to take shape.
So we're doing all right.
We're golden.
And it's time for the team to test if they're on track. Before trying it out on real Maddie, they'll use a decoy Maddie.
Isn't she cute?
She is the exact weight as Maddie. This is fantastic. This is pulling me up so hard. You know, we figured that it would hold up about 10 grams per balloon. I think we've got more lift than that.
Carrie's buoyant, but as they attach the decoy Maddie, there's a sinking feeling.
There's a little bit of lift, but
Not enough.
1,900 balloons only cancel out about half the dummy's weight.
Oh, you're kidding me.
It seems they'll need to up their calculated number of 2,000 by a lot.
Are we sure we counted right on the balloons?
What they didn't account for is that helium is an escape artist.
Better work faster.
With every minute that passes,
Oh my God, my fingers can't take it.
the balloons that are inflated lose some of their helium and lifting power.
Ow, I need that finger.
Working faster than ever, the builders blow and tie and curse their way towards a balloon bunch of mythic proportions.
Well, if our count is correct, we are now at 3,000 balloons, which is about 1,000 more than we originally expected.
I guess we should do another test with the dummy, huh?
But once more, Sandbag Maddie has deflating news.
7 more pounds. We only have to lift 7 more pounds.
500 more balloons coming up.
It's becoming a bit of a stretch to believe any fairground would have a balloon bunch this big and hand it to a child.
This will get us up to 3,500 balloons.
Finally, Maddie's moment has arrived.
Maddie, it's go time.
Woohoo!
All right,
Safety line in hand.
I got a safety line.
you ready?
Yes.
It worked!
Okay, Maddie's flying, but it took almost 4,000 balloons. So the team don't believe it could ever have happened in real life.
I would say we popped that myth.
Totally busted. There's no way that a circus would have this many balloons in one bunch.
Busted.
For our final inflation myth, Adam and Jamie are also taking a punt on helium.
The myth is that if you fill a football with helium and you kick it or throw it, that because it's lighter, it'll have more hang time and therefore it'll travel farther.
Oh, the old helium football trick. Let's get going.
Like the previous myth, this one hinges on helium's low density.
Been a long time since you walked on the gridiron, huh?
Fill a balloon with it, and it'll float. But will it make a football fly further?
I know I'm out of shape when just walking to the end of this field makes me out of breath.
It's game day at the Science Bowl. San Francisco City College.
What kind of improvement do you think helium would land?
I believe helium would add a good 5 to 10 yards to a good kick.
Tim's confident, but is his opinion based on science or urban myth?
Dude!
That's amazing. That was a beautiful spiral.
You made that look way too easy.
A couple of handy hints, and the rookie's ready for his premier punt. And before you can say hang time,
no spiral.
The ball's back on the ground.
I think we should get Tim to kick the balls for us because he's really good.
Makes sense. Tim takes care of the kicking, while Adam and Jamie take care of the nerding.
I brought a bunch of meters for the weather conditions, just to make sure, we've got comparisons on everything, and I think we should just keep on checking the wind speed.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I'll break out the brand new regulation balls. Are filled to exactly 13 PSI, which is what is required.
Oh, excellent.
But is that 13 PSI of helium or air?
This ball feels a little light. Is it filled with helium?
Well, we couldn't tell you that, could we? Or we'd skew the results. So we'll tell you afterwards. How's that?
Here we go. Test number 1, punt number 1. Tim does his best to produce 5 identical kicks. Downfield, Adam records the distance of each one. For test number 2, the balls are emptied, then refilled with the other gas. Once again, it's crucial to the experiment that its identity remains secret.
See how far they go.
Yeah.
Tim puts up another 5 punts, this time with helium-filled balls. So what are the results? And did he spot the difference?
Your first set of balls were actually regulation balls filled 13 PSI with just regular air.
Wow. I would have thought that those were the helium balls.
Well, the second set was the helium balls.
That's surprising.
What's more, even though Tim didn't pick them, the helium balls did travel further than the air-filled ones by an average of 3 yards. But is that data reliable?
Unfortunately, kick to kick, we're looking at a difference of like up to 20 yards sometimes. And when I see a difference of that between 2 data points, I just don't look at my average as being a real number. I'm not ready to call this one busted, plausible, or confirmed yet. I don't think we have enough real data.
So it's back to the shop for a rethink.
This is too much variance between the kicks.
We need to get a lot more scientific about this.
Well, let's look at the very first part of this. Does helium actually make a football lighter? Let's carefully weigh some helium-filled footballs and some air-filled footballs and see what, if any, difference there actually is.
1.
They weigh each ball's dead weight, then fill it with the regulation 13 PSI.
Well, this is actually pretty cool. I'm getting almost exactly a difference of 3.2 grams, which means we're filling this with 3.2 grams of air.
I never would have guessed that. I would have thought it was like 1/10 of a gram, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Air weighs more than you think. Put a cylinder around the Eiffel Tower, and the air inside will weigh more than the tower itself. But the crucial question, how much does helium weigh?
It's actually almost 7 grams different between the helium-filled football at regulation pressure and the air-filled football at regulation pressure.
And what's more, it turns out that even an empty ball weighs more than a helium-filled one.
Even though I know a helium balloon will float up in the air because helium's lighter than air, I didn't expect that helium, even a small amount like 3.25 PSI of helium, would actually reduce the weight of the football by probably almost a full percentage point.
With the weigh-in complete,
it's time for an indoor test.
And maybe we'll get one of those kicking machines to eliminate the human element in the kick, which is probably a really big thing.
Oh, yeah.
The guys head for an indoor space, away from the weather, and it's got to be big. NASA's Ames facility should do the trick.
And this is the largest building I have ever been in. It's about 230 feet to the ceiling. It's nearly 1/4 of a mile long. And even though a building this large can develop its own micro weather systems, and I'm not kidding, there is no breeze, there's no wind, so it's the perfect place to test our football throwing machine.
Cue the MythBusters mechanical boot, which will ensure a consistent kick every time.
It's beautiful.
And by jury-rigging a firing mechanism with a bungee cord, they maximize their chances of consistency.
Oh, I love it. This is beautiful. These are all landing just where I want.
Air 13 PSI.
Doesn't get better than that. Hit the 200-foot mark.
They fired 20 air-filled balls and measured the distance of each one. Now it's time to fill the balls with lighter-than-air helium.
Oh, 13 pounds on the first try.
They fire off the first set of 10.
Bang! Dead on the money with its predecessor. I love that.
With a full 60 kicks completed, Jamie's got a hunch this myth's on shaky ground.
In spite of what you might think, a lighter ball is going to be easier to travel farther. Physics determines that if we launch the ball at the same speed and it has more mass, that's actually going to go further.
It's all to do with inertia, which, according to Newton's first law of motion, states that the heavier an object, the more inertia it has, and the more resistance to drag. In other words, a helium-filled football should not fly as far as an air-filled one fired at the same speed. But once the numbers have been crunched, surprisingly, there's no substantial difference. Jamie thinks he knows why.
The machine we were using in the hangar seemed to me to replicate more of a throw than a kick, so maybe it's about time that we actually build a kicking rig.
So this myth goes into extra time. And to nail it once and for all, they're going to use a hammer.
There's your kicker.
And soon the sledgehammer is ready to crack this sporting nut.
All right, let's try that, Jamie.
We've got the camera cranked up to 1,000 frames per second. We're looking for how fast that ball takes off, what the exit speed is. If it's faster, it means there's a better transfer of energy, and we're going to try and find that out.
So, first test, this is an air-filled ball to 13 PSI.
Okay.
And 3, 2, 1.
Let's bring the hammer down.
By studying the high-speed footage, they can calculate the speed of the ball as it leaves the frame.
The hammer speed, which I'm measuring just to make sure each of our tests is consistent, was 18.5 feet per second. The ball's exit speed, this is good, was 31.25 feet per second.
That's the baseline for comparison. Now, for a helium football's last hurrah. If this football's exit speed is higher than the air-filled one, then the myth is still possible. If not, then it's game over. So, what's the final score?
It's exactly the same speed as before. The 16 frames to travel 6 inches, 32 frames per foot, equals 31.25 feet per second.
Identical. The game's up for the myth of the helium football.
The myth that a helium-filled football flies farther than a football filled with air, what's the verdict?
It's absolutely busted. It's not about being lighter than air, it's about having the ability to push through the air. So actually being a little heavier is an advantage.
Yeah, no, we found doing the math that if you kick a ball 70 yards, one filled with helium and one filled with air, the advantage is to the ball filled with air, but it's only about an inch. That's over 250 feet, 1 inch of advantage.
It seems that the designers and manufacturers of these footballs have already figured all this out for some strange reason, and these balls are pretty much maxed out in their ability to travel through the air.
Well, I don't think this is the last we've heard of this, but I'm willing to call this one totally busted.
Busted.